where it all once was. It's really, to my memory at least, the first time that I have seen the south tip of the island, of Manhattan Island, looking back at where the Trade Center was. All our focus has been from the other side, from the north looking down. Shot of the president's helicopter landing at a heliport along the Hudson. And that's a scene live that we have all become familiar with, too familiar with over the last few days, Judy.
Well, Aaron, we're going to, of course, keep our cameras trained on that area of South Manhattan where
of any possible dangers. And then over 100 investigators from the FBI, the NTSB, even the Postal Service are on site, slowly collecting evidence that might aid in this criminal investigation. You're looking at some new video right now that was collected just a couple of hours ago at the scene. You see people posting flags marking possible evidence at the scene. They're attempting to recover human remains, personal effects, airline parts, and of course the all-important flight data and voice recorders. That's not going to be an easy task. In fact, the only thing they're saying right now is that it will be very difficult because of the small sizes of the debris that is left. But while this is going on, we have a small positive story to bring you. Joy Carnes of Munhall, Pennsylvania, received a desperate call from her brother in New York last night. He was trapped in the World Trade Center, unable to call 911 in New York, so he called his sister here in Pennsylvania. She called her local 911, who patched her on to New York, and here's what happened.
The NYPD had called me, and they took the information and they were trying to verify it because they were getting a lot of phony calls, and they didn't have any rescue. They had removed them from the site, so there was nobody in the at that location at that time. So once they verified that, you know, this was a true story, a half hour after that, I received a phone call from a firefighter wanting the exact location again, which I gave it to them.
And then what? So they go in there and they hook up with Dave?
They hooked up with Dave, and Dave was digging these gentlemen out with his bare hands when they got there.
One small happy ending, rescued safe and sound. Linda?
Any word on the black boxes, when they'll be able to actually go through those, and what they really expect to find on them, David?
They are not saying what they expect to find at the moment. They are saying that it's just going to be very difficult because of the terrible impact here. There's such small pieces of debris. It could be some time before they recover those recorders. At that time, they hope to find out what went on board, what happened on board that jet that caused it to crash here instead of going on to another target, possibly in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, a lot to piece together still. David Mattingly live in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. Thank you very much for that.
Back to Lower Manhattan now, and the partial collapse. We're getting more information on the building involved in that collapse in Lower Manhattan. It is One Liberty Plaza, which has just collapsed, partially collapsed. It's a 740-foot building. You see journalists are being chased away from the scene. A 54-story building nearby the World Trade Center. Additionally, about 25 minutes ago, the last 7 stories of the North Tower of the World Trade Center pancaked. The last vestiges of the World Trade Center are now gone. And again, the latest information, everybody's being chased away from the scene. Rescue workers, journalists, everyone from the area at ground zero because of the partial collapse of One Liberty Plaza. More on that story later, of course. Rumors of gasoline shortages in the wake of the attacks caused gas prices to skyrocket, especially in the Midwest. Drivers in cities like Cleveland, Kansas City, Indianapolis saw their prices hovering around $4 a gallon. In the Southeast, motorists lined up to fill up despite prices above $2 a gallon. The American Petroleum Institute says the terrorist attack should have no impact on gas supplies, and prices indeed are falling today. Authorities are promising to pursue station owners who might be using circumstances to make a quick buck.
We'll have much more for you on the day's developments after a quick break. We will fill you in much more in just a bit. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Would you like to lower your monthly mortgage payments or use the equity in your home to consolidate your credit card or other debts? Just log on to ditech.com or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Today's low fixed rate with 0 points is only 6.875%. Lower interest rates, lower monthly payments. It's smart money from ditech.com. For fast, friendly service, apply online or call 1-800-71-FIXED right now.
Hi, Fred. Looks like IT will be jumping through hoops again today.
Fred, I sent out an email about the email being down.
I opened that virus just like you told us not to.
Hi, Fred. Looks like another all-nighter. Sorry.
At CDW, we understand what it can be like in IT. That's why you get computing solutions from your highly trained account manager and services designed to make your day a little easier.
What's wrong, Fred? We're only asking the impossible.
CDW, computing solutions built for business.
What remains of the World Trade Center. And as you saw a few moments ago, there's nothing left of the towers but smoke and rubble. Here's a recap of yesterday's horrible events which led to this. At about 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time yesterday, hijacked American Airlines Flight 11 struck the North Tower of the World Trade Center. About 18 minutes later, a second hijacked plane, United 175, crashed into the lower portion of the South Tower. Both planes had departed from Logan Airport, Boston, and both were heading for Los Angeles. About an hour later, the South Tower gave way. It collapsed, and the North Tower fell shortly afterwards. At about 9:45 in the morning Eastern, another hijacked jet, an American Airlines Flight 77, a 757, crashed into the side of the Pentagon. Part of the building collapsed, and authorities are still worried other parts are structurally unsound. About 15 minutes after the Pentagon attack, a fourth hijacked plane, United Flight 93, crashed in a field in rural Pennsylvania, about 80 miles from Pittsburgh. Everyone aboard the four planes, 266 passengers and crew, were killed.
And for the latest out of New York, we want to bring in a woman who was there yesterday when the first tower collapsed. She is there today to talk about the latest. Patricia Sabga, what do you have?
And I want to give you the latest on the exchanges. Now, a press conference just wrapped up. Dick Grasso, chairman of the New York Stock Exchange, said the equity markets will not open tomorrow, that they will resume operation no later than Monday. However, the heads of the NYSE, the NASDAQ, and the SEC will meet again to decide whether to open them Friday. The focus at this time still remains the recovery effort. Okay, we were supposed to have a soundbite there from
primary concern is obviously restoring the public's confidence that this marketplace, this American model, this dream, will be up and functioning, and no one can interrupt that resolve. Let us also remember that we are still in the recovery phase. There are still people trapped in that wreckage.
Okay, now one thing that I do want you to keep in mind, just to keep this in historical perspective for you, the last time that the market was closed 3 consecutive days in a row, trading days, 1933, the Great Depression. Chuck, Linda?
Incredible. Patricia Sabga out of New York, thank you very much for that. Well, people all over the nation, outside of New York, outside of Washington, D.C., are trying to deal with grief and a wide range of emotions. So many people were just shocked yesterday. Today, so many people are angry. Judy Fortin has more on how to cope. Hello, Judy.
Linda, whether this tragedy affects you personally or you're watching it unfold on television, you're bound to be feeling so many different emotions right now. Psychiatrist Dr. Brian Weiss joins us by telephone from Miami to help us understand what people might be experiencing. Dr. Weiss, are you there? Can you hear me all right?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. People will go through different stages of grief, won't they?
Yes, and they are. It starts with shock and disbelief, a kind of, oh my God, this is America, can this be real? And then that progresses into fear and sadness. We're seeing that now.
Anger as well?
Anger will come next. We're seeing that already in some people, especially those at a distance to New York or Washington. But the anger usually comes after the shock wears off.
And how long is normal for these feelings to last?
Well, this is a very unique situation. There's no normality here because we don't know that it's over. We don't know what's going to happen next. There was no warning. It was so sudden. Are we going to retaliate? Are they going to come back? I've been talking to people from all over the country. They're afraid to get in buses, to go over bridges, to be in tunnels. This is not just in New York or Washington. This is the fear phase, and that's going to generate a lot of anger, but there's no knowing how long it will last because that depends on what comes next.
And at what point should people seek help or counseling for their feelings?
Well, I think people have to understand that what they're feeling now pretty much is normal. They don't need counseling or professional help for this. If they're feeling sadness, grief, sleep disturbance, difficulty sleeping, fears, anxieties, people who are afraid of airplanes and have other phobias, these are going to be intensified. You don't need therapy for that. What you need is to share the process, to share with others, to understand, to talk about it, to try to put things into perspective. If then you're hit with a significant depression where you can't function, with problems that seem way beyond those around you and way out of the ordinary, that's the time for therapy, but not necessarily now.
Doctor, the pictures are so graphic that we're seeing and just so sad. How will people cope watching this day after day unfold on television, just knowing that there's really nothing that we can do to help being so far away from the scene?
I think there's a sense of hopelessness in that sense of and being out of control, but that's going to pass. People are sending blood in from all over the country. They're trying to help.
That's right.
Their thoughts are there. Their prayers are there.
Dr.
It's
Weiss,
going to change into anger within a short period of time, and I see that already happening. But this event has a tremendous sadness to it. As I call around the country and speak with people, I'm getting that emotion more than anything else right now, a sadness, a grief, as if something incredible has been lost here. Not just buildings, people, but our, as people are saying, our innocence and our sense of being invulnerable. This is all shot. This is all gone now. Our security blanket has been ripped out from under our feet.
Dr. Weiss, thank you so much for your comments today. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we are out of time. That's Dr. Brian Weiss of Miami. Thank you again. Linda, Chuck, back to you.
Judy, thank you. It is absolutely unbelievable.
We'll be right back. Latest developments from both New York and Washington on the other side. Stay with us.
Hi, I'm Doug Flutie, pro football player and father of an autistic child. I started the Doug Flutie Jr. Foundation to help less fortunate families of autistic children get the support they need. Here's a way you can help. Just dial 10-10-220.
Resolution 100-0 in the Senate. And it denounced this evil act of terrorism, and it repeated America's resolve, because it's very clear that this attack on New York is an attack on America. It's an attack on every American, no matter where he or she lives. It also contained a strong statement of our unified commitment to rebuilding and reconstructing, as the mayor said. So we will continue to work with all of our colleagues and the administration to make clear the extraordinary needs for resources, not just today and tomorrow and next week, for months and years to come, that will have to come from the American people and our government. I also just again want to thank the mayor and the governor for their leadership, and I particularly want to thank our firefighters, our police officers, our emergency medical technicians, and all of the help at all of our hospitals. You know, the people who've really been on the front lines, and many of whom we know have already lost their lives doing their duty to help everyone else. I don't know that there's ever been a time when an act of war, and that's what this was, called into action better prepared, more resolute, or courageous soldiers on the front lines to defend our country. But we saw that, and we're seeing it. And all of America, from everything we're told and the response that we're getting, understands that. And I believe that America will be behind New York in a way that will send a message to anyone near and far that, you know, New York is America, and America stands ready to defend what we care about, and that's this city and its people. And I thank everyone who's really been doing the hard work of trying to save lives, and we have to continue it, and we have to do everything possible to make sure that every life is that's possibly can be saved is. Thank you.
And why don't we, before we call the governor and Joe, Charlie Rangel's the dean of our delegation and representing our delegation. Let Charlie say a few words.
Thank you. I think our New York delegation is probably the most bipartisan delegation in the House. But now the whole House has become a delegation in support of our country. I've been in combat, but I've never seen the type of heroism that I've seen with the New York City Police Department, our firefighters, our emergency medical service, and the leadership provided by our mayor and our governor. And so, like with any family, they've hit us, they've stabbed us in the back, they're cowards in what they've done, but it's going to really test the will of our country. And our strong Congress is there, the House and the Senate, to say, as we have in any war, we're not only going to come back, but we're going to win, and to make certain that this type of thing, that people will know that you just don't do it to us as Americans. And again, from all communities, people know that if they don't know, or if they haven't had a personal loss in their family, that they feel a loss as Americans. And we dedicate ourselves to the families and the kin and the children to treat those that we lost as heroes and do the best we can in trying to bring some type of normality to their lives.
Along with our mayor, the governor has just done an incredible job and made us all proud. I've had now 35, 40 members of the Senate, all parties, all different regions, all ideologies, say we want to do whatever we can to help New York, and we're behind all of you. And in good part, that's because of the job that this governor has done with the mayor in just leading us. Governor Pataki.
Thank you, Chuck, and I'd like to thank the members of the delegation for being here. Literally within the first hour of this tragedy on Tuesday, I had spoken with both Senator Schumer and Senator Senator Clinton, and they had told me whatever we need from Washington, they will be there to help us get. And we're very grateful for that. And Chairman Rangel and your delegation, we appreciate that support. Chuck, when you describe so eloquently flying up and seeing towers replaced with rubble, and the feeling you felt, it's a feeling all of us as New Yorkers, and I think all of us as Americans feel. But this is New York. And while it may be smoldering just south of here right now, we're going to rebuild, and we're going to come back, and we're going to come back stronger. And we've got great spirit here. It's not just the tremendous effort and sacrifice of our police and fire professionals who are downtown risking their lives right now. It's the block-long lines of people standing there to donate blood, to help out. It's the volunteers streaming into the hospitals to offer assistance. It's all New Yorkers coming together to make sure that we don't just put this behind us, but we come back stronger than ever. We need to do it together. The mayor and his team here in the city have done an incredible job, and we cannot thank them enough. The state has been there in every way we can to be supportive and helpful and make sure we get through this, but we're all in it together. America is behind us. The fact that you're here makes us confident that America is behind us. And with that support from a bipartisan delegation in Congress and from President Bush, we're going to show the rest of the nation, we're going to show the rest of the world that the New Yorkers are not intimidated by terrorism, that we don't surrender to this type of cowardly act, but we will come back stronger than ever. I want to thank President Bush. I was on the phone with him before 9:30 Tuesday morning, and I've been on the phone with him since. And I want to thank Joe Albaugh for being here with us this evening. You know, Joe, the first words he said to me weren't hello, it was what do you need, what can I do to help? It's that type of attitude, that type of spirit that is getting us through this. And Director Albaugh, I want to thank you because you've already helped enormously. Every single request we've made of the administration has been met, and we're confident as we have additional requests as we go forward, they will be met as well. This is an outrage against New York. This is a criminal act against America. This is a threat to our way of life, to freedom around the world. And we will stand united and win over this barbarism and make sure New York is stronger and America is stronger than it's ever been. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, George. And the final person who's going to speak is the man who we really thank. Before I do that, I did have one thought that I've circulated among my colleagues, and I think it's a good one. And that is,
that I am, joined by many others, asking all New Yorkers to take an American flag and fly it out of their window. Whether you have a home, an office, a shop, let those flags fly. Let that be a symbol of unity for New York. Let that show these evil, despicable people that they cannot daunt our spirit. And in that way, we will show the kind of unity and fervor. People know what they want to do. They've been doing lots of things. But just letting the flag fly from your window, whether you live in a private home, an apartment house, or whether you're in an office, will really show them that we are Americans and we're proud of it. FEMA is a very, very important agency in the federal government. You don't know it until there's trouble. But they come in and they solve problems. It's been a remarkably nonpartisan agency. It's an agency that brings people together as we have all been brought together. It's an agency that is expert at solving problems. This is a different problem than we've ever faced. Hillary and Joe and I talked on the airplane this afternoon about the various new types of challenges that we meet. But we have a great leader in FEMA who cares, who's going to be up here for several days, helping us take inventory so that we can request of the president, who, again, I want to underscore his generosity and his immediate availability, so that we can make an inventory and go back to the House.
We're listening to elected officials in New York State, New York City, the mayor, the senator, U.S. senators, the governor. These are politicians who normally are at each other's throats, but in the aftermath of this horrific tragedy, they have come together to say they will work together to do what's necessary to provide the resources to put New York City back together. In the end, they're hearing Senator Schumer say he'd like for every American to hang a flag out their home, their shop, their office. And we're looking at a picture, Aaron, of that building, One Liberty Plaza, that we're keeping a very close eye on.
Yeah, we sure are. At various points, the wind will shift and the smoke will cover, and it's hard for us to see these pieces either of window or of facing, if that's the right word, facing falling off the building. But every 20, 30 seconds, it seems like another piece falls. People have been told to get out of the area. One of our producers has essentially was told to run for your life. From our vantage point, we see a somewhat contradictory scene, to be perfectly honest. On the one hand, it is clear to us that people have been moved to the north, moved away from the building that is at risk and building number 7, which has collapsed. On the other hand, that fire truck that has been there pumping gallon upon gallon of water on the fire in building number 7, which collapsed yesterday, continues its work, and those people continue to do those work. There are not a whole lot of people in that area right in front of building 7. There have been more throughout the day, and as we've watched this, now everybody seems about 3 or 4 blocks farther back than they were, and we assume here, this is an assumption, that is true on all sides of these buildings, that everyone is being pushed away. We have a correspondent, Gary Tuchman, down there. We have a producer, Ingrid Arnson, down there, and we are trying to establish contact with them. They are in the business now of down there doing some reporting. It is a little hard for us to report anything other than what we see. But what we see are people being moved back, pieces of the facing, or perhaps they are windows, continuing to fall off. We'll keep an eye on that. I want to go to Hillary Lane now, if I can, at St. Vincent Hospital. St. Vincent Hospital, Hillary, correct me if I make a mistake here, is in the lower part of Manhattan. It's not far from where we are, correct? Hillary, are you able to hear me? Okay, if she's able to hear me, I am. Hillary.
I gotta go. They're pulling him away. Let me tell you what's happening. They're taking away Lieutenant Sam Esposito, who was an off-duty officer just now.
Ladies.
The paper just locked away, came running out of the office when he saw what was happening, and has told us a very compelling story. We were trying to get him on tape. He really should not have been out of the hospital, but said he actually needed a cup of coffee, and that's why he walked out. But his story was that he ran in. He went into the daycare center, which really hasn't been mentioned very much, on the second floor of one of the World Trade Center buildings. And the good news, he said, was there was nobody in that center, but he made his way up. He pulled people out with him as they resisted, and then there was an explosion. He said car exploding outside, knocked him unconscious, and he was rescued himself by a firefighter brought here to St. Vincent. So a very compelling story. I wish he could have told it for himself, but you may have seen he wasn't, I guess according to the hospital, in the condition to be outside. Back to you.
Hillary, we do the best work we can under the difficult circumstances we're in, and we appreciate the effort. Judy.
Aaron, the building that we've been watching here in Washington is, of course, the Pentagon, which took a direct hit yesterday, and it was really only a few hours ago that the fires that started burning there yesterday, that they were able to put those fires out. Let's go to our Pentagon, our military affairs correspondent, Jamie McIntyre, for an update on what is going on at the Pentagon and what he's hearing from defense officials. Jamie.
Well, Judy, President Bush came by just a short time ago to inspect the damage, his first-hand look at the gaping hole that was put into the side of the Pentagon. Some of the firefighters and rescue workers who have been battling this for more than a day now unfurled a large American flag and hung it over one side of the Pentagon, just near where the plane went into the side of the building. Pentagon officials say that they have pretty much given up hope that there are any survivors in the immediate area where that damage is, and they began a process of demolishing the building so that they can get back further into the building, with the slim possibility there might be someone still alive who was out of the immediate blast area. But they say the combined intense heat of the explosion of the plane hitting the building with all that fuel and all the smoke that came from it makes it almost impossible for anyone to have survived. Secretary Rumsfeld, in a message he recorded to U.S. troops, said that he went to the scene of this disaster yesterday, and he described it as appalling. Today in a Pentagon briefing, he said that this attack was part of a new battlefield that the United States was going to have to fight on in the future.
We are, in a sense, seeing the definition of a new battlefield in the world, a 21st century battlefield. And it is a different kind of conflict. It is something that is not unique to this century, to be sure, but it is, given our geography and given our circumstance, it is, in a major sense, new for this country.
About half of the Pentagon is open for business today, and half of it is closed off with armed sentries at the corridors, preventing anybody from going into the other half of the building, which is still closed because of the smoke that came from that fire. Secretary Rumsfeld said today that the final casualty count, the death toll, will probably be much lower than the high number of 800 that was speculated by a fire chief as the possible top number. Instead, it looks like it'll be more in the area of 100 or perhaps 150, 200, somewhere in there, but the Pentagon is still not giving any final figures. Judy?
All right, Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. Now quickly back to Aaron.
Judy, thanks. I'm just going to stay off to the side here and allow the camera to stay focused on the scene. We're keeping our eye on that gray building, and I wish I could see the monitor better. Let me just look at it. In roughly the tallest building I think you can see, Gary Tuchman, who has been down on the ground and in fact one of the few civilians into the ground zero area. Gary, can you hear me? Gary Tuchman, are you able to hear me now?
Aaron, I hear you fine. I want to tell you, an hour and 15 minutes ago, as you said, I was at ground zero with 1,000 to 2,000 rescue and recovery workers at the scene. They are all being evacuated as we speak. Most of them are now gone. because of that One Liberty Plaza building, which is just to the east of the World Trade Center complex. We have talked to rescue workers who tell us they saw the building starting to twist and then said they saw some windows starting to break.
Well, we are seeing the windows breaking from where we're standing. We could see the windows falling out or falling out.
Okay, you have another angle, and you certainly have a better angle than me, because from our angle, and we're to the north of the building, we haven't seen the windows, so that's interesting information. I want to tell you, Aaron, that there are a lot of people who are at the site who are very frightened by that, because they had told us while we were there that they were quite worried about one or two of the buildings surrounding the World Trade Center complex. They had told us that while we were there, and now they're living through it. We can also tell you the media has been pushed back several blocks also from the perch that we were at, about 4 blocks away from the World Trade Center complex.
Gary, if you can, and if you can't, just quickly say so. Orient me here. I'm standing here looking at what was Building 7. I look to my left, to the east. The tall gray building, I believe, is One Liberty Plaza. Do I have this right?
You have it absolutely right, Aaron. The tall gray building is One Liberty Plaza. There was some confusion initially because across from One Liberty Plaza is a hotel called the Millennium Hotel. Some people thought that was the building in question. That building apparently is not in danger of collapse. It's the One Liberty Plaza, the tall gray building.
Okay, and now also, just stay with me, Gary, if you will, please. What was left of the South Tower, the World Trade Center, the South Tower was the second of those towers that was struck yesterday by the plane. What was left of it collapsed upon itself a while ago. Whether that impacted the One Liberty Plaza building, whether that made it more unstable or not, we just don't know.
It's hard to tell, Aaron, but as I was telling you while we were talking in our last hour, those pillars from that South Tower look very precarious. It looked like Stonehenge in Salisbury, England, the way it was standing up. It looked precarious. They were very concerned about that, so people are not surprised that happened. I also want to tell you one other thing about One Liberty Plaza. It is set up to be the triage unit, but unfortunately there's not a problem with evacuating it right now because they haven't found any survivors recently to put in the triage unit.
All right, that's One Liberty Plaza. Let's do this. Let's just keep an eye on this for a bit. Among the businesses in One Liberty Plaza, the corporate offices, the executive offices of the NASDAQ, the stock markets, Wall Street is right here in this part of town. Moneyline anchor Lou Dobbs joins us now. While there has been no trading here, there has been business going on around the world, and Lou can update us now on that. Lou?
Aaron, thank you very much. Indeed, the building you're looking at, the new headquarters of the NASDAQ, it, like the World Trade Center towers themselves, in the heart of downtown Manhattan, which is the heart of the world's financial capital. And indeed, the World Trade Towers were at the center of downtown Manhattan and creating great energy for what is the center of democratic capitalism all around the world. Now all of that, of course, has been rent by this despicable act of terrorism. We're only beginning now to learn the human toll, to learn about the property damage, the devastation, and the devastation obviously is not ended. Against this backdrop, the leaders of the financial markets, financial and corporate leaders meeting with government leaders today, joining together, trying to determine when they might be able to reopen for trading. We now know that for only the second time since the end of World War II, the stock markets will be closed not for 2, but for at least 3 days. And as yet another building threatens now to collapse in the complex, we know that the markets will be closed for a 3rd straight session. That has not happened, by the way, since the Great Depression of 1933. Those markets, as I said, have been closed now for 2 days. They will be closed again tomorrow. Christine Romans is here now and has more for us on that part of the story. Christine?
Lou, it's an unprecedented tragedy for New York's financial district and for world markets, and a rare occurrence in financial market history as well. U.S. stock markets will be closed for 3 straight weekdays.
We are committed that the equity markets will resume operations no later than Monday. The group that gathered today will gather again tomorrow with the idea that we may well be in a position to resume trading as early as Friday.
Grim exchange officials and regulators chose the path of caution. The worry, of course, is that keeping stock markets shut will only exacerbate the nervousness and the uneasiness in the market that causes people to sell. A big sell-off is already expected when stock markets open. In the meantime, bonds and bond futures will begin trading tomorrow.
The bond market, functions more appropriately and best when the stock market and the bond market are trading together. But we can certainly trade bonds without stocks for 24 to 48 hours.
Given the extent of the crisis smoldering in downtown Manhattan, economists say caution was the best path to take, but they do fear there could be panic selling when markets do open.
And I strongly urge investors to sit tight, because it will be that, simply panic selling. Nothing fundamentally has changed.
Lou, people on Wall Street clearly would like to send a signal, get stock markets trading in, show that democracy and capitalism can't, but they say the human toll and the recovery and the healing comes first.
And of course, as Aaron Brown has just been reporting, when One Liberty Plaza, one of the tallest remaining buildings and certainly one of the most important itself, is in some danger of collapse apparently as well, and there are other buildings there as well, it is all but impossible with any assurance for these leaders to put these markets open at the risk of any employee's life, of which there has already been such a devastating loss already. Christine, thank you very much. Well, the brokerage firm Morgan Stanley, some 3,500 employees resided within the World Trade Center. It was in fact the largest tenant in the World Trade Center, 3,700 employees across 20 floors. Many of those workers tonight remain unaccounted for. Peter Viles now has the story for us.
The second terrorist attack was a direct hit on the office space of Morgan Stanley. The firm had 3,500 workers in 22 floors, almost exactly in the area where the second plane hit. But incredibly, most of those employees had already fled the tower minutes before the explosion.
Miraculously, I'd say, we had 2,500 people in World Trade Center 2, 1,000 people in World Trade Center 5. It appears the vast majority got out safely.
A miracle made possible by the firm's split-second decision to evacuate the South Tower immediately after the North Tower was hit.
We have a lot of stories of courage, a lot of stories of compassion, and we're going to be fine.
As you can see, a very emotional Philip Purcell. No official word from Morgan Stanley on how many of its employees are unaccounted for at this hour, but we have canvassed many other firms in that complex. This is a very partial count, we must stress, but we do know at this hour that other firms in that complex are telling us that 2,700 workers in the complex remain unaccounted for, and that, we must tell you, is a very partial count. Lou?
And the toll is just unspeakable. In point of fact, about those numbers at this point, we all.
And as we see behind us right now, the damage to these structures continues.
Peter, thank you very much. Well, airports tonight remain closed throughout the country. Officials say now that they will not reopen until new security measures are put into effect. As a result of those closures, airlines, of course, are losing millions of dollars in revenue. That is simply the latest hurdle for this industry. Airlines have watched their profits fall dramatically over the course of the past 2 years, and the economic slowdown has done nothing but accelerate that to losses. Kitty Pilgrim now takes a look at the industry.
Thanks, Lou. Well, with air traffic at a standstill, the disruption of commerce is almost incalculable. But that does not stop economists from trying to assess the damage. Now, the airline business in this country generates about $90 to $100 billion in revenues. And that's just domestic travel. That's about 4,000 planes a day. A little more than half of that business is business travel, which probably will see a drop-off in months to come. And leisure travel may also dry up, so losses work out to about $250 million a day.
I'm sure it will be a gradual
flyback. Probably on the West Coast, you'll see the flight activity come back before the East Coast. But really what I'm concerned about right now are the lingering effects of the fear of terrorism, the impact that will have on airline bookings and overall consumer confidence.
All right. Also, Midway Airlines, which has been teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, announced it will suspend operations, saying that they don't have the resources to reorganize in this environment. In terms of temporary disruption, retail sales and consumption, that's 2/3 of the economy. It's about $300 billion a month. Now, economists calculate even a 2-day disruption of shopping and purchases would add up to $15 billion. That's a 6% decline for the month. This could be seen yesterday at many malls. Many were deserted. A smattering were closed for security reasons. Now, for example, the Mall of America in Minneapolis. Lou?
Kitty, thank you very much. The cost of yesterday's deadly attack in New York City will not, of course, be known for months in all likelihood. Some experts are already calling it the most expensive man-made disaster ever. Insurance claims alone are expected to reach $15 billion. Greg Clarkin joins us now from Lower Manhattan with the details of that part of the story. Greg?
The attacks on the World Trade Center struck at the heart of Wall Street, New York's primary economic engine. But the attacks may also have a severe impact on the city's second biggest economic driver, tourism. And it's the impact on tourism that has many worried. More than 37 million people visited New York City last year, spending more than $17 billion on everything from restaurants to Broadway shows to hotels. And when job creation and other factors are figured in, it's estimated tourism has a more than $25 billion impact on New York City's economy. But the images of the attacks beamed worldwide may keep some tourists at home.
This is a clear negative blow to this economy. You know, one of the important and growing industries in New York has been tourism. And certainly this kind of heightened terrorist activity will frighten away tourists.
There are numerous other areas which could be hit hard as well. Retailers big and small are already suffering with stores closed in Lower Manhattan as the cleanup efforts continue. And some believe it may be a while before New Yorkers take to the stores.
The consumers stay home. They want to watch television. They want to watch the events unfold throughout the day, all night, as we did, as everybody across the country did. The last thing that they're thinking about is going out and buying a new shirt.
Well, in any tragedy, and this tragedy is unspeakable in its dimensions, there are unfortunately some who will try to take advantage of others. Deborah Marchini is here now and has for us the story of what is simply price gouging by some, particularly in the area of gasoline.
That's right, and particularly in the area of the Midwest. It's interesting, Lou, because the attack, of course, devastated New York and Washington, but the spike in gasoline prices and the long lines as well were mostly in the Midwest. At scattered stations in Indiana, Ohio, and Oklahoma, for example, we saw prices ranging from $2.99 all the way up to $5.19 a gallon. Now, the region's especially vulnerable to any interruptions in supplies, and consumers there know it.
It's like what I call the St. Louis snow effect. One of the things that we see in St. Louis is we have about 4 snowstorms a year. And they're typically not a big deal, doesn't disrupt traffic for very long. But if you go to your local grocery store, you'll find 10 registers running full open with customers 10 deep, all buying milk and bread. And I think American consumers have been trained to believe that if there is some impact that could involve the Middle East, you better gas up. And that's what they did all at once. And the supply system is not geared to handle that sort of surge in demand.
And the problem is demand because supplies were not affected by the attacks. The American Petroleum Institute, for example, reported today that fuel inventories rose by about 159,000 barrels. Now, major oil companies, including ExxonMobil and BP Amoco, froze prices to wholesalers. Chevron promised to exercise restraint, and Conoco wouldn't comment. Lou, the promises are really public relations. Most of the major oil companies don't own their gas stations, right, and so can't control what those retailers charge.
It's an extraordinary situation that anyone would take advantage here. I guess that one of the first things we should do is take our hats off to ExxonMobil and BP Amoco for having the courage to freeze those wholesale prices and exact whatever discipline they can. And I will tell you that I'm sure that we and other news organizations are committed to publicize those companies which both hold the line appropriately and with integrity, and those certainly who failed to do so.
The glare of publicity has already resulted in some service stations at least lowering the prices they jacked up yesterday.
Well, how much of this are we seeing in other industries?
We are not seeing very much of it in other industries at all. We have heard scattered complaints by consumers about car rental companies, but no real evidence that they've changed their rates at all. The same is true with hotels, with stranded travelers around the country.
What can be done here?
The interesting question is, from a legal standpoint, there isn't very much. You know, from a federal level, you have to prove that oil companies colluded or that oil gas stations colluded when they raised prices. They're no more likely to be able to prove that than that banks collude when they raise the prime lending rate. On a state level, some states have legislation in place that allows them to act. Other states just simply do not. It is not against the law to raise prices.
Okay. Well, it's against a lot of other laws. All right. Deborah, thank you. Deborah Marchini. Well, the world, of course, is struggling to address the magnitude of this tragedy and its effect on the worldwide economy. One economist today warning that a full-blown global recession is highly likely, end quote. Another said that while there's always talk that disasters have extreme consequences, they rarely do. Let's go now to someone who should know about such things, our economics correspondent, Kathleen Hays. Kathleen, both welcome, and over to you.
Thank you, Lou. Thank you very much. Well, I would like to start by saying that the president of the Dallas Federal Reserve Bank, Bob McTeer, pulled himself together and gave a speech today in Texas. And one of the things he said about the economy is it's too soon to assess the macroeconomic consequences. And I think we're going to be hearing that kind of commentary from Fed officials for the next few days. They need to see things settle. They especially need to see the financial markets open and get going again before they really make any conclusions. Beyond that, it's ironic that rebuilding after this calamity is going to be a stimulus to the economy. We'll see a larger GDP at some point. We won't see a subtraction for all the destruction. In the near term, Kitty Pilgrim just talked about the impact on retail sales. Deborah just talking about this big spike in gas prices. Now that's going to take money out of people's pockets. A very important question is consumer confidence. It's fragile. We know the economy is weak, and now the question is, what will this do? So it's a big question in terms of the economy. And then, of course, there's also some questions about the Federal Reserve. McTeer also in his speech today made the point that the Federal Reserve is fully functioning. And while people are talking a lot about what size interest rate cut we're going to get, the first thing the Fed is doing is making sure that there is plenty of liquidity for the banks, for the financial markets to keep going.
Well, Kathleen, you make a very important point talking about liquidity versus interest rate cuts. A lot of focus until this tragedy on interest rate cuts. But moving $80 billion of liquidity into the world financial systems, as the central banks have done, is frankly far more important.
Absolutely, because as you know, the thing we have to do is maintain confidence in our financial system, and that's one of the Fed's first priorities, is to back up the system in times of distress. You remember in the 1987 stock market crash, one of the first things Greenspan did was to come out and say the Fed stands ready to provide liquidity.
And the confidence that's being asserted in these markets, the New York Bond Club had canceled its meeting for tomorrow night. And we learned today that indeed that's been changed.
That's very interesting, isn't it, Lou? Very important that apparently the White House said, no, don't cancel the speech. We want Mr. Lindsay to speak. Again, we want to show the world that we are still up and running. Parallel to that, the Bond Market Association, which apparently is calling for trading tomorrow. This is a recommendation. They make it clear nobody has to trade. Right. And the dealers themselves have a lot of questions about the phone systems. Only one broker right now is fully functioning, but apparently I spoke to a couple of people who are members, and they say that there was considerable urging, if not pressure, from the Treasury Department to, if you please could, go out and trade tomorrow.
And we should be clear, the men and women who run these brokerages and these bond houses, they want that trading restored as well to establish vigor and stability in the world fixed income markets as well.
And don't you get the feeling when you talk to people too that so many people have lost colleagues, comrades, and I think also maybe out of a respect for them to keep going and to maintain a very strong tradition and pride that these people really have as professionals in their business.
You see in a tragedy like this, and unfortunately there has never been a tragedy like this with its dimension, that Wall Street is about a lot more than simply money and greed and fear. It's about a commitment to a way of life as well, and we're going to see that amply demonstrated, I know we're all sure, over the next several days. Kathleen, thank you. Kathleen Hays. Well, in the wake of yesterday's attacks, Washington is taking dramatic steps to ensure financial stability both here and abroad. And Tim O'Brien has that part of our story tonight. Tim?
Lou, the Bush administration and the Federal Reserve have acted firmly over the last 36 hours to assure the safety of the U.S. financial system, even with some senior U.S. officials traveling overseas. Alan Greenspan was back at the Fed by early afternoon, returning via U.S. military jet from meetings in Switzerland. But even from Europe, the Fed chairman did direct the injection of billions of dollars of added liquidity into the system. The Fed also made what it calls a substantially higher level of loans directly to banks yesterday through its discount window. The Fed tells Moneyline that it will keep that source of liquidity available past normal working hours today to ensure stability. Greenspan and the Fed are acting in concert with other central bankers, pumping a reported $120 billion of added liquidity into world markets. Meanwhile, Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill is returning to Washington, cutting short an official visit to Asia. O'Neill called the nation's financial markets strong and resilient and expressed his belief they would continue to operate smoothly. The International Monetary Fund has also been watching world markets. While expressing dismay over the attacks against the U.S., IMF Managing Director Horst Kohler issued a statement saying the IMF projects only a limited impact on the international economy. The IMF and World Bank are also facing suggestions from city officials here in Washington that they postpone or cancel their annual meetings scheduled for September 29th and 30th here. Sources at both organizations tell Moneyline no decision has been made, but the issue will face serious discussion in coming days. Lou?
Tim, thank you. Tim O'Brien from Washington. Well, I'd like to close with a few personal words tonight. As we have looked at the devastation, we continue to watch what is apparently the collapse of further structures in downtown Manhattan. There's an overwhelming sense of loss here. The men and women you listen to each night here on CNN all have friends, people we have worked with, people we talk with, to bring you the best information we can about markets and this economy every night. But as we share the pain and the loss, we also know that as this rebuilding begins, that we will, in point of fact, renew commitment to larger ideals, something called democratic capitalism. This remains the heart of that spirit and that effort, and I believe firmly you will see that come to reality in the days and the weeks ahead as we build anew. I'm Lou Dobbs in New York. Good night, and now Aaron Brown.
Lou, thank you. Thank you for your work and your words there. We continue to keep our eye behind the smoke there on One Liberty Plaza. This is the building that about an hour or so ago officials started to evacuate people from ground zero, getting them out of there because they began to believe that that building might collapse. Periodically we have seen pieces of glass, pieces of facing fall off the building. It is very clear to us as we look down on the scene that almost everyone, not quite everyone, has been moved back. One of the markers for us all day has been a fire truck which has been pouring water on Building 7 of the World Trade Complex, one of the buildings that collapsed. That fire truck about 10 minutes ago stopped pouring water and is now, at least so appears to me, backing out of there. Again, this is just eyeballing this. We don't see anyone down there that we would describe as a civilian. Everybody has been pulled out. About 10 minutes or so ago, Mayor Giuliani and Joe Alba, the FEMA director, the Federal Emergency Management Agency director, walked to the scene. They were followed by a large motorcade. They walked to the scene. That is the situation. We keep our eye on the building and we go back to Judy Woodruff in Washington. Judy.
And you are, of course, recapping what we do know at this point about what's going on in New York. I know CNN at one point had confirmed that at least part of that structure at One Liberty Plaza had actually caved in, and I know we're going to follow it and come back to you as soon as need be if something more happens there. I will just tell you that here in Washington, a flag was unfurled this evening at the Pentagon near the site of where the commercial jet plowed into that building yesterday. The flag there to welcome President Bush, who went to the Pentagon to look at the damage and to talk to workers to offer his consolation. I think you have to say, looking at that flag, that it clearly is a symbol that the United States, the Pentagon, indeed the United States, will prevail no matter what enemies of this country might do to us. CNN's Jonathan Karl has been at the Capitol all day talking to members of Congress. Jonathan, bring us up to date from there.
Well, two things you should know about, Judy. One is that there's been serious discussion among the members of the Congress here, both House and Senate, about whether or not there would be a need to have a declaration of war against who. It's unclear right now, but a declaration of war against whatever state or non-state entities might have been involved in these attacks. This is an idea that's been pushed very strongly by many Republicans, including Arlen Specter, talked about it on the floor of the Senate today, and also on the Democratic side, Robert Torricelli talked about some kind of declaration of war. Part of the discussion here, but let me tell you, Judy, as you saw the Congress pass what it did pass today, which was a more generalized resolution condemning this and calling for support for the president in his response, you did see talk from many members that we are already at war. The other thing I want to bring you up to date on is the question of how to pay for all the damage. Now, we do know that this morning that the president himself did ask congressional leaders, I know you're going to talk to Tom Daschle shortly, for essentially a blank check for enough money as would be necessary to deal with this. Congressional investigators here looked into what the precedent was. What happened when Pearl Harbor was bombed? Was the president given a blank check? Well, no. Congressional staffers here have looked into it. They have found never has the Congress turned over the power of the purse to the president, even in a time of emergency as is this. So right now, on both House and Senate side, you have appropriators working with the White House, trying to come up with a figure of how much money they would need to deal with this, and they are offering whatever money is necessary, but there will be a number. I've been told it's going to be $11 billion or more. The House is hoping to actually debate this and have this on the floor of the House by tomorrow morning, providing the money that will be necessary to clean up what we're seeing in New York, and of course do everything else that is associated with dealing with this emergency. Judy.
All right, Jonathan Karl of the Capitol, and as you say, the Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle does join us now. Senator, what about that figure of $11 billion? Is that what Congress is going to end up offering the president?
Well, Judy, I think it's premature to come to any conclusion as to what the figure will be. I think we can say for absolutely certain that we're going to use whatever resources may be required. We'll work with the administration. We'll get our best assessment as to what the costs will entail, and we will appropriate that amount. But there will not be a dispute in this city about the amount of money to commit to because we're committed to doing all that it takes to make sure that the resources will be there.
Well, Senator, when it was clear that the Congress would not offer the president a so-called blank check, what does that mean the president would not get that he'd be asking for?
Well, the president hasn't asked for a blank check, to my knowledge. What he has said is that he wanted to work with us to find the appropriate amount of resources that will be required to ensure that we can address all of the many, many challenges that we know we're going to face. What we have said in return is that we are prepared to work with you to come up with whatever requirements may be necessary through appropriations, and that's where it's been left right now. We'll know a lot more, and we'll be a lot more specific as we have time available to us to make those decisions and to acquire the information required.
Senator, what should the United States do now by way of retaliation?
Well, I think the most important thing we can do now, first and foremost, is to recognize the tremendous loss, Judy, that has been experienced. I don't think anyone ought to minimize that, and anytime we talk about future action, we've got to go to where the real tragedy lies, and that's with the loss of families and the loss of so much of human life in the last 24 hours. Beyond that, I think it's important for us to gather all of the information. I think everybody is so angry they want to hit somebody, but before we hit somebody, we better know who the somebody is. We better have our facts, we better have our information, and we better have a plan.
Senator, as I'm talking to you, we're looking at pictures of President Bush visiting the Pentagon a little while ago, meeting with employees there, obviously offering his condolences, talking to people, having inspected the damage. This footage we just got, and we're showing our viewers these pictures. Senator, while we look at these shots of the president visiting the Pentagon, people are asking, I hear what you're saying about wanting to make sure that everything is done to take care of the victims. Of course, we all feel that way, but there is a strong feeling that, and it's been expressed not just by the administration, but by others, that the United States cannot let something like this stand. And my question to you is, what does that mean?
Well, we will not let it stand. We will punish the perpetrators. We will take action, and we will show our resolve. But I think we, as we have in so many cases in the past, we have to be smart about it. We knew who the enemy was that bombed Pearl Harbor. We know who the enemies are in most cases involving war. I think we need to ensure we can identify the enemy, identify the locations of the enemy, and make sure we've got a plan put into place that will allow us the maximum degree of ability to punish those responsible. That can't happen tomorrow. It can't happen within the next couple of days for sure, but it will happen. I think we just have to ensure that we have all of the pieces together prior to the time we make it happen.
But Senator, when the President, when Secretary of State Powell and others say we are not just going to go after the terrorists, we're going to go after those who are harboring the terrorists, don't we have a pretty clear idea of what countries, what states have harbored, have offered aid and comfort to these people?
Well, I think there is a general understanding of that. Obviously, as we look to what we're going to do now, we're going to have to take that into account. And that is part of this fact-gathering process that must now be underway. But clearly, we've got to have more than just that, some vague notion of where these terrorists have lived in the past. We've got to know with a lot more precise detail what exactly we're going to do about it and what warning we're going to give and what actions may be required of those who may still be harboring terrorists today.
But, Senator, at the same time, I'm hearing calls and reading calls from those who say we shouldn't wait for the judicial process to work its way, for there to be a long, drawn-out investigation and a court proceeding, that the United States needs to move more quickly than that.
Well, I don't know that I disagree with much of that. I do think, though, that it is important for us to ensure that we do this smartly. I'm not saying do it with every legal question answered, because we may not be able to resolve all of these questions legally, but we do have a responsibility to do it correctly and to do it swiftly, but do it with all of the facts, and that's exactly what I think this country is doing today.
What do you mean by swiftly? Can you put some sort of timetable on it?
No, I think it would be a mistake to put a timetable arbitrarily on whatever actions we're going to take. We know it's going to be done. We know actions will be taken. We just ought to be patient, but also continue through other actions to show our resolve. We did that today on the Senate and House floor. We are going to continue to do that in our work in cooperation with the President of the United States and this administration.
Senator, I'm talking to you as we've just been continuing to watch the raw footage, pictures of President Bush visiting with employees, both military and civilian, at the Pentagon, and I want to apologize to our viewers. Those pictures were pretty shaky, and as I say, it was unedited. We aired it just as it came in. One final question, Senator Daschle. How long is this spirit of cooperation between your party, the Democrats, and the Republicans going to last in the aftermath of this terrible tragedy?
Well, Judy, on matters pertaining to this crisis, I hope it lasts until the very, very last moment it's required. We have a new day, a new crisis, a new challenge, and I think, therefore, a new responsibility. And we're going to live up to that responsibility to the very best of our ability, regardless of how long it may take.
And finally, when does the Congress get back to business?
We're going to take up the Commerce and State Justice Appropriations Bill tomorrow. That was the pending business on Monday, and we hope to complete it this week.
All right, Senator Tom Daschle, who was the Majority Leader in the United States Senate. Thank you very much. Good to see you, Senator. For more in the aftermath of this tragedy that has shaken all of us, for more now on the emotions of the people who have been affected by it, CNN's Candy Crowley now.
At daybreak, the nightmare was still there, smoldering and burning, defying the imagination, thwarting rescue efforts, and testing an untested president.
The United States of America will use all our resources to conquer this enemy. We will rally the world. We will be patient, we'll be focused, and we will be steadfast in our determination. This battle will take time and resolve, but make no mistake about it, we will win.
8 months in office, President George Bush is already writing what may be the most important page of his own legacy. In an unusual revelation, officials said both the White House and Air Force One may have been targets. The news sheds some light on the president's first hours following the attacks when, instead of returning immediately to Washington, he flew from Florida to a military base in Louisiana and then another in Nebraska. Today, in both New York and Washington, the precarious nature of the rubble and the hellish heat of the fire frustrated attempts to reach the wounded, the dying, or the dead. Still, in Manhattan, they rescued alive and reasonably well 9 firefighters and police officers who had been buried beneath the debris. Their recovery fueled a round-the-clock search that runs mostly on adrenaline and hope.
I think once the cranes and the iron workers start getting the big stuff out of the way, we can get in there and do some nitpicking and maybe find some guys. There's a lot of voids, it seems, down there, so maybe there are some guys available.
But at the Pentagon, hope is gone. Officials say whoever might have survived the concussion of the plane's impact could not have lived through the fires that came after. There's no official estimate of how many lives were lost at the Pentagon or the World Trade Center. Authorities say they don't know, but everybody knows it will be awful. The FBI says it's identified most of the suicidal terrorists on the planes. Now they search for those behind the mayhem.
We also have identified through a number of leads, principally at the cities of origin, a number of individuals whom we believe may have had something to do with the hijackings, and we are pursuing those leads aggressively.
It is a very public manhunt. The FBI conducted a shoulder-to-shoulder search for evidence outside the Pentagon. Authorities in Providence, Rhode Island halted and boarded a Washington-bound Amtrak train, detaining at least 1 passenger. A SWAT team descended on a Boston hotel in search of suspects. No arrests were made. Authorities also searched a Vero Beach, Florida home and questioned others in the southern Florida area. The visibility of the efforts backs up the clear message from all arms of the federal government.
We will find out who is responsible for this, and they will pay for it.
I guess I'm kind of old-fashioned. I'm inclined to think that if you're going to cock it, you throw it.
Terrorism's reach goes far beyond the areas of immediate destruction. The nation's airliners still aren't flying as the FAA institutes new security requirements and carriers search for ways to comply. Wall Street remains closed, and for a second evening there'll be no Major League Baseball, the all-American pastime canceled by this un-American horror. Symbolically, personally, financially, the country is so wounded. The totality of the loss is incomprehensible, but the details are unbearable.
Someone on the 104th floor worked for the good firm of Cantor and Fitzgerald. We can't find hardly anybody from that firm who called his parents, told them he loved him, and they haven't heard from him since.
There are stories like it everywhere. People, knowing they are about to die, calling home to say, "I love you." People running for their lives and then stopping to carry a stranger to safety. The story here is that what prevailed in the final moment, in the face of death, is not fear or hate, but love and courage. Candy Crowley, CNN, Washington.
And those are the stories that bring us down and lift us up at the same time. Our Jonathan Karl was reporting just a little while ago, and I also was talking with Senate Democratic leader Tom Daschle a minute ago about appropriations to pay for the cleanup, the crisis of this crisis. I'm told that the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee is reporting that now the House and the Senate have agreed on a figure of $20 billion, an emergency supplemental payment that would be spent at the desire of the administration, the White House, to deal with the crisis. The House and Senate are going to take this supplemental up tomorrow. They plan to have it on President Bush's desk by the end of business, by the end of the day tomorrow. Aaron, back to you in New York.
Judy, thank you. We continue to keep our eye just to the left of what was Building 7, this large gray building, One Liberty Plaza. When we first heard the concern that this building might come down, we saw windows and facing on the west side, the right side of your screen popping out. Now we can see, and we suspect you can as well. Yes, indeed. Some of the windows now further to the east, more to the center of the building, on the seam line there, starting to pop out also. A large number of ambulances, 1, 2, 3 that I can see, 4, 5, 6, 7 at least that I can see, have moved into the area, moving towards the area as we talk to you now. People have been pulled out, though there is still, and Danny, I'm not sure if you can see it or not on the shot you're on, there's still a fair number of fire officials in that blown out area that is was a street yesterday and is now just a kind of wasteland there just ahead of the fire truck. There's still a fair number of people there, and we watched that building. And just for a moment, think about the implications here. That building, if it collapses, causes collateral damage. If that building doesn't collapse, but remains a danger to collapse, the rescue operation, if not totally shut down, is largely shut down. Now, I'm sure smarter people than I are figuring out how they're going to deal with this, but they have an enormous problem, about a 60-story problem, just to the east of the Trade Center. Some of the most fascinating reporting that we have heard today has come from CNN's Miles O'Brien. Miles has been following the flight paths and whatever information on board the 4 hijacked airplanes he could gather as he worked his sources and his computer and the rest. Miles joins us in Atlanta now with more on the detail, some cases shocking detail, of what he's been able to learn. Miles?
Shocking, horrifying, it all applies when you start looking at these 4 doomed flights, Aaron. Take a look here. This is the track of the 2 flights which left Boston. They were headed to the West Coast. Ultimately, of course, they ended up right near where Aaron is, striking the World Trade Center, eventually leveling them. Those flight paths are somewhat more clear-cut when you consider the goals of the terrorists. The flight that has caused us great interest today is this one, United Airlines Flight 93, which left from Newark Airport, made it as far as Cleveland, and did a 180-degree turn and seemed to be heading in toward the Baltimore-Washington area. Unclear what the target was, but the question that has been on our minds all day long is, why did this plane crash here? Was there perhaps some sort of struggle inside the cockpit of that particular aircraft? And we do know more about that now. But first, let me tell you a little bit about some of the other flights and what was going on board.
Nothing seemed amiss when American Airlines Flight 11 left the runway in Boston Tuesday morning. The 767-200 was about half full, toting 81 passengers, a cockpit crew of 2, and 9 flight attendants to the opposite coast. The captain likely planned for a 5-hour flight, so there was roughly 8,500 gallons of jet fuel in its 3 tanks. FAA radars tracked the airliner as it followed the flight plan. But then, about 20 minutes into the flight, somewhere over upstate New York, it turned sharply to the south. Flight 11 was hijacked, apparently by knife-wielding men. Airline pilots are trained to handle such situations by keeping calm, complying with requests, and, if possible, dialing in an emergency 4-digit code on a device called a transponder. It transmits crucial flight data to air traffic controllers. The action takes seconds, but it appears no such code was entered. But in the cabin, a frantic flight attendant managed to use a phone to call American Airlines Command Center in Dallas. She reported the trouble, and according to the Christian Science Monitor, a pilot apparently keyed the microphone, transmitting a cockpit conversation. The hijackers could be heard saying, "We have more planes, we have more planes." Radio transmissions like this would have been recorded on the ground by the FAA.
The police have identified 5 suspects that they believe were involved with this terrorist act, and 2 of whom may be brothers, apparently, reportedly. 2 of whom, 2 others, may have flown in from Portland and originated in Canada.
About 5 minutes before Flight 11 started heading south, another 767, United Flight 175, left Boston, also for Los Angeles, 65 souls aboard. 15 minutes after becoming airborne, it veered off course. One passenger made 2 calls to his father. In one exchange, he said a flight attendant was stabbed. In the second call, he told his dad the plane was going down.
They knew not to carry guns on the airplane. If they fired off a bullet, they could have had explosive decompression on the aircraft. they knew what they were doing, and they knew what their mission was, obviously.
We know what happened next. The 767 struck and ultimately leveled the World Trade Center's twin towers.
I know pilots. No, if you're going to die, you're not going to fly in a World Trade Center to do it. Yeah, there would be a struggle, major struggle.
Which brings us to the story of Jeremy Glick. Jeremy Glick was a passenger on board United Airlines Flight 93. Newark to Los Angeles was the intended destination. According to his family, he made a phone call after the plane became commandeered somewhere around here in the Cleveland area. He asked them to confirm reports that other passengers had heard from talking to their family members that, in fact, a plane had already crashed into the World Trade Center here in the New York area. When that was confirmed by his family, he dropped the phone for some time, came back to report to his family that the male passengers on board United Airlines Flight 93 had voted to attack the hijackers. Dropped the phone again, and the rest we can only surmise. But this flight did not make it to what appeared to be its intended target, the Washington, D.C. area. If you're looking for heroes, the passengers on board that plane, obviously now perished, would be them. Aaron?
Miles, there's going to be no shortage of heroes here as we keep our eye on One Liberty Plaza, about 8 blocks from where we are, as windows continue to pop out of that building. Just in the last 5 minutes or so, another half dozen ambulances have moved in. Look, I can't honestly tell you that these ambulances that I now see were not in another part of the staging area too close to that building and have been moved around several blocks and back down. That is certainly possible. It is also possible that they are very concerned that this building's coming down and they want to make sure that they can treat the people who might be hurt. Which one of those possibilities, I honestly can't tell you. I can tell you that there is a sea of ambulances down there. Patty Davis has been covering today transportation questions. I think all of us have known that flying, at least in the near term, is not going to be the same, and in fact the rules are changing. Patty, good evening.
Certainly changing, Aaron. The FAA has said that it is now accepting flight plans from some commercial airlines to get back in the air. Now, that only applies to a limited number of flights, those that were diverted yesterday when these acts of terrorism occurred. Both domestically and those that are in Canada, were diverted in Canada, will be allowed now to come into the United States. Now, Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta says those limited number of flights will operate under much tighter security.
Only passengers on the original flights will be allowed to reboard under strict security, and only after airports and airlines have implemented strict screening measures.
Now, the ground stop continues for most other flights. Only diverted flights are being allowed to file their flight plans with the FAA. The FAA saying the ground stop continues, has been extended. No timetable for all those other flights has been set at this point. FAA says, though, that those flights will not resume definitely before sometime tomorrow. And of course, all those airports and those airlines have to meet these new tougher restrictions, these security restrictions that the FAA has now beefed up. Those include no knives, including plastic knives, on board airlines. No curbside or off-airport check-in. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed past the metal detectors, as the Secretary said. Higher standards for security personnel as well. And there will be more federal air marshals, it should say air marshals in there, at large airports. Also, we are told that anyone with an e-ticket who normally would go directly to the gate, not allowed to do that anymore. Even if you have a boarding pass issued from your travel agent, you will no longer be allowed to go directly to the gate. Everyone must stop at the ticket counter and check in. Aaron?
Thank you. Mike Millers with Aviation Daily, as we keep our camera posted here on One Liberty Plaza, and we'll just kind of watch this for a bit, and we'll talk to Mike. Mike, you know, maybe I'm about to say the unspeakable here, but I'm not sure that I'd want that there are a whole lot of people out there that want to be the first person to get on an airplane tomorrow.
Yeah, the thing that everybody should realize who's even considering traveling in the next couple days is because there's been so much ambiguity today from DOT about exactly when anybody can do anything, that when it's all over, it still won't be over. There's still going to be confusion. The employees at the airport won't really know exactly what to do. There should be 1 million people trying to fly tomorrow. Normally there'd be about 1 million this time of year, and yet we have absolutely no direction about what will happen tomorrow, whether the planes will be allowed to take off first thing in the morning. So people with tickets still are in limbo.
Well, help me on this, because it does seem to me that one of the problems, no matter when they lift this flying ban, is going to be you've got airplanes in a lot of places where they're not necessarily supposed to be. And then one of the things the airlines are going to have to do is figure out how to get that plane that was supposed to go New York to Cleveland into New York or into Cleveland, because it's in Houston.
Right. There's actually not as many planes in different places than you might think, because most of the flights were shut down before 10 o'clock in the morning or so on Tuesday, so there's not a full day's travel schedule that's been disrupted. There are 250 planes in Canada that have to get back to the United States, and presumably some of those will get back tonight. But anybody who is considering traveling, who has been following this story, probably should try to be very flexible and say, well, can you get me, instead of to San Francisco, to Oakland, instead of Los Angeles, maybe to San Diego, because there will be a whole big backlog of people that have been trying to get out for 2 days, and it's going to be a mess, I would think, for at least the next week, probably further.
And, you know, I guess it goes without saying, and we always say that just before we say something, that people need to allow, if in fact we get some flights in the air, and the country starts to return to some sort of normalcy, that they need to allow a lot more time than they even did before. I mean, the airlines would say 45 minutes, I think this is about right, half hour, 45 minutes before a domestic flight. Give me an idea of how much time you would say right now.
Well, just my own personal approach, I would try to go and arrive at the airport 2 hours before my flight. 1, to check and monitor things, 2, to ask questions, 3, to allow for the extra security across each step of the way. There will be extra security just getting into the building in every airport. There will be extra security checking in. There will be longer lines and probably a longer time to get through those metal detectors. And each plane has to be inspected before passengers get on it, and nobody really knows how long that's going to take either.
And those questions that they routinely ask, did you pack your own bags? Did anyone give you anything? Nobody's going to answer them as nonchalantly as they did a few days ago. Mike, thanks. Mike Miller of Aviation Daily joining us. Judy?
Aaron, those are the kinds of precautions that I know that people flying into and out of Israel have grown quite accustomed to. They've become routine in that nation, which has seen terrorism become part of its life. We're going to be prepared to go back to Aaron at any moment as we watch that 60-story building close to him as it gets shakier and shakier, if you will, and may be on the verge of collapsing. Right now, we want to show you President Bush visiting the Pentagon. Just a short time ago, he went over across the Potomac River to pay a visit to employees there to inspect the damage. And after he took a look, here's what he had to say.
Secretary and I are, first of all, I must tell you, I am overwhelmed by the devastation. I am so grateful for the people who are working here. We're here to say thanks to not only the workers on this site, but the workers who are doing the same work in New York City. I want to say thanks to the folks who have given blood to the Red Cross. I want to say thanks for the hundreds and thousands of Americans who pray for the victims and their families. Secretary Rumsfeld told me when I talked to him that he felt the blast shake the Pentagon. Even though he was on the other side of the building rocked. And now I know why. Coming here makes me sad on the one hand, also makes me angry. And our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists, by people who don't share the same values we share, by people who are willing to destroy people's lives because we embrace freedom. Our nation mourns, but our government will go on. The country will function. We're on high alert for any possible activity. But coming here confirms what the Secretary and I both know, that this is a great nation. The people here working hard prove it. People out here working their hearts out to answer families' questions, to remove the rubble and debris from this awful scene. And again, thank everybody, not only in this site, but all across America, who are responding so generously, so kindly in their prayers, and their contributions of blood, and their willingness to help in any way they can.
President Bush visiting the Pentagon just a short time ago, where they have only begun to pull out the victims and to clean up the damage. CNN was part of a poll that was conducted last evening in the aftermath of yesterday's terrible acts, and our senior political analyst Bill Schneider joins me now to tell us about the poll and what the American people are saying. Bill.
Well, Judy, people see this as far more than a crime or an isolated terrorist incident. That came through loud and clear in 4 different polls, one of them by us, all taken last night. In our own poll, 86% of Americans described yesterday's attack as an act of war against the United States. Now, you remember President Bush warned last night, we will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed those crimes and those who harbor them. And the public agrees with that. In the Washington Post ABC News poll, 84% supported military action against countries that assist or shelter terrorists. There's also agreement on one other point. We'll get them. In all 4 polls, majorities said that they were very confident that the United States would be able to find and punish the people responsible. So not only do Americans believe we're at war, they're confident we'll win.
And Bill, when people were asked to what extent they view this as a turning point in American history?
Well, you know, that's a startling and dramatic finding from a poll taken last night by Ipsos Reid. 3/4 of the public said that they see these events as a turning point that will fundamentally change things forever. Only 21% believe that things will eventually in this country return to normal. To Americans, yesterday was like Pearl Harbor Day and the day John F. Kennedy was shot. Everyone will remember for the rest of their lives exactly where they were and what they were doing when they heard the terrible news. And like the Kennedy assassination in Pearl Harbor, yesterday's events will change America forever. Judy?
All right, Bill Schneider. And now we want to go down to Atlanta to CNN's Mike Boettcher for the latest on what you've been working on in terms of the investigation into all this. Mike?
Well, Judy, the investigation has been moving very rapidly up and down the East Coast. Some of the leads have been very fruitful. The FBI has been moving ahead and trying to identify the various suspects. Now, cars that investigators believe were left behind by suspected terrorists at Boston Logan Airport and at Portland International Airport have borne fruit for investigators, especially that car at Boston's Logan Airport, where they found material written in Arabic that investigators say was very helpful and positive. Helpful how? Well, it apparently led to the identity of 2 suspects, Mohammed Atta and Marwan Youssef Al-Shehi. Investigators went to Huffman Aviation in Venice, Florida, after they identified those 2 people, where they believe the 2 men received pilot training. Now, CNN has learned those 2 men have commercial pilot's licenses. Now, in another part of Florida, in Vero Beach, Florida, the FBI has apparently tracked down the identity of 2 other suspects. Police searched the homes of Adnan Bukhari and his brother Amir Abbas Bukhari. Law enforcement sources believe they are both Saudi citizens and commercial pilots. One of the addresses listed for them is a post office box in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, at Saudi Airlines. So the bottom line is they have at least 4 suspects, and 4 of those are commercial pilots, Judy.
All right, Mike Boettcher, I know this information is coming in bits and pieces, and we want to try to report it as it comes in. Mike Boettcher, thanks very much. Well, we've been telling you, our colleagues in New York, Aaron Brown and others have been telling us about those rescue efforts in New York, people literally risking their lives now in order to see if there's anyone left alive in the rubble of the World Trade Center. Right now, CNN's national correspondent Gary Tuchman is on the telephone to tell us what is going on with that building very much at risk. Gary?
Well, Judy, there is a deep feeling of unease in the lower portion of Manhattan tonight. The building is called One Liberty Plaza. It's a very tall, grayish-black building that is just to the east of where the 2 World Trade Center towers were. About 2 hours ago, I was brought to ground zero to see the 1,000 to 1,500 workers who are on the scene working at the wreckage. I was told when I was there they were deeply concerned about that One Liberty Plaza building and another building to the south that has a huge hole in it. These are very brave people. They are walking on top of wreckage, and in some cases is 75 feet tall, lifting up heavy metal with the knowledge that 2 buildings nearby are vulnerable. Well, about 30 minutes after I was there, they started noticing that that One Liberty Plaza building started twisting, and then windows started popping out of the building. Immediately, an evacuation was ordered, and now all 1,000 to 1,500 people have evacuated the area. There is no one at the scene right now participating in the rescue and recovery. In addition, members of the news media who were about 4 or 5 blocks away from the World Trade Center site were told to immediately start moving back a couple of blocks to get farther away from the building. The fear is, and we should make this very clear, there is no evidence this building is coming down. But there is a concern that it could happen. And if the building did come down, and that's still a long shot in my estimation based on talking to people, it could potentially knock down other buildings nearby, creating a very huge problem. And that's why the area has been evacuated. I should tell you, Judy, being at the site, one thing that I must stress, this is a much worse disaster in terms of damage than I ever imagined, even being 4 blocks away. When I got there, we are talking about damage to maybe 100 to 150 businesses that aren't part of the World Trade Center complex, some very substantial. There is debris and damage in a 10-square-block area in each direction from the World Trade Center complex. A morgue has been set up across from the World Trade Center in a damaged Brooks Brothers store. That's where people who have perished have been brought. And there is a center, a triage center, set up in the One Liberty Plaza building. So there might be a concern when you evacuated that building, what happens to the people in the triage center? Well, sadly, there's no one in the triage center because they haven't found any survivors in the past several hours. Judy?
All right, Gary, I have one more question I want to ask you, and as I do, I believe we're going to be able to show our viewers some very unusual pictures from the International Space Station. These are pictures of New York City from space. So that now I'm seeing this for the first time, just as you are. The smoke you're able to see is clearly that coming from that area of lower Manhattan that Gary has been reporting on. Gary, I don't think you're in a position to see this, but it certainly does give us the bird's eye view of the city and just one more idea of the incredible devastation wrought by yesterday's acts of terrorism. Gary, one last question while I'm talking to you. How close now are the emergency personnel to the area that of the devastation, given the risk of this One Liberty Plaza building? Are people still in the immediate adjacent area?
I can tell you, Judy, that many of the rescue and recovery workers are standing with me right now, and we're about 4 or 5 blocks away. People aren't getting very close at this point because of the risk. I also wanted to mention, you're talking about the smoke that can be seen from space. It's a surreal sight here because most of us are carrying masks with us and people are walking down the streets wearing masks, wearing bandanas over their face and their nose because too much time spent without the mask or the bandana leaves you with a sore throat because of all the fumes that have been prevalent here for the last day and a half.
All right, Gary Tuchman, and we are now looking at, we're going to be showing you live pictures of the building. We've been discussing this building at 1 Liberty Plaza at risk of collapse, although as you heard Gary say, there's no clear proof, there's no clear evidence that it will collapse, but it is believed that there's just a good chance that it could happen, and given the horrendous devastation that would mean, the effect on other buildings nearby, people are out of there. They have been moved blocks away, and everyone is watching this building. Close to the World Trade Center, but just giving you an idea of how many buildings are involved in what happened yesterday. And even as we watch the scenes in New York, we are back here in Washington following developments at the Pentagon. President Bush just visiting there a short time ago to inspect the damage himself. Our military affairs correspondent Jamie McIntyre is at the Pentagon right now. Jamie.
Well, this visit by President Bush across the Potomac River to inspect the damage here at the Pentagon was marked by a moment of high symbolism as workers, rescue workers and firefighters unfurled a huge American flag from the roof of the Pentagon and hung it over the side of the building that was took the brunt of that attack from an airliner right into the side of the building. That flag flew as President Bush personally thanked some of the rescue workers for their hard work, despite the fact that the Pentagon has now given up hope that there were any survivors left in the building. There were about 60 people injured who are being treated at area hospitals. President Bush spoke briefly to the workers and told them that this incident had simply increased his determination.
Coming here makes me sad on the one hand. It also makes me angry. And our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists, by people who don't share the same values we share, by people who are willing to destroy people's lives.
The casualties in that section of the Pentagon has turned out not to be nearly as high as was initially feared. Pentagon sources now say that they think the number will end up being somewhere between 100 and 200 deaths, something that Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld alluded to in a briefing earlier today.
We currently believe and are certainly hopeful that the number of casualties being reported in the press is high. As you know from your own observation out there, the work is still going forward, and we won't know for some time precise numbers.
For all intents and purposes, the fire in the Pentagon is out, although there are still some smoldering areas. Fire officials say technically the fire is simply under control. The big question now is what next? What in terms of a possible military response? That was presumably the subject of a meeting between President Bush and Defense Secretary Rumsfeld that took place in his office after this inspection. Judy?
And Jamie, I presume that means it's too soon to know what was discussed. Jamie, I just have one question. We think of people, the members of our armed forces, as being a pretty stoic bunch, if you will, but you've been covering that building for a long time, covering people in the military for quite some time. How are they affected by all this?
Well, I think it actually has resulted in a feeling of determination. There is a feeling that they were attacked, that this wasn't an accident, that it was a deliberate act. The people who described the actual evacuation of the building right in the aftermath of this incident tell me that it was people were very calm despite the tragedy that was taking place around them. And there was a real, of course, there's a real bond felt between members of the military. By the way, this wedge is basically the Navy wedge, and almost all the deaths are expected to be either in the Navy or the Army, which also had some offices nearby. But there's a real sense of resolve after this attack.
All right, Jamie McIntyre reporting from the Pentagon. Well, as we've been hearing today, as the hours have gone by, new details, dramatic details surfacing about what happened on board those planes before they crashed into the World Trade Center, into the Pentagon, and the plane that crashed into a rural area in western Pennsylvania. CNN's That Was United Airlines Flight 93. CNN's Rusty Dornan tells us more about that.
38-year-old Thomas Burnett called his wife Dina from Flight 93 4 times Tuesday. The first call, he told her his plane was hijacked. A passenger had been knifed. On the second call, his wife told him about the crash at the World Trade Center. The third, Burnett wanted details about the Trade Center crash. His wife said it was like he was puzzling it out. By the fourth call, he'd made a decision with some other passengers.
On the last phone call, he said that a group of them were getting ready to do something. And then he hung up and he never called back.
Did he say anything to you personally?
He did not. And that, I know the reason he didn't is he was fighting to come home. He had every intention of being here that night.
15 minutes before Flight 93 flew into the ground, another call. Mark Bingham, a San Francisco public relations executive, phoned his mother, Alice, who happens to be a United flight attendant. He told her he loved her.
I'm on a flight from Newark to San Francisco, and there are 3 guys that have taken over the plane, and they say they have a bomb. And I said, Mark, who are they? I said, Mark, I love you too. And I said, who are these guys? And then he seemed to be pulled away from the phone for a minute.
Hoagland says her son didn't seem panicked.
His voice was calm. He seemed very much composed, even though I know he must have been under terrible duress.
Burnett also said her husband seemed very cool. In her heart, she believes if the plane was averted from another target, her husband likely had something to do with it.
He went down fighting. I know he did. His adrenaline was going. He was not whispering. He was talking quickly, and he was ready to do something.
Wednesday at Burnett's church in San Ramon, California. A remembrance of a man whose final moments may have been spent fighting for the survival of the passengers of Flight 93. Rusty Dornan, CNN, San Francisco.
Well, once again now we are in Washington, and in order to keep you updated, just a couple of details. Investigators fanning out from Boston to Florida and beyond, pursuing any leads that they can. The FBI saying it knows the identities now of many of the hijackers. Today, as we've just told you in the last few moments, crews did hang a large, huge American flag from the Pentagon. Meantime, the Bush administration saying the plane that crashed there may have been aiming for the White House, or possibly that Air Force One was a target. And in New York City, the rescue effort at the World Trade Center is on hold. It is believed that a nearby building may be about to collapse. No survivors have been found since this morning, Wednesday morning. And now for a few moments, we want to consider what those at the Capitol and the administration and at the Pentagon have been thinking and talking about today, and that is, what does the United States do now that this unspeakable acts of terror have been committed against this nation? At the White House, our senior White House correspondent John King. Back at the Pentagon, CNN's Jamie McIntyre. John King, to you first. Just how much are they saying openly at the White House about what their options are?
Well, Judy, we know the president met twice with his national security team today, the last time just before he headed over to the Pentagon to greet rescue and relief workers there. They're not saying very much publicly at all, except the president, of course, today calling this an act of war. What they are saying here, though, is that the president is weighing his options, and we are told by senior administration officials that more and more, especially at that second National Security Council meeting today, there were discussions of potential U.S. military and diplomatic and other options to be taken down the road once they reach a conclusion point in this investigation. Senior officials telling us there are, quote, no absolutes in the investigation so far. but also another official saying, quote, everything points to the network of Osama bin Laden. So the administration building a case here, having its own internal deliberations, and the administration very encouraged by international outrage. The president himself spoke to a half-dozen world leaders today. The NATO alliance said it considered this the attack on the United States to be an attack on the alliance. The president looking to build a broad international coalition, and administration officials saying he hopes to use that coalition not only to respond to these attacks yesterday here in the United States, but also to mount a broader offensive against terrorism.
Judy. Deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war. This will require our country to unite in steadfast determination and resolve. Freedom and democracy are under attack.
Now, as the president made that case in public today, Judy, a remarkable disclosure by the White House saying on the record it believed both the White House, the mansion where the president lives, and Air Force One, the plane that carries him around the world, were potential targets in these attacks. Two reasons why. Number one, the White House saying it has credible information that the plane that crashed into the Pentagon actually was initially targeting the White House, and then at the last minute decided to change its target, veer off, and hit the Pentagon instead. Number two, we are told by sources that another operating theory is that that plane that crashed outside of Pittsburgh was taking a turn toward Washington, and some officials believe its target was Andrews Air Force Base, that the hijackers believed that President Bush would be rushing back to Washington, and that perhaps there was a plan to take that plane and crash it into Andrews Air Force Base just as Air Force One was returning. That, administration sources say, is why the president did not return directly to Washington and went to two military installations before ultimately returning aboard Air Force One to Andrews Air Force Base with military fighter jets escorting him. Judy?
Just chilling pieces of information coming out. Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon, as we listen to John, and I know we want to ask you what the administration is finding out about all this. I guess my question is, how much are they going to feel that they have to have before they decide to act?
Well, that's one of the key questions. And of course, the impulse is to act quickly, to show that the United States is capable of taking action right away. But of course, that's often not the smartest thing to do. So they're going to have to weigh the impulse to act quickly and have some military retaliation against the need to build a case and make sure that they know who it is that they want to strike. There's two elements to this. One is enough evidence of who's responsible. That's something the FBI is gathering now. And then you need enough intelligence to know where that person or persons or organization or country is and how the best way to strike them is. And all of that would seem to indicate that it's going to have to take a little time. And of course, at the Pentagon today, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld said that nobody should think that the fight against terrorism is something that you can do quickly. It's going to take, he said, a long, sustained campaign.
And John King, when we talk about the element of time, how much time does the White House think it has before it has to make some sort of decision one way or another?
Well, I would just echo what Jamie said. Remember what happened a few years back when the Clinton administration launched strikes against suspected camps of Osama bin Laden. If indeed the bin Laden network is responsible for these attacks in the United States this week, one could make the case those Clinton administration attacks didn't do much, did they? This president not only wants, first, we're told, to have conclusive evidence in the investigation, but very much wants to build international support, not only just among predictable U.S. allies like the United Kingdom, France, and Germany. Two conversations with the Russian president, Mr. Bush, had today, a conversation with the Chinese president, Jiang Zemin. We're told the president hoping not only to respond both militarily and economically to these attacks, but also to try to use this to build momentum, to build some good thing out of this tragedy, momentum for a broader international effort to combat not only terrorists, but the nations that harbor them and support them financially.
All right, John King reporting from the White House, Jamie McIntyre from the Pentagon. Joining us now here in Washington, Bill Bennett, a leading figure in the conservative movement in this country, former education secretary, former drug czar, and two different administrations. Bill Bennett, what is now with Empower America, what is the right thing now for the United States to do?
Well, I think we have a moment of moral clarity right now in America, Judy. There is good and evil in the world. There is right and there is wrong. And I think everyone apprehends that, no matter what their politics, where they are ideologically. And now, building on that moment of moral clarity, I think we need to act. We issued a statement today at Empower America, Jack Kemp and Jeane Kirkpatrick and I, saying that Congress should declare war against militant Islam, and that the United States should proceed as if in war, because it is in war, to hunt down these folks.
But what does that mean? These people are scattered all over the globe, presumably.
Well, believe me, the United States can find a lot of them if we set our mind to it. I had some access to intelligence information when I was director of drug policy. You can know and find out an awful lot, and we already do know an awful lot. But it means a couple things. It means we need to be willing to kill some people who are leaders of these movements, if it is indeed these people who are responsible. And we need to explain to the American people that that's what it's going to take. I think they're with us. The second thing is we need to persevere, because if we get as tough as we should get, we may see more attacks on the United States. It's a big country, it's a free country, it's an open country, and even with restrictions that we're going to see, you will never seal the borders of this country. We know that from discussions of the drug war.
Let me just ask you, Bill Bennett, are you saying the United States should act before it has all the details that one would normally expect to have to make a legal case against someone or some group?
Well, it's not a matter of a legal case, Judy. We're not in a court of law. The President Roosevelt didn't say to Japan that he was going to bring it to justice. He said he was going to bring Japan to its knees. There's always more information to get. There are always more details to get. The question is, do we wait until we have all the information? No, because you never get all the information. When you have enough, when you have beyond a reasonable doubt, one might say, borrowing from the law, a grasp or understanding of who's responsible, then you act. I don't think this is rocket science, by the way, and I think our intelligence people probably already know who's responsible for this.
So do you have a timeline here in your mind?
The time matters less to me than that it be done well, and that it be done without equivocation, that it be done with overwhelming force, and that we understand that we're in this for the long run. I was checking my time frame. World War II, people may not realize it was 55 days before we got to the Marshall Islands after Pearl Harbor, and 101 days after till we got to Tokyo. That may seem, 55 days may seem like a long time after this one. I don't think we need to wait that long, not nearly that long. But when we do it, we should do it right, and we should make it clear that we're in this fight for the long run. This requires, if I could just say, not only something of our leaders, and I think our leader has passed his first great test. I happen to know there was a lot of pressure on George Bush to stay away last night, and we heard these reports on CNN.
You mean to stay away from Washington, from the White House?
Because of these threats, but I understand from all the information I have is that he was the one who insisted on coming back. So score one for our leader. He's showing the courage. Now the American people are going to have to be prepared to show some courage too. They're going to have to put up with some inconveniences, but they're also going to have to put up with spending more money on defense, with making sure we're in this for the long run, and with whatever else it may take. This is obviously a serious and well-prepared enemy that could strike at the heart of America like this. This is not any pushover operation.
But just to be clear again, Bill Bennett, are you saying, I mean, is there a threshold at all which should be met before the United States, of information before the United States moves to retaliate?
Yeah, there should be a threshold. We should be pretty confident that we're getting the right people. And I don't think that's going to be hard to meet. Somewhere beyond, between preponderance of the evidence and beyond a reasonable doubt. And the track record of a lot of these militant Islam organizations are such that they can give us confidence. Notice what everybody else is saying too, Judy. Everybody, every Democrat, every Republican, and I think we should hold them to it. That it's not just these individuals and groups, but it's these nations, these states that sponsor or support. That could be a lot of people. That could be Syria, that could be Libya, that could be Lebanon, that could be Iraq and Iran, it could be China.
And if innocent people are hurt?
Innocent people are hurt in war. This country can select its targets and exercise, as we saw in the Gulf War, with incredible precision. But there are no doubt that innocent people will be hurt. But a ton of innocent people were hurt yesterday. They provoked it, they have asked for it, they should get it.
All right, Bill Bennett with Empower America, former Education Secretary, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's good to see you. We appreciate it. And we just want to let you know, I've just been told that over at the Capitol, which you can see behind me, preparations are underway now for a prayer vigil, which should be getting underway in just a few minutes. When it does get underway, we will take you there live, but we want to show you some of the people. Senator John Kerry, of course, Democrat of Massachusetts. We just saw Senator Ted Kennedy passing in front of the camera. Arlen Specter of Pennsylvania. This looks like a pretty broad cross-section of familiar faces in the Congress, both in the House. That's George Miller on the right from the state of California, Congressman Miller. We see Pat Leahy of Vermont, Teddy Kennedy there on the left. We see a number of members. That's Republican Senator Olympia Snowe of the state of Maine, Jim Inhofe, senator from Oklahoma, and a few others we see, and no doubt there will be a large turnout by members of Congress and others as this prayer service gets underway just outside the United States Capitol. Now we want to go across the Atlantic Ocean to London, to our chief international correspondent, Christiane Amanpour, who's been taking a look today, Christiane, at the reaction of people around the world to what's been happening here in the United States.
Judy, even this side of the Atlantic, they're calling it a declaration of war. The newspapers in England and across Europe have been blaring headlines today. Even the normally careful and sedate broadsheets have all got unmistakable commentary. Assault on America, doomsday America, as I say, declaration of war. This is being taken incredibly seriously, as you can imagine here. Commentators have been talking about it for the last 2 days, and leaders have been stepping up one by one across Europe and indeed across the world to offer sympathy, solidarity and support. There have been national security meetings in virtually every European capital, in Russia and in other places around the world, and there have been very practical steps taken, for instance, by NATO. 19 NATO representatives today in Brussels, in Belgium, their headquarters, invoked a Cold War era treaty in which essentially an attack on one member is an attack on all members, and all members are therefore committed to a mutual defense. They have said that this now they have taken, and if the United States decides that it wants to and needs to take action, then NATO is at its disposal to help in that situation. Apart from that, on a human level, there have been many people across Europe who've simply come to US embassies, who've put flowers, sometimes even soft toys, who've left messages. Flags have been flying at half-staff at government buildings, certainly in Britain and in other parts of Europe and around the world. There have also been many messages of support from Arab countries, particularly the American Arab allies. They have condemned this act of terrorism, and also the 57 nations of the Organization of the Islamic Conference condemn this, saying that this is against Islam. There have been incidences which have, quote, sickened some people who've been watching, and those are the celebrations. Very few of these, we must stress, in some parts of the world, notably in refugee camps, in the Palestinian refugee camps in Lebanon and other parts where people have been celebrating this. Also in Iraq, which, as you know, is still in a state of low-level war with the United States, there have been support for this terrorist attack. This is not just the single greatest attack on the United States since World War II, but the single biggest act of terrorism anywhere in recorded memory. And that is really being felt, and a profound sense of confidence has been shaken, a sense of insecurity is settling down. And people in Britain who I've been talking to say that, look, you know, of a certain generation, we grew up with the Blitz. We know what it is to be bombed, to see destroyed buildings. But when we saw what happened in New York, we felt sick. We've never felt like this before.
Christiane, I want to touch on something. I was just interviewing Bill Bennett, who's been very much a leader in the conservative movement in this country, former cabinet secretary. He and others are calling for striking back and striking hard. There were a number of columns in America's newspapers today calling on the administration not to hold back, not to wait. Based on what you know, the people you've been talking with, whether in London or elsewhere, what do you think the support would be if the United States decided to move quickly before all the facts were in? What do you think the reaction would be? Is there a threshold, I guess is what I'm asking, that people expect the United States to have of information before it moves?
Well, first of all, the Prime Minister of Britain, Tony Blair, and Britain is, of course, America's staunchest and closest ally in Europe, has basically said that an attack on the United States is an attack on the rest of the civilized world, on the rest of the democratic world. He said that this means that we are all targets, that no one is immune, and therefore all countries have to unite in a front, a united front, against this kind of what he called evil. He said that everybody has to unite, and he also said that Britain's interests were clearly engaged because he predicted that there would be hundreds of British casualties. Many, many Britons live and work in the United States, as do many nationals from other countries. All this to say that groundwork appears to be being laid for some kind of response. I believe they think that it is inevitable if the United States comes to a conclusion that it has identified the perpetrators and can do something. On the other hand, there are people who say that while they do believe some kind of response has to be taken, they don't want to see the same kind of attack that happened in 1998 when cruise missiles were sent to Afghanistan and Sudan, and when several, innocent people, they say, were killed. There is a certain sense of carefulness here being taken. What's going to be interesting is whether this administration sends out Secretary of State Colin Powell to coalition build. This is the members of this administration have done this before. Colin Powell, Vice President Cheney, these people were in the first Bush administration and know what it is to build a coalition. And it's going to be interesting, and many people here are waiting to see whether that will be a next step, not just amongst allies, but like in the Gulf War, other nations to basically take sides. They're saying it is a time now to take sides and take a stand and stand up and be counted.
All right, Christiane Amanpour reporting from London, and also reflecting what we're hearing here. Some saying, yes, move fast, but don't stoop to do what the terrorists have done to the United States. Now we want to go quickly to New York City to CNN's John Voss at the scene in Lower Manhattan of this shaky building at 1 Liberty Plaza. John?
Judy, we're a few blocks away from the World Trade Center. All day we've been speaking with some workers as they finish their work on the debris, on their searching mission, looking for survivors, looking for bodies. A few that have stopped and have talked with us have told us some stories. One of the stories that we were told was how an American flag was found in the debris, how the workers stopped. They hoisted that flag upon a cell phone tower which once stood upon the top of the South Tower. They hoisted that flag. Everyone stopped momentarily. They saluted that flag. They said it gave everyone a much needed morale boost. Other stories come from people from North Carolina who simply got in their cars, drove here and tried to help. They say they were working in the cafeteria. They tell us they have found uneaten food. They have found laptops. They have found cell phones which are still charged. Those same workers told us that when they look out of the cafeteria, they look upon that pile of rubble, and they tell us that whenever a body is found or a body part is found, it's marked by a piece of orange plastic, and they say that it seems as if there is orange plastic every 10 feet. And they do tell us, though, that when a body is found or a body part is found, it is treated with incredible respect. Other workers have told us that the fires, which are still burning, are setting off the ammunition which we assume was in the guns of the police officers, which are buried in that rubble. Other workers tell us it's been an extremely frustrating day. Debris is still falling there, and that every time that debris falls, work must stop. They must evacuate the area. They must stop, however briefly.
John, we're going to interrupt you now. John Voss, we're going to interrupt you now because we do want to take our viewers to the Capitol, where a prayer vigil, prayer service has just gotten underway.
Under the shadow of your throne, still we dwell secure. Sufficient is your love alone, and our defense is sure. We come together to affirm our faith in God as the sovereign of this land, and also the Lord of our lives. We come with heavy hearts, filled with a profound grief for our fellow Americans who have perished in the terrorist attack in New York City at the World Trade Center and here in Washington at the Pentagon. with deep love and care, we reach out to the families of these who were the victims of these attacks. And here we gather in this historic rotunda as the Congress of the United States to affirm our oneness in patriotism and our belief in Almighty God. Our help is in the name of the Lord, who made heaven and who made earth. Let us pray. O gracious Father, loving God, you have promised to keep us in perfect peace when our minds are stayed on you. Do for us what we cannot do for ourselves. Keep our minds on you. Lift up our hearts. Invade our thinking with your peace, your shalom, the peace that passes all understanding, the peace that places a balm of healing on our raw nerves, the peace that makes us secure in your everlasting arms. You alone can heal the immense grief following yesterday's tragic loss. You alone are the source of comfort for the immense pain, the loneliness, and the anguish that the families of the victims of yesterday's terrorist attacks have suffered and will endure. O blessed God, be the unseen but powerful presence in their homes, the strength of their spouses, the eternal Father to the fatherless children, a friend to those whose friends have perished in violent death. Mend their broken hearts and fill them with courage. But now, Lord, thank you for the memory of those gallant police officers and firefighters who gave their lives to protect others. May we never forget their heroism and commitment. As members and officers of the Senate and the House of Representatives of Congress, we intercede for your care for their families. Strengthen them and give them an assurance of your presence. May they know that death came as no conqueror in the end. You met them as your eternal friend. Now in this memorial service, fill our hearts with hope and an assurance that death is not an ending, but a transition in eternal life. You are our Lord and our Savior. Amen. And now there will be the presentation of the colors, the Star-Spangled Banner, the Pledge of Allegiance, and the retiring of the colors.
in the saying of the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A great psalm of comfort and courage is the 46th Psalm. It gives us personal hope and reassures our nation that God is in charge. Hear God's word. God is our refuge and our strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore, we will not fear. Even though the earth be removed, and though the mountains be carried into the midst of the sea, though its waters roar and be troubled, though the mountains shake with its swelling, there is a river whose streams make glad the city of God, the holy place of the tabernacle of the Most High. God is in the midst of her. She shall not be moved. God shall help her. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. He makes wars to cease to the ends of the earth. He breaks the bow and cuts the spear in two. He burns the chariot with fire. Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted on the earth. The God of Jacob is our refuge. The Lord is with us. The word of the Lord. Amen.
What happened at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon yesterday is unreal. It is shocking. It is unbelievable. But it did happen. We stand together tonight, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as citizens of the world, as Americans, as brothers and sisters with pain and with hurt. We are a circle of trust that cannot be broken. We are one people. We are one family. We are one nation. Tonight we pray for those who are not here to pray for themselves. Let us all bow our heads in prayer. O God, we come to thee tonight with heavy hearts. We need you now. We call on you because we know that you are a powerful and mighty God. We need you in this hour. We need your healing power. We ask tonight for you to look down on us. Please, God, look down on America. Look down on New York. Look down on Washington. We ask your blessing be upon the President of the United States, the leaders of the Congress, and all of the members. God, if you will, bless all of our people. We ask, oh God, in a very special way for you to be with the families and the loved ones of the victims at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, and with the families of those who perished in Pennsylvania. We pray tonight for the firefighters, the police officers, the doctors, the nurses, and all of the emergency medical personnel. We pray, O Lord, for our entire nation in this time of tremendous grief and despair. We call on you tonight, dear Lord, because there's no one else for us to call on. We turn to you tonight, for there's no one else for us to turn to in our hour of need. We ask that you continue to watch over America and shed thy grace on thee. We need thy help, O God, now, right now, more than ever before. Hear our prayer. We stand in need of your presence, O God. We are your people. We are your children. We are hurting. Our people are hurting. Our nation is hurting. Help us, O God. See us through this storm and hold us in the palm of your powerful hands. Tonight, dear God, let there be peace in our world, peace in America, and peace in our hearts and soul. Oh God, we just want to do your will. Give us the strength. Give us the courage to be faithful to your calling. This is our quest. This is our plea. This is our hope. Oh God, this is our prayer. Amen.
At 4 a.m. this morning, I was awakened by the stench of smoke from the fire still burning a mile away at the Pentagon. It made me feel sick and powerless, a feeling shared by many today. Only by turning to God Almighty will we have the wisdom and the strength we need in this great trial. Without God's Spirit dwelling within us, we are powerless. It is He from whom we derive all strength to console, to endure, to overcome evil, and to maintain our humanity in the faith of unfathomable inhumanity. And how do we gain this power? Only by asking God for His help. By opening our hearts can we receive God's grace and His all-powerful Spirit. God spoke in Jeremiah, "Call to me, and I will answer you, and show you great and mighty things which you do not know." God can show us the way if we will but ask. We cannot explain what's happened. We don't have that capacity. Then how can we console those who've suffered so much through the loss of friends and loved ones? Yes, our hearts go out to them, but it's not enough for them or for us. The message again is to turn to God. He alone has the answers. In Isaiah, God assured us, "Fear not, I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. Yes, I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." Tonight, let us open our hearts so that Almighty God may dwell within us, so that our actions are His actions. And let us believe in Him so that our dismay is replaced by His strength. God loves us and is willing to help us. It is but for us to ask. May God bless us all.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear, the hour I first believed. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, we have already come, and the grace that brought us safe thus far, and grace will lead us home.
A reading from the book of Revelations. I saw a new heaven and a new earth. The former heaven and the former earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. I also saw the holy city coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, "Behold, God's dwelling is with the human race. He will dwell with them, and they will be his people, and God himself will always be with them as their God. He will wipe every tear from their eyes, and there will be no more death or mourning, wailing or pain, for the old order has passed away." The one who sat on the throne said, "Behold, I make all things new. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. To the thirsty I will give a gift from the spring of life-giving water. The victor will inherit these gifts, and I will be their God, and they will be my people."
Good evening. I'm so glad we could be together tonight. Our congressional family, the members of Congress, our spouses, that we could come together and really ask God's blessing on us now at this time of great trouble and travail in our country. And how like us, as the American people, to come together and put aside our differences and really turn to a higher power to bless us and bless all who are in need. What happened yesterday was not only an attack against America, it was a crime against democracy. It was a crime against decency. It was a crime against humanity. And we need God in our lives, and we need to ask God's blessing. We need to open up our hearts now to all who are in need. Let's tonight ask for God's blessings on all who are suffering unutterable grief and pain. Dear God, please bless the many who lost their lives. Dear God, bring your healing powers to the thousands who are injured and suffering, and bring fortitude to the families of all of the victims. Dear God, bring down your guardian angels right this minute to the rescue workers and the medical personnel who are working around the clock to try to save lives and to try those who are finding lives. Dear God, we need your help. Our hearts and prayers also go out to members of our own Senate family who are feeling this in a very deep and personal way. Our two colleagues from New York who are in the city this evening, as well as to our senators from Connecticut and New Jersey and what they feel. To the senators from Virginia and to my own colleague from Maryland, we lost people at the Pentagon. Our minds are seared today with images we can still scarcely comprehend. For me, one of the most terrible of those images was the sight of thick smoke over Arlington Cemetery. I couldn't believe it. The graves in that hallowed ground remind us that Americans have faced great evil before, and you know what? We've defeated it. We are united in our resolve to do it again. The question I think all of us are facing is, why are good, innocent people allowed to suffer? This question is as old as humanity. It was the cry of Job, and it's the question that haunts us today. I don't know the answer, but I want to share with you a passage from the book of Job. Job says this, "The thing which I feared greatly has come upon me. That which I was afraid has come to me. Today, what we have feared has come to our land. But again, Like Job, we know that the grace of God can lead us to do the right thing. We ask God for the courage and the wisdom to respond rightly. I believe that God was with the victims of yesterday's attack. I believe God was with them in their hour of travail, fear, and death. I believe He is here with all of those who grieve and all those who suffer with these so many good and innocent people. And I believe He will be with us in our search for answers and justice. That's my prayer this evening. We're not going to sacrifice our ideals in the pursuit of the monsters who attacked us. We're not going to compromise our principles for which so many Americans fought and died. But we will root out those who committed this atrocity. We will pursue justice. And with God's grace, we're going to move forward. We're going to be a stronger nation and a better people than before. So let's again ask for God's mercy. Let's ask for God's forgiveness upon those who did this terrible deed, and that they might repent and turn to a different life. And let us then try to find what is the good and righteous thing to do. God bless you, and God bless America.
As we watch this prayer vigil at the United States Capitol for members of Congress and their spouses, I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington. I'm going to say goodnight for now, but in just a moment, Wolf Blitzer, Greta Van Susteren will be with us as our coverage continues of the attack on America.
Tonight, America under attack. How could it happen? 4 airliners take off from 3 airports within a 12-minute span. All have hijackers aboard.
A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States.
3 planes are used for suicide attacks. 1 does not find its objective. We'll take a close look at just what happened aboard those planes. Meticulous planning, plenty of resources, deadly will. Who did it? How did they do it? And why? We'll speak live with Senators John McCain and Richard Shelby, former New York Police Commissioner Ray Kelly, former CIA Director Jim Woolsey, and other top intelligence and law enforcement authorities. And as investigators begin casting their net, we'll go live to our CNN correspondents on the scene to find out what happens next.
Blitzer reporting tonight from Washington. Behind me, the White House, the Washington Monument, and a short distance away, just across the Potomac River, the Pentagon, symbols of a country which has now come under attack.
And I'm Greta Van Susteren. On this day after, how did it happen? How could it have happened? We'll do our best to answer those 2 questions.
For those of you who are just joining us, here's a quick update on the developments at this hour. Another building adjacent to New York's World Trade Center has partially collapsed. The 54-story One Liberty Plaza building was the new home of the Nasdaq Stock Exchange. Rescue workers combing the wreckage of the Trade Center's twin towers were evacuated. Earlier, they had pulled 9 people alive from the rubble. At the Pentagon, parts of which are still smoldering, firefighters showed their courage and their colors, and the president paid a visit.
Coming here makes me sad on the one hand. It also makes me angry. And our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists, by people who don't share the same values we share, by people who are willing to destroy people's lives.
Boston, where 2 of the hijacked flights originated, is a focus of the investigation. Police and FBI agents swarmed a downtown hotel, and a car containing suspicious materials was impounded at Logan Airport. A number of people have been taken into custody, several of them in Florida, where authorities zeroed in on aviation schools and a home where one of the suspected hijackers may have lived. For more on the developments in Boston, let's go to CNN's Boston Bureau Chief Bill Delaney. Bill, tell us what we know right now.
Well, Wolf, to give you an idea of the sheer dimensions of the investigations here, 150 state police detectives assigned to investigate Logan Airport alone, among hundreds of FBI, state, and local police who are fanning out for whatever evidence they can garner and talking now to people who have been taken into custody. 3 people taken into custody at Boston's Westin Copley Hotel today in extraordinary scenes in Copley Square in the heart of Boston. Usually a place people sit around and look at fountains and pigeons. Today, FBI SWAT teams, heavily armed with machine guns, storming into the Westin Copley Hotel where they took into custody 3 men. Now, FBI Director Robert Mueller himself being careful to point out that these were not arrests. These men have been brought in for questioning, for possible links, for possible information as sources to try to understand who committed the hijackings that left Boston, the 2 planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. Now, after the arrests, bomb-sniffing dogs made what authorities call a hit in the Boston Westin Hotel. It was at that point that the hotel and a nearby shopping mall were evacuated, adding thousands into an already extraordinary scene in Copley Square where thousands of onlookers had already gathered. Now thousands came out, evacuated from those hotels in mostly calm scenes. Now it's being widely reported and sourced as well by CNN sources that the hijackers who came to Boston came from 2 places, from 2 directions. One team from Canada. Now, a car at Portland International Airport has become a focus for state police there. They believe that was a car used by at least one of the hijackers. Another car is here in Boston. Now, this was taken into custody at Central Parking here yesterday. It's now at an FBI processing center near Boston, and this a very important piece of evidence, apparently, indeed. Arabic language flight training manuals reportedly found in that car, and CNN's Mike Betcher reporting earlier that the car was registered to 2 Arabs. Back to you, Wolf.
Well, Delaney, very briefly, do we know when Boston's Logan Airport will reopen?
Closed indefinitely while officials here try to work with those FAA guidelines that have been imposed on airports around the country. It's closed indefinitely.
Okay, Bill Delaney in Boston, thank you very much. Greta?
The investigation into the attacks is literally spanning the globe, with hundreds of agents and law enforcement agencies involved and new leads developing by the hour. For a look at the big picture, let's go now to CNN's justice correspondent Kelly Arena in Washington. Kelly, give me an idea, big picture, how many people are involved in this investigation?
The FBI says they have 4,000 special agents, 3,000 support personnel. That's not to mention the hundreds of people that work in the FBI labs working on this investigation around the nation. And they are pursuing, at last count, more than 2,000 leads.
Now, when you talk about this investigation, a number of crime scenes, you've got Boston, you've got Newark, you've got Pennsylvania. Let me go through the different crime scenes and tell me what's going on. In Boston, what kind of investigation are they doing at the airport?
Well, at all of those locations, Greta, what the FBI has done, it has identified the takeoff sites, not only the airports themselves, but the surrounding areas, and then the crash sites as crime scenes. And at those locations, what they're doing is they're dusting for fingerprints. They are going through passenger manifests, rental car records. They're looking at telephone logs, videotape from parking garages, looking at payphone videotapes. And we were even told by some law enforcement sources that investigators in Florida, for example, are going through neighborhoods and restaurants showing people pictures of suspected hijackers. So they're really pounding the pavement and trying to gather as much forensic evidence as possible.
And the crash site in Pennsylvania, is that getting closer examination? Because at least the plane at least has a chance of more parts there.
Well, exactly. I mean, in Pennsylvania, that was the only plane that went into the ground instead of into a building, so they have a much better chance of getting at it and really trying to get some information. Plus, law enforcement sources also tell CNN that the transponder on that plane was open for a period on that flight, so they may have information, at least air traffic control may have information directly from the cockpit on that flight. And as you know, Greta, we also have people who have called from not only the Pennsylvania flight, but others, but specifically from Pennsylvania. We've heard from family members that have outlined the tragedy that went on that flight.
Kelly Arena, thank you for joining me tonight. Wolf?
World Trade Center and the Pentagon, quote, acts of war, and officials now say the White House itself was an intended target. Let's go live to CNN senior White House correspondent John King. So obviously at the White House. John, tell us what we know about that.
Well, Wolf, to put this new information in context, let's think back to yesterday morning when the first pictures were being shown of those planes hitting the World Trade Center. We saw an evacuation here at the White House. CNN is also told now by sources that Vice President Dick Cheney, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, other top White House officials were ushered out of their offices to a command and control bunker, a fortified command and control bunker deep beneath the White House grounds here. Why? Administration officials now saying that that plane that came across the Potomac River caused so much damage across the river at the Pentagon. Its initial target, we are now told, might not have been the Pentagon.
We have real incredible information that the airplane that landed at the Pentagon was originally intended to hit the White House.
Can you tell us about the nature of that evidence?
No, of course I cannot. Any questions relating to how we have obtained any of this information, sources and methods, I will of course not answer.
Why it changed course, or why it went to the Pentagon and not the White House?
We really do not know the answer to that.
Administration officials also saying not just the White House, but in their view, they also believe that Air Force One, the president's jet, was a target for the terrorists. That, they say, the reason the president did not fly directly back to Washington from Sarasota, Florida. You will remember he stopped first at a military installation in Louisiana, then a military installation in Nebraska. Only then did the president return to Washington with an extraordinary fighter escort visible to those flying aboard Air Force One. The administration saying it believed Air Force One was a target as well. Some sources even saying they believe that plane that crashed outside of Pittsburgh was planning to turn south and bank its way toward Washington and, if possible, emphasis on if possible, collide with Air Force One as the president was returning to Washington. Wolf.
John, pretty amazing stuff. The president did meet with his national security team once again today. Do we know anything at all about a timetable for a possible U.S. military response?
We know nothing specific about a timetable except the public words of the President and the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, both saying to be patient, that fighting terrorism will not come in a day or two. But we do know, Wolf, from sources familiar with those discussions, the President met twice with his national security team today, and we are told that among the items discussed were possible U.S. military options. We're told, though, these discussions are in their earliest stages. The priority right now for the administration, building broad diplomatic support. The President spoke today to a half dozen international leaders, including the presidents of China and Russia, and the administration very much welcoming NATO's statement that these terrorist attacks on the United States, in the view of NATO, are attacks on the NATO alliance. So the president promising there will be consequences to this, but also saying it might take some time.
John King at the White House, thank you very much. Back to you, Greta.
New information, Wolf, is emerging about what happened aboard those 4 hijacked planes before they were brought down. Information which may shed light on what the passengers and the crew were doing, and may help reveal who carried out the attacks and why. More from CNN's Miles O'Brien.
Nothing seemed amiss when American Airlines Flight 11 left the runway in Boston Tuesday morning. The 767-200 was about half full, toting 81 passengers, a cockpit crew of 2, and 9 flight attendants to the opposite coast. The captain likely planned for a 5-hour flight, so there was roughly 8,500 gallons of jet fuel in its 3 tanks. FAA radars tracked the airliner as it followed the flight plan. But then, about 20 minutes into the flight, somewhere over upstate New York, it turned sharply to the south. Flight 11 was hijacked, apparently by knife-wielding men. Airline pilots are trained to handle such situations by keeping calm, complying with requests, and, if possible, dialing in an emergency 4-digit code on a device called a transponder. It transmits crucial flight data to air traffic controllers. The action takes seconds, but it appears no such code was entered. But in the cabin, a frantic flight attendant managed to use a phone to call American Airlines Command Center in Dallas. She reported the trouble, and according to the Christian Science Monitor, a pilot apparently keyed the microphone, transmitting a cockpit conversation. The hijackers could be heard saying, "We have more planes, we have more planes." Radio transmissions like this would have been recorded on the ground by the FAA.
The police have identified 5 suspects that they believe were involved with this terrorist act, and 2 of whom may be brothers, apparently, reportedly. 2 others may have flown in from Portland and originated in Canada.
About 5 minutes before Flight 11 started heading south, another 767, United Flight 175, left Boston, also for Los Angeles, 65 souls aboard. 15 minutes after becoming airborne, it veered off course. One passenger made 2 calls to his father. In one exchange, he said a flight attendant was stabbed. In the second call, he told his dad the plane was going down.
They knew not to carry guns on the airplane. If they fired off a bullet, they could have had explosive decompression on the aircraft. They knew what they were doing, and they knew what their mission was, obviously.
We know what happened next. The 767 struck and ultimately leveled the World Trade Center's Twin Towers.
I know pilots. No, if you're going to die, you're not going to fly in a World Trade Center to do it. Yeah, there would be a struggle, major struggle.
By 8:20, the third hijacked flight, American Flight 77, a 757, left Dulles Airport outside Washington, again bound for Los Angeles with 66 people on board. Radar tracking information on this flight obtained by CNN seems to indicate the transponder was turned off, which would have made it tougher to see on radar. We do know this. An hour and 20 minutes after departure, it plowed into the Pentagon. On board was Barbara Olson, a well-known attorney and frequent CNN legal commentator. Huddled in the back of the plane, Olson called her husband twice from her cell phone. She described the frantic scene.
She said that they were armed with knives and box cutters, cardboard cutters.
Even as the focus shifted to the nation's capital, a fourth plane, United Airlines Flight 93, bound for San Francisco out of Newark, takes a sudden 180-degree turn near Cleveland. More than one of the 38 passengers called their families to offer final goodbyes.
He said, I want you to know I love you very much, and I'm calling you from the plane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb. And then the phone went dead.
The 757 began homing in on the Washington area, its target unknown. But this flight did not make it that far. It crashed into a cornfield in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. Was there a struggle in this cockpit? The military denies it was shot down. Pilots assessing this horrific sequence of events to a person believe the hijackers were in control of the 3 planes that hit their targets and that they must have been well schooled in aviation.
No, these people were well qualified on the airplane. They knew the systems, they knew the navigation, and they knew the flight management system, the computers, and they knew navigation. I mean, they went from Boston and right down to New York. I mean, they had to know which way to turn.
Miles O'Brien, CNN.
And with investigators turning much of their attention to Boston, let's turn now to Boston Herald reporter Jonathan Wells, who's been tracking the hijacking probe. He joins us, as we just saw, from our Boston bureau. Jonathan, what do we know about how these hijackers managed to board these 2 planes at Logan Airport in Boston?
Well, that part of the story is really yet to come out, how they actually got on the planes, other than apparently their purchase of 7 of the tickets that were used for the 2 flights were purchased with a credit card, a common credit card, which helped the FBI detain 3 individuals at the Westin Hotel today in Boston who are apparently associates of the hijackers. But how they actually get on the plane, the mechanics of that, I don't know.
And what do you know, if anything, about their whereabouts just before they got to Boston? Had they been in Boston for some time, or did they get there only just before the flights?
Well, here's what we understand. At least 2 of the hijackers apparently came down from Canada, we believe through Nova Scotia, boarded a ferry to Maine. From Maine, either getting off at Bar Harbor or Portland, Maine. They then eventually ended up on a flight to Boston. Now, there apparently may be other hijackers that entered through Canada by a different route, possibly by car. Overall, what we've learned is that a terrorist cell was apparently operating in Massachusetts, had its members traveling to Canada at various times, it appears, had been operating in Boston, in Massachusetts for some time leading up to this. We've heard mention of Springfield in Western Mass as a post for some of these people. And essentially, they were able to hatch this plot in Massachusetts to some extent and use Massachusetts as a staging area for the attack on New York.
Jonathan Wells of the Boston Herald, thank you very much for joining us. And there is a widespread belief that yesterday's attack succeeded because of major security and intelligence failures. Joining us now, the former CIA Director Jim Woolsey, Larry Johnson, he's a former State Department counterterrorism official, and Senator Richard Shelby, he's the ranking Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us. Senator Shelby, tell us, first of all, what do we know right now? What do you know right now about who may have been responsible for these attacks?
Well, this investigation, as you know, is ongoing. I was in a briefing with the Attorney General and the FBI Director earlier this afternoon. I won't comment on that. But I can tell you, Wolf, I said last night, I've said it again today, there are certain parallels, I believe, between what happened yesterday in some sense with what happened to our embassies in Africa 3 years ago. Think of the timing. The first thing that came to my mind was the parallel between the precise timings of these bombings. In this case, it was the airplanes, but timing's important. Timing's always been important to Osama bin Laden and his group. Now, was it Osama bin Laden or was it some similar cells? We'll wait for the investigation. I got a belief it's linked.
Director Woolsey, a lot of people say that the signature of Osama bin Laden is all over these attacks. Are you ready to draw that conclusion?
It may be all over these attacks, and I think that might make us a bit suspicious that something else may be up. Certainly, bin Laden may well have been deeply involved and may have been the operational figure and his people in this, but that doesn't mean that he acted alone. When I see bin Laden issuing fatwas, religious edicts, putting out videotapes, issuing poems, having his subordinates talk about how they're taking part in terrorism against the United States, I begin to think that maybe we're supposed to focus solely on bin Laden and there might be something else in train. My suspicion, it's no more than that at this point, is that there could be some government action involved together with bin Laden or a major terrorist group, and one strong suspect there, I think, would be the government of Iraq.
Larry Johnson, the government of Iraq sponsoring this act of terrorism, is that your sense as well?
No, I think that's highly unlikely for several reasons. Principally, Iraq right now has been winning the political battle against the United States in the effort to lift sanctions. Secondly, the only recorded terrorist attack we have by Iraq against the United States was the attempt in February of 1993 to kill then former President George Bush Sr. Saddam is a lot of things, but he's not crazy. And the motivations for him at this point to launch an attack that's not just killing Americans, but has probably killed people from as many as 40 different nations in the World Trade Center, which would turn the world against him at a time when he's been making progress in the United Nations and getting sanctions lifted. I think, we should not ascribe to him that kind of idiocy.
So let me just move on to Senator Shelby, Larry Johnson, but before I do, very, very quickly, if it's not Iraq, is it your sense it is just Osama bin Laden?
The only person over the last 8 years, the one that we know for sure that has killed the majority of Americans in terrorist attacks is Osama bin Laden and groups linked to him. And that's not a matter of opinion now. We have that as a result of the U.S. Embassy bombing trials from East Africa earlier this year. Moreover, and one final point, in that trial, evidence emerged that demonstrated that Osama bin Laden had prior meetings and contacts with Imad Mughniyeh, the Hezbollah chief who was involved with the bombing of the Marine barracks, bombings of U.S. embassies, hijackings of airplanes. And the reason he wants to emulate Mughniyeh is because Mughniyeh succeeded in driving the United States out of Lebanon.
All right, Senator Shelby, you're the ranking Republican, the ranking member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, the former immediate past chairman. I want to read to you a line from what William Safire, the New York Times columnist, wrote today. He said this: "The next attack will probably not be by a hijacked jet, for which we will belatedly prepare. More likely, it will be a terrorist-purchased nuclear missile or a barrel of deadly germs dumped in a city's reservoir. That's pretty alarming kind of stuff. Is it far-fetched?
I don't think anything's far-fetched. We've been trying to prepare for weapons of mass destruction. On the Intelligence Committee, I, Senator Graham, and others have tried to alert the American people to that. We have training to deal with terrorists now, the first responder program, people that would destroy our water supplies, do other things. I think it would probably come in a chemical attack first, but that's just my hunch.
Director Woolsey, yesterday I spoke to Paul Bremer, former State Department and ambassador for counterterrorism. He made the point that in 1995, the CIA effectively stopped recruiting agents in some of these terrorist cells, perhaps out of concern that Congress wouldn't like the fact that they were putting on the U.S. government's payroll some sordid, very nasty figures, and that could have undermined human intelligence gathering capabilities by the United States. Is that a fair point he makes?
Jerry and I very much agree on that. He chaired the Commission on Terrorism that I served on. This is some guidelines that were put out a few months after I stepped down as director. They grew out of the Jennifer Harbury Bamako mess in Guatemala. And the upshot is that the CIA has guidelines now that don't block it from recruiting people with violent backgrounds as spies, but they do somewhat deter it and inhibit it. And, you know, there are a lot of good people trapped inside bad governments who want to work for the United States, and that might be one way that is one way we get spies who help us in governments. But inside bin Laden's organization, or Hezbollah, there are only people who want to be human rights violators. So if you don't recruit human rights violators, you don't recruit people inside terrorist organizations. And I think Jerry is on the right track with that. I think those guidelines, particularly with respect to terrorist recruitments, ought to be changed.
So by all accounts, therefore, Larry Johnson, from them?
In one sense, but this is not to assign blame. What really is going on here is the CIA is set up and structured much like the U.S. cavalry was before World War II. Horses had no place in World War II, yet it was still a part of the Army. And unfortunately, most of our intelligence apparatus overseas is structured to still deal with the Cold War. And there have been efforts to change it, but and again, I'm basing this upon, I've got several friends who are in senior positions as case officers. The morale is terrible. There is a risk-averse culture, and Director Woolsey put his finger on it. These folks are just not able to penetrate what they need to, because we as this country, we can't decide whether we want to kill the rats who are in the sewer, but we don't want to get into the sewer. So therefore, we want to stay out of the sewer, but we want the rats dead, and we've got to make a choice at some point.
Senator Shelby, you'll have the last word. How do you resolve that dilemma that Larry Johnson and Director Woolsey just spoke about?
Well, I think we're going to have to beef up all aspects and change a lot of the structure and the environment in our intelligence agency. We've been talking about that. I want to talk about just 1 second. I believe it was not a success yesterday for our intelligence agencies. If it was not a success, it was a failure. Now, I'm not here to put blame on anybody, because there have been many successes, but we have to start with where we are. We had a terrible situation yesterday. We will have it again unless we eradicate terrorism. We got to do it, we can do it, but only with resolve.
Okay, I want to thank all three of you, Jim Woolsey, Larry Johnson, Senator Shelby. Thanks for your insight on these remarkable hours as they go by. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And updating once again the latest developments at this hour. A 54-story building across the street from New York's World Trade Center has partially collapsed. Rescue crews working in the ruins of the Twin Towers were evacuated before the building at One Liberty Plaza began to fall. 9 people have been pulled alive from the rubble of yesterday's attack. While some workers were back on the job at the Pentagon today, fire and rescue crews are finding it tough to make much headway in still smoldering ruins. One way the country is reacting to the devastation and horrific casualties is through prayer. There was a gathering in Dallas today, and a vigil has been underway at the U.S. Capitol. The investigation into the attacks has led authorities to several parts of the United States. Boston, where 2 of the hijacked planes originated, has been a focus of their efforts. A number of people have been detained for questioning. Greta?
Well, for some more insight into the massive task investigators are facing, we're joined by Bill Hinshaw at CNN Center in Atlanta. He's a former special agent with the FBI and a veteran of many bombing and hijacking investigations. And from New York, former City Police Commissioner Ray Kelly. Welcome to both of you. Bill, first to you. How do you get knives and box cutters on airplanes? In fact, on 4 different airplanes within about an hour and a half.
Well, I think it's pretty well planned, and it's relatively easy, or was relatively easy, because I think the focus of the interdiction was against weapons and explosives and not against knives or screwdrivers or box cutters.
But you know, Bill, you still got to get through security, and every time I go through security, I go through, my body goes through the metal detector and my carry-on baggage goes through the machine. Isn't anybody looking?
I've gotten on the plane with Swiss Army knives. I got on the last flight I was on was behind a guy that had a toolbox that had a number of fancy looking tools, but among them was a box cutter and several long screwdrivers. So I think the whole focus was not on what the hijackers used.
Ray, do you think the questions, have you packed your own bags and have your luggage been with you since you packed them? Are those questions simply of no value?
Yeah, I think they're of no value. I think they're silly. If you remember when we first started these magnetometers and checking people in, we used law enforcement personnel to do that. We've gotten away from that for a long time. We now use people who try hard, but certainly the standards are not very high. There's tremendous turnover. That's something that I believe has to change right now in the near term. It's just it's a silly exercise.
It was a pleasure. Ray, what do you make of the fact that they were able to get knives and box cutters? I mean, it wasn't simply one slip, one person. I mean, this was a plan. 4 different flights had them.
Undoubtedly, it was a plan, and I'm sure it was practiced. It was something that they just didn't do for the first time. You know, if you look at the FAA tests that they do at virtually every major airport each year, some of the failure rates are as high as 80%. So it's an area that needs to be looked at and needs to be changed radically. It's drifted so much since the 70s when we first started these types of security checks.
You know, Bill, when I hear him say 80% failure, that apparently we've known there's an 80% failure in the security on these questions and getting weapons onto planes, I must admit I'm scandalized. I mean, is this what's been happening in our airports?
I suppose it has. That's what the tests show. But until we had an event such as this, it didn't really come to become a national event.
Ray, obviously the pilots of these planes have gone down, but there are a lot of people that may have helped these pilots commit this horrible crime. How do we find the others, the ones who may have helped a little bit and therefore are co-conspirators and just as responsible?
Well, you do the classic backtracking investigation, just what the FBI is doing now. You're checking rental car records, you're checking itinerary. I mean, we've seen it. We saw it in 1999 with Ahmad Rassam. We know that Canada is clearly an easy point of entry for people to come from places like the Middle East, get into Canada, and then come across our border. Last year, we had almost 500 million visitors into the United States. We need a much stronger border protection. We tried to get that in Congress after Ahmad Rassam came across in the millennium in 1999, and there was, quite frankly, no response. We need a much more robust examination of people coming into the United States. It hasn't changed, certainly in the last 2 years, and that was Rassam came in with 150 pounds of explosive and was headed for LAX. He was convicted. He also, by the way, pointed towards Osama bin Laden. So, I mean, more and more evidence is being accumulated that points to bin Laden as our major enemy in this area.
Bill, how easy to get into these cockpits?
Well, the last plane I was on, the cockpit door was open a good bit of the time. In the days a quarter of a century ago when we were facing the hijackings, or people were hijacking for money, they closed the cockpit door, and usually there was an armed sky marshal behind there, and nobody went in there, not even flight attendants. So,
but today, I mean, but obviously Ford did get in. Do you think it's extortion that they threaten the pilots? They're going to slit someone's throat or do something like that to get the pilots to open the doors?
I think they possibly could have, because my understanding is that the assumptions have always been, don't do anything to make the hijackers mad. Let's get them on the ground. We'll negotiate with them, give them pizzas for passengers, and do something like that. These people obviously had an entirely different intent, and they didn't fit the profile, and we paid for it.
Ray, I've heard so often everyone say these are trained pilots, experienced pilots, and I do understand there's some reports saying that they had trained in Florida. But to fly a 757 or a 767, at least I would think, takes a significant amount of training, does it not?
Well, you know, these aircraft these days are fly-by-wire. They're computer controlled. You can get even simulator programs for computers. I think once it's up in the air, it's probably not that challenging, particularly if you've had some flight training. So I think it's probably easier than you might suspect.
What about aiming, though? They still wanted to hit targets. 3 of the planes were headed for targets.
Right, and I think obviously they had some training in that regard. But I mean, you talk to pilots, they say that it isn't that complicated. There is a lot of this, of course, is on automatic pilot. You get from one location to the other by going from point to point. You disengage that automatic pilot, then you do the aiming. Yes, it takes some training, but I'm told it doesn't take that much to be able to steer the aircraft.
All right, Bill Henshaw, Ray Kelly, thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
The effort to identify the hijackers has led investigators to Florida, where they are questioning people and executing search warrants. CNN's Susan Candiotti is in Vero Beach, Florida, with that part of the story. Susan?
Hello, Greta. Indeed, the FBI here in Florida had a very, very busy day indeed. We'll try to give you the highlights of what happened here this day and in other locations as well. First, we can report to you that the FBI indeed has leads on suspected hijackers that were involved in this terrorist attack. They are still hijackers who attended flight schools here in Florida. And at this hour, the FBI continues to look at other flight schools here in Florida. Law enforcement sources say that 2 of the suspected hijackers, at least 2 of them, lived here in Vero Beach. 2 of them are brothers that lived here. 1 of them lived on this very street. Both are described as Saudi citizens. One of them is Adnan Bukhari. Adnan Bukhari, we have a photograph of him. He is said to be in his 40s. He is described as a commercial pilot for Saudi Arabian Airlines. Also living in Vero Beach, Bukhari's brother Amir. Both lived here with their wives and children. Now, this afternoon we also had a chance to go inside one of their rented homes. This is the one rented by Adnan Bukhari. It was searched this day by the FBI, and according to documents left behind by agents, they seized a number of items, including a computer software, U.S. immigration papers, bank receipts, phone cards, a flight safety bag. We also saw a pilot's certificate as well as a certificate that they had received specialized instruction on multi-engine planes. These pilots, we are told by law enforcement sources, attended Flight Safety International, a flight school here in Vero Beach. Law enforcement sources also tell CNN that the Bukhari brothers were believed to have been on one of the 2 flights out of Boston, one of those 2 flights that wound up slamming into the World Trade Center. Also, we can report to you that a car impounded in Portland, Maine, according to law enforcement authorities, was rented at Boston Logan Airport and driven to Portland, Maine. Now, the Maine State Police confirmed that 2 of the suspected hijackers were on a U.S. air flight out of Logan Airport, again, one of the 2 planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. The FBI also looking at 2 more suspected hijackers who spent some time both in Venice, Florida, as well as Coral Springs, Florida, which is located in the south. The 2 are Mohammed Atta and Marwan Youssef al-Shahi. Now, they stayed for a few days at the home of Charlie Voss in Venice, Florida, and they took courses at Hoffman Aviation. These people both had passports from the United Arab Republic. And finally, we can tell you that at this hour at FBI headquarters in Miami, the FBI is interviewing someone they described as a witness or friend or associate of the suspected hijackers. Back to you, Greta.
Susan Candiotti, thank you very much. Wolf, back to you.
Thank you very much, Greta. And the investigation is also moving forward on the international front tonight. CNN's Mike Boettcher is tracking those developments. He joins us now from the CNN Center in Atlanta. What kind of leads, Mike, are you hearing about that point to Osama bin Laden?
Well, what they're doing is going back
2 years and going over all of the analysis they've had in this transformation of Al-Qaeda, which is the network run by Osama bin Laden, there are intercepts, and that has been talked about by officials in the government, SIGINT as it's called, Signals Intelligence. But they're also going back with clues back for the last 2 years as Al-Qaeda has tried to transform itself, Wolf, trying to bring in various groups from other countries, especially from North Africa. They're taking a close look at Algerians as well, because it was an Algerian terrorist group, GIA, which tried to also perform a similar terrorist incident, ramming a hijacked airliner into the Eiffel Tower. That was unsuccessful, of course. That happened back in the mid-90s. It was thwarted. So they're casting their broad net, looking at what the information was over the past 2 years, Wolf, and they have gleaned a lot of evidence from that period.
And I know, Mike, you have a sort of a handbook that the Osama bin Laden organization, Al-Qaeda, circulated, which was intercepted. Tell us about some of the tips they have in there.
Well, this was introduced in the trial of the bombers of the African embassies in Tanzania and Kenya. It is an Al-Qaeda operations manual, and it dissects precisely small things. For example, what Susan was talking about on the air just a few moments ago, how to rent an apartment. Let me give you an example. In one section called Security Precautions Related to Apartments, it reads, providing the necessary cover for people who frequent the apartment, avoid seclusion and isolation from the population, and refraining from going to the apartment at suspicious times. And it is preferable to rent these apartments using false names, appropriate cover, and non-Muslim appearance. Now, if the suspected terrorists are part of Al-Qaeda, certainly this manual would have been part of the game plan, so to speak, Wolf, they would have followed.
Mike Boettcher, thank you very much. And let's get some historic perspective now on this tumultuous day and a half, the attack on America. How are we coping? What's likely ahead? Let's check in with CNN senior analyst Jeff Greenfield. He's in New York. Jeff, I was moved yesterday, Jeff, when you spoke about fear in America and how all of us probably will change our definition of that word as a result of what has happened.
I think that's right, Wolf. We have been a country blessed by two oceans, blessed by, except for the Civil War, never really having had violence on our soil, with the rare exception of Oklahoma City. I think if you were around New York today, it felt different than any other time I can remember. I took the subway down to work, as I always do. People were not just quiet, they were numb. Spoke to one of my old friends today who's a frequent world traveler, not going to Europe on his next planned trip, really uneasy about getting on an airplane. And that, I think, is the most significant question we face, whether this event really does, for a long period of time, fundamentally shake the security that we as Americans have always felt in our own country.
And there's no doubt even much more mundane matters will be rethought. For example, going up in a high-rise building. What were to happen if they rebuild the World Trade Center? A lot of people might be afraid to go up to the 90th floor.
Well, I think, in fact, that has already come up. There's this sense in New York that we must rebuild to show we will not be cowed by terrorists. That's a very noble sentiment. Who is going to want to work in that building? I myself, yesterday, Wolf, gazed a few blocks east at the Empire State Building, and for a couple of hours, I must say, I had a kind of uneasy feeling, is that the next target? And when you walk around like that, I mean, people who grew up in Europe, lived in Europe during World War II, they know what this means. But we as Americans don't know what this means. You spend a lot of time in Israel. You know they've come to, in some way, to live with that. And I do think that one of the real questions, I don't think we can possibly answer it for a long time to come, is whether there will be a long-term sense of uneasiness for people who move around big cities, who get on an airplane, something we take for granted. I mean, Wolf, you and I both know that the biggest complaint we've had about airplanes is they never take off, and the trauma of airline travel. That seems like a relatively trivial matter right now, and I wonder whether that's going to affect, in some sense, our whole national sense that as Americans we've been protected.
And from what I hear you saying, and I certainly agree with you if I hear you right, this event will change all of our lives for perhaps forever.
I think, you know, we are so given to overstatement in the media that I almost hesitate to put it that way, but I think you are right, Wolf. I think September 11th, 2001 is going to define an America before and after it every bit as much as December 7th, 1941 or November 22nd, 1963. I think it is not too much to say that we will not live anymore the same way we have been used to living before this event. And that is something that's, it's so unusual for this country to go to it that I think we haven't begun to get our minds about around what that means.
I totally agree. Jeff Greenfield in New York, thank you very much. Greta?
A war hero himself, he says his country is now at war again, saying this nation is in a state of controlled fury. He has a message for those behind the attacks. Senator John McCain joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Senator, thank you for joining us. You have said that we are at war, as well as the President of the United States earlier today said they were acts of war. Are we really at war? There's been no formal declaration, but are we at war?
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt, Greta. Acts of war have been perpetrated on the United States of America by these terrorists, and they have declared war on the United States of America, and so I think it fits the criteria. Now, as far as a formal declaration of war on the part of the United States is concerned, that may be somewhat difficult in respects that I'm not sure exactly how you do that, but I don't think there's any doubt that we are in a state of war.
In the event that we can identify the parties who have done these horrible tragedies on American soil, do you expect, or would you want the United States to declare formal war against the perpetrators?
Yes, I do, but I don't know exactly whether it fits the criteria for a declaration of war on the part of the Congress of the United States. Whether it is a statement that the President and the Congress make together about the nature of this conflict that we're in is something I think we have to worry about in more of a Talmudic fashion. But what we're really talking about is that the American people need to know this is a long, hard struggle. It wouldn't be over if we got rid of Mr. bin Laden tomorrow. There are other organizations that are bent on the destruction of the United States of America, and in order for us to preserve America and our way of life, we're going to have to sacrifice American treasure and, unfortunately, in some cases, perhaps some American blood.
Senator, have you had an opportunity to speak to the President about this?
I haven't spoken directly to the President. I've spoken to literally all the other administration officials.
Senator McCain, it's Wolf Blitzer. There's a new poll that just came out, an ABC News Washington Post poll, that suggests that all Americans may have to sacrifice something else. Look at these numbers. Would you be willing to give up some of your liberties in this country in order for the government to crack down on terrorism? 66% said yes. Only 24% said no. Those numbers are obviously much higher than they were before this incident. How concerned should the American people be about having to give up some liberties to deal with terrorism?
I think the very reason why we have to do whatever is necessary to eliminate these organizations and punish the countries that are involved as well. And that's why I think the President's statement was very important about countries that harbor these people as well as the organizations themselves. But what we have to do is make sure that that there's a steadfastness of purpose, and thereby we can preserve America's liberties. Yes, there will be lifestyle changes. We'll never be the same getting on an airliner again, and there will be other security measures that need to be taken. But the best way to ensure maximum liberty for the United States of America is to remove the threat to it, because this whole threat obviously was about destroying our way of life.
And as you know, Senator McCain, some of your colleagues are proposing that Congress pass an act, a declaration of war, a formal declaration of war, against whom I'm not exactly sure. But is that a good idea?
I think, in theory, it's not a bad idea, because I think the more steadfast and the strongest message we send is good. But as you just said, I'm not exactly sure who we declare war on. I think we could achieve the goals of making sure that the world and the American people know of our steadfastness and our seriousness, perhaps by some other kind of declaration. I just don't know exactly how mechanically it would work to declare war, because, as you said, who would it be on?
Senator, what do you make of the fact that our NATO allies have unanimously sort of joined in support of the United States? What does that mean sort of in the big picture that NATO has at least made this statement so quickly?
I think it's great credit to the President and Secretary Powell and others that have made this happen so quickly. I think it's a significant step. I think now we will recruit our Asian allies and other allies throughout the world to make basically the same pledge. I think the President is doing what his father did in 1991 at the time of the Persian Gulf War, and I think they deserve credit for what's been done in a very short period of time.
So as a practical matter, Senator, what do you expect in the next few days with all this sort of world support for the United States and at least a tremendous amount of, of anger in this country?
Well, I think we have to control the anger, for one thing. We don't want to retaliate against any American or anyone who is of Arab descent. That's not what America's all about. So we have to focus on our anger on those that deserve it, and that is these organizations and these countries. We have to continue to tell the American people that there's not going to be a quick fix. We have to continue to build alliances and partners and coalitions so that we can act in a concerted fashion. Every nation in the world is in danger if the United States is in danger. And then I think we formulate our plans to respond militarily, not ruling out any option. And so far, I think we're proceeding well, but we've got a long way to go. And of course, all of our American hearts are heavy.
Senator McCain, when President Bush says he will make no distinction between those responsible, the terrorists responsible for these actions, and those who harbor them or support them, give them some sort of protection, what does that say to you?
It says to me he's right on the mark, because these terrorist organizations would find it impossible to carry out the sophistication, the training, the operational capabilities that they have attained if they didn't have a country that would give them sanctuary and sometimes assistance. So this is an integral part of this challenge that we face, and I was very pleased to hear the President make that statement, because I think it's very important.
On a personal level, Senator, how difficult or hard is it on members of the United States Senate and the House of Representatives in a situation like this when the American people at least feel so unprotected?
I think it gives us a sense of responsibility to communicate with the people and our constituents and do what we can to assure them that this, the greatest nation in the world, will remain so, and we'll do everything we can to protect them. But I also think that as your conversation with Jeff Greenfield, we've been a very fortunate nation. We've been protected by two oceans, and now we live in an era where all of those protections are not as valuable as they were in the past, and we still live in a very dangerous world, which is a reason why the United States of America must maintain its military preparedness.
And of course, Senator, we also value our freedoms. That's why so many people want to come to this country. How do we have that balance in the future, the fear versus the freedoms that we've enjoyed so much?
First of all, we have to destroy the threat to those freedoms, and then second of all, we have to do everything in our power to protect those freedoms. Yes, there may be some changes. Maybe there's, as I said, the airline business, perhaps their borders have to be more carefully policed. There may have to be some changes, but we must be dedicated to the proposition of preserving the freedom of the American people. Otherwise, the terrorists have won, and we can't allow that.
Is there any way, though, to reconcile the changes that are obviously going to unfold in the day-to-day lives of Americans with the need to signal to the terrorists that they're not going to win, that our lives are not going to change?
Yes, well, because I think there's a real difference between perhaps waiting a half an hour to get on an airplane instead of walking on board, and really the curtailment of the fundamental freedoms of democracy, freedom of movement, freedom of speech, freedoms, all of those freedoms that are the vital parts of democracy. And yes, we may have to have changes in lifestyle, but I don't think, in fact, it is our commitment. It's our solemn promise that we will preserve the liberties that made this nation so great and are exactly the reason why they want to attack us and destroy us.
Senator McCain, we only have a couple seconds left,
Sure.
but can Americans stand down right now and assume that this terror operation is over with and we can go back to our day-to-day lives?
I don't know. I assume so, but we have to be vigilant and we have to be prepared, and the sooner we eradicate this threat to our nation, the more we can have a permanent sense of security, the more likely it is.
Senator John McCain, always good to speak with you. Thank you very much. Evacuated the World Trade Center site after the partial collapse of another nearby building. It's One Liberty Plaza, a 54-story tower whose tenants include NASDAQ. Investigators believe they've identified some of the hijackers. Part of the probe is focusing on Florida, where several people are being questioned. Several homes were searched. New details of possible efforts to save the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. At least 2 of the passengers were able to call relatives. One passenger told his wife the men on board had voted to try to overtake the hijackers. And members of Congress held a vigil tonight on Capitol Hill. Tomorrow they're expected to approve $20 billion for the recovery and the investigation. Greta.
Steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve.
Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above.
This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed.
From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans, white with foam.
Our hearts go out to all the victims and to their families. It is a tragedy, but as the President has made clear, it is a tragedy that we are strong enough to overcome. Our spirits will not be broken.
We are, in a sense, seeing the definition of a new battlefield in the world, a 21st century battlefield.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
New York is going to be here, and we're going to rebuild, and we're going to be stronger than we were before.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
God bless America from Capitol Hill today. I'm Shepard Smith with Linda Vester in New York, and this is Fox News and Fox News Channel continuing coverage of Attack on America. This has just come into Fox News. We are getting what are the first reports of a possible casualty count. A supervisor at the New York and New Jersey Port Authority tells Fox News that the casualty count is expected in the World Trade Center towers to top 20,000. And beneath the World Trade Center towers was a mall on which tens of thousands of commuters connected from their subway lines to their buildings. Another 10,000 casualties expected there in Lower Manhattan before it's all over. More than 30,000 bodies expected to be recovered. Linda, absolutely unthinkable.
The rescuers who you will see working throughout this night are listening for shouts, any sign of any survivors in what is left of the World Trade Center. They're listening for shouts, any noises. They have dogs that are trained to be able to detect a live human as opposed to one who is deceased. They're looking. They know that time is passing quickly. Today we have rescuers all over Lower Manhattan working, people lining up for hours to give blood. It's only now that authorities are telling us they have enough blood to get them through the next 24 hours. There are foot-high robots walking around, moving around like mini tanks, brought in to explore pockets of air where there might perhaps be some survivors. Firefighters wielding cameras and listening devices attached to long poles, shoving them into crevices, hoping they might find survivors.
Throughout this hour on Fox News Channel and on the Fox Broadcast Network, we'll be having a split screen to show you live pictures from Lower Manhattan. These pictures are in the construction zone, in the rescue and recovery area. However, nearby, there are real fears among rescue workers and supervisors on site that not one but 3 more buildings may in fact collapse this evening. Earlier in the night, they saw buckling and rippling in the sides of one of those buildings. They saw windows beginning to blow out and truly believed that it was about to crash to the ground. That building is 54 stories tall. Now the latest from Fox News, FBI investigators believes Osama bin Laden and relatives and supporters in Boston. They went there to check on them today. The feds are focusing on multiple separate terrorist groups from at least 4 countries. The White House and Air Force One, it is now being reported by the White House, were actual targets of that suicide attack. Heroic efforts by passengers may have spared lives in the Pennsylvania crash. The details of that are just coming in, and we'll have much more on it in just a moment. Most of the nation's airplanes do remain grounded. However, today, some of those which were diverted yesterday and not allowed to go to their final destinations were allowed to make their way now. President Bush as well visiting the Pentagon this evening to see the destruction there. The death toll expected not to be the 800 originally thought, but in the low hundreds instead. Clinton guarded by security at Australian resort. Gore stranded in Austria. The U.S. stock markets to open Friday at the earliest.
Let us give you a sense of what it's like to be a rescue worker at Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan, where pretty much everyone else has been evacuated. If you can imagine all around you this coarse powder that's like sawdust, that's thick and covering every single vehicle. You see debris from offices blown out of the World Trade Center. You see people's memos. You see pictures from their desks. And we are told by some of the rescuers that you also see body parts and bodies all around you. In this chalk-like soot that you find on every single vehicle, there are some notes that have been scrawled hastily. One of them says, "I survived." Another one says, "Don Brown, okay." And a third says, "God help us." Correspondent David Lee Miller is at Ground Zero, Lower Manhattan tonight. He's been there since the first plane hit the World Trade Center. He spent part of today being evacuated amid fears of a gas leak and further collapse. He's there now. David?
Hi, Linda. That's right. It's been a very emotional and a very difficult day here in Lower Manhattan. As you mentioned, at about 5:30, we were on the air live when suddenly the police came by and they literally disconnected our camera and told us to leave the area because a number of buildings adjacent to the World Trade Center could collapse. Now, rescue workers, fire, police, other emergency crews, heavy equipment then flooded down Church Street in the opposite direction away from the World Trade Center. The rescue operations then coming to a virtual halt. Now we are told the situation has shifted. They now believe that building is not in immediate danger of collapse, or any of the 3 buildings that we hear have been severely damaged, and rescue workers are starting to return to the area. As for the rescue operation itself, it continued throughout the evening, although it was considerably scaled down. We can tell you now that so far only 9 people have officially been rescued. That's the figure that we were given by authorities. Among them, one Port Authority cop who had a miraculous story. He was on the 82nd floor of one tower when the building collapsed. He rode the debris all the way down to the ground. Incredibly, his injuries, only broken legs. 6 firefighters were also found alive, but these stories, unfortunately, are really far and few between. We're getting reports now, as you said, that as many as 20,000 people could be victim of this tragedy. We understand now that some 250 plus uniformed officers here are unaccounted for. Many here, unfortunately, presumed dead. As for the rescue operation itself, it is a very difficult procedure. What they're essentially doing a few blocks from where I'm standing is they're actually cutting into the building skeleton itself, cutting into the steel, and then hand by hand they are picking through the debris, taking the debris, placing it into dump trucks. Those trucks moving up Church Street, which is where we are now standing, going to 59th Street to a dump up there. And the FBI, we are told, is then looking at some of the debris, or looking at all of the debris, in the hope that they're going to find some evidence. But at an FBI staging area where they have 3 trucks set up in order to go through that evidence and to store it, we are told at this point all they have collected is 3 small boxes. And finally, I did mention that this has been a very, very difficult day, but it is especially difficult for the relatives and the families of those who are still missing. We found one woman who identified herself as a school teacher down here. She was dusting the white ash off of a car and collecting it in a bottle. We asked her if it was her car, and she said no, it wasn't. She said, "These are my friends." Back to you.
David Lee, we spoke earlier today with a New York City police officer whose job it was to be there at the base of the World Trade Center and be part of that hand-by-hand brigade of passing out the rubble. He said that, among other things that happened to him today, that at one point they were trying to rescue some of their fellow officers. They thought that some officers who were trapped were firing off shots to let them know that they were alive. And then when they found the bodies, they realized that it was simply the heat and that their revolvers and the revolver cases were simply melted to the bodies. It was very difficult for this one officer to tell me this story. What are the other police and firefighters telling you in terms of how they are dealing with this?
You know, we've asked this of so many of the rescuers, and they are at a loss of words to express themselves. You say you really have to see this for yourself. We talked to one firefighter who said he'd been to Vietnam, he'd seen terrible things during the war, but he said nothing approaches the scene a few blocks from where I'm standing. He says he never hopes to see anything like it again, and I'm certain that these images are going to stay with a lot of these people for a long time to come, because in great measure, even the rescuers here, those doing the rescue work, have also become victims.
David Lee, we now know that this initially went out as a 5-alarm fire in Lower Manhattan in moments before 9 o'clock yesterday morning. A 5-alarm fire means within 4 to 5 minutes, 200 of New York's bravest would be able to make it to any location in this city. 50, 60, 70 police officers as well. We now know the entire New York City bomb squad made its way there. We know more than 200 firefighters made their way there to begin the initial evacuations. And minutes later, the buildings collapsed on them. Fox 5 television in New York City reporting as many as 334 firefighters unaccounted for. Joining us now from Phoenix, Dan Quayle, former vice president under former President Bush. Dan Quayle joining us now. Mr. Vice President, it is good to see you on this very difficult evening. Is this an act of war, and what do we do now?
Oh, yes, it's an act of war, and the news you just reported, perhaps as many as 20,000, is just, it's staggering. It's hard to fathom that number and to comprehend the death toll. But this is war, and this is what you have when international terrorists act like this. And I think Don Rumsfeld, our Secretary of Defense, had it about right. This is the battlefield for the 21st century. Unfortunately, the first major battle took place on American soil. But make no mistake about it, the American people have the toughness, have the resilience, have the determination to see this thing through. It's not going to be a short-term situation, and there's no doubt that the terrorists will try to strike again.
Mr. Vice President, you know as well as I do that the cycle of emotions in a situation like this is well documented. The patterns are understood by many. And the truth of the matter is, if history tells us anything, we know that in a matter of 24, 48, maybe 72 hours from now, probably no longer, the hurt and misery that so many tens of millions of Americans feel will quickly become anger, and lots of it. And the American public will begin to rise up and say, find somebody to attack. It's not going to be that easy, is it?
It's not going to be easy, and I share that anger. I have that anger right now as I speak to you, and it builds up every day, particularly as you see these tremendous rescue efforts and you hear the just horrific stories of the loss of life and the families that are, still don't know to this day whether their loved ones are dead or alive. It does build up. But the President of the United States, he's got a tremendous challenge ahead of him. It's not like a Desert Storm, which I was with his father, because there we knew who the enemy was. There, Iraq had invaded Kuwait, and we said that Iraq will get out of Kuwait, that this will not stand. We knew exactly what to do, and we said this would not be another Vietnam, that we would use overwhelming force to meet our objectives, and we did. We accomplished the mission, we accomplished the objective of getting Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait. This is entirely different. We don't even know exactly who the enemy or the enemies are. We have some good information, we have some leads. It's going to take some time to sort it out. But this is we're in this for the long haul. As I said, Don Rumsfeld said it best. This is the battlefield of the 21st century. So this is what we're going to be confronted with for many years ahead, and they will be back. They have killed, they will kill again, and that's why we have got to track them down.
Mr. Quayle,
and get them before they get us again.
Linda Vester with you as well. The president has called this an act of war, as have other leaders. What specifically do you think he should do?
Well, specifically, he's focusing on the rescue mission right now, and that's the right thing to do.
I mean, in terms of an act of war.
I know, but when you look at in a wartime situation, he is meeting with his national security team on an hourly basis. He's in constant communication with them. He's been talking to world leaders because we do have to have an international effort here. I was very heartened by the statement that NATO put out, which is absolutely correct, that attack upon the United States is attack upon NATO. Attack upon NATO is attack upon us.
But even the NATO statement, sir, I mean, the NATO official, that statement doesn't compel our NATO allies to help us with anything. It doesn't compel them to allow us through their airspace. It doesn't compel them to aid us with any military equipment or personnel.
Well, let us wait and see what options the president wants to pursue to rectify this situation and to respond to what he has said is an act of war. His Secretary of State has said is an act of war. And I think you'll be surprised about the cooperation that we will have from our allies and our friends around the world. It's not going to be as easy to assemble a coalition as we did against Saddam Hussein, because in Saddam Hussein's case, that was the first post-Cold War violation of international law. In this particular case, we have an enemy that we can't see. Well, you know, but I am convinced that when the president decides a strategic course of action, that he will have full cooperation of the Congress, full cooperation of the American people, and a lot of international support. Maybe not entirely, but he'll have enough international support that we will hopefully be able to achieve the objectives that he lays out for us.
That seems clear, Mr. Quayle, but it also seems clear that all the signs of which we know definitively so far point directly toward one man. Our senior correspondents in Washington have repeatedly identified many of these people who have been questioned and some who have been arrested by authorities in the United States, federal authorities, by tens of thousands of them who've been working on this case already, as people who have ties and have links to Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden has been at war with the United States, you must admit, for some time now. Is it not time to just go over there and get that man?
I think that is certainly an option that the president.
So how do you do it? Do you start sending missiles over there?
Is going to consider.
Do you bomb places where you know he is? Do you stop messing around and spending all this time knowing about bombings in Kenya and Tanzania, knowing what's just happened in Lower Manhattan, and get off and get something done over there?
Yeah, well, it's a lot easier for me to sit here and for you to ask the questions and for members of Congress to say this and that and for various people to say we got to do it right now. But the President of the United States will make that decision. And he will make that decision at the appropriate time with the correct information. And I know George W. Bush quite well. And I know his team. I know Dick Cheney, and I know Colin Powell, and I know Don Rumsfeld, and I know Condi Rice. And I know they are working right now on these options, on what they will recommend to the President. And this is a tough president. And he will make the tough decisions. And when he does, we're not going to sit there, and his team is not going to broadcast it. I think it was Secretary of Defense Don Rumsfeld sort of warned some members of Congress and others, be a little careful with the intelligence material that you have. There is an element of surprise that it would be that one would like to have in this particular case. But you are going to have to be a little bit patient here. Now, I understand the frustration, I understand the anger, I understand the emotions of the American people and the families that have lost loved ones. But we are in a war. With international terrorism.
You are not the only one who has said that. Former Vice President Dan Quayle, we thank you very, very much for being with us tonight. And once again, we want to show you what you're seeing on your screen. What you're seeing on your screen is simply the heroes of this terrorist attack. The firefighters, the rescue teams, not only from New York City, but from states nearby, pouring into Lower Manhattan, racing against time, trying to get people out. A supervisor at the New York Port Authority is telling Fox News that the casualty count is now expected to top 20,000 people in the World Trade Towers. Another 10,000 casualties could be discovered in a mall that connects the buildings of the World Trade Center underground. We will not know for some time the ultimate death count. We want to go now to former Republican vice presidential nominee Jack Kemp. He is co-director of an organization called Empower America. Today, Mr. Kemp, you called on Congress to pass a formal declaration of war.
Well, we did. Bill Bennett and Jean Kirkpatrick and I at Empower America called on the Congress to declare war. And I am a friend of Dan Quayle's, but I disagree with one thing he said, which is that we don't know who did it. We do know who is behind this horrific act of war.
But we don't know where to find him. To be perfectly honest.
One second. Let me just finish on February 23rd, 1998, and this has not been really broadcast very much, the World Islamic Front for Jihad issued a formal declaration of war on the United States and said in part, we call on every Muslim. Now, we're not at war with every Muslim. People practice Islam peacefully all over the world. and they are as horrified by this. But bin Laden called on every Muslim who hopes for a reward to obey God's command to kill Americans and plunder their possessions wherever he finds them and whenever he can. We know who's behind it. We should declare war. I agree with Charles Krauthammer in the Post this morning. It will allow the American people to recognize the seriousness of this effort. Number two, it will give the president and the national authority enough authority to do what is necessary. And thirdly, the War Powers Act only gives the president 30 to 60 days. This will give the president the right to conduct a war on behalf of the democracies, not only here and in Israel, but throughout the world, upon whose very fabric of Western civilization has been attacked by this crime.
Then let us talk about specifics.
All right.
We don't really know where Osama bin Laden is. He has a remarkable ability to escape anytime we get close. We may be able to bomb some of his camps, but by the time we get there, he's long gone.
Well, it's not for Jack Kemp or you, Leslie. Fox TV has done a terrific job of elevating this issue to the consciousness of all the American people, if not the world. But we have a tremendous intelligence gathering, albeit this was a huge intelligence mistake, in my opinion. With all of the money we spent, we do not have the men and women on the ground in human intelligence to do the work that has to be done. But nonetheless, we're going to find out where he is, and any country that harbors and sustains and supports terrorism, we have to engage in a war against the very life of Western civilization.
All right. Former Republican vice presidential nominee Jack Kemp, also co-director of Empower America. We thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Continuing to watch the pictures in Lower Manhattan now. Excuse me. It's smoky in New York today. It's made its way all the way up to Midtown. The wind has changed and blown it over this entire island. And as we were watching the close-up pictures just a moment ago, in the year 2001, a backhoe, a tractor, and a bunch of buckets removing what was the tallest structure in all of Manhattan, 110-story twin towers, which we now know disintegrated because when that jet went into the middle of the building, the temperature from all of that fuel so hot that it literally melted the steel there, which caused reinforced concrete floors beginning on about the 82nd story to pancake one into another, leaving room for little more than butter between the stacks. And now you see the dust, said to be 6 to 12 inches deep throughout all of Lower Manhattan, and here, 5 feet of rubble. With us now, Republican Senator Richard Shelby of Alabama. He serves as vice chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Sir, from your intelligence briefings, what do you know? Is there a network in Florida? Are we close to busting it up?
I believe after being briefed by the Attorney General and the FBI Director today that they're on the right road. They've got some work to do, but I have confidence in their ability and the confidence of the FBI and other people here. I'll just make my own personal observation. I can't tell you what came out of this meeting, but I said last night, and I said again today, there are parallels, strong parallels between what happened in Africa to our embassies 3 years ago and what happened yesterday in some respects. The Osama bin Laden group, if you see how precise the timing was yesterday, and you recall what happened 3 years ago, timing was important. Maybe that's just an observation, but I believe it's a strong one,
Senator,
not by itself.
Senator, let us bring in one of your colleagues, Democrat Ron Wyden, who serves on the same committee with you. Senator Wyden, your information is that they may actually be able to solve this, what, in a matter of days or weeks? What are you being told?
Well, I share Senator Shelby's view, and the fact of the matter is tonight Americans are making condolence calls. They're looking for shreds of hope, frantic to find information, and clearly our country must move very aggressively. I happen to think we've got to beef up what's called human intelligence gathering, getting into these terrorist groups, because they're not technological simpletons. We aren't going to be able to beat them without that. And frankly, I would go even further. I think what we've got to do is prevent these groups from forming in the first place, because it seems they always reincarnate themselves as a new organization and go off and commit these dastardly deeds.
But in the meantime, Senator, you face a tremendous amount of criticism for drawing back the funding for intelligence. You and your colleagues. Because the argument now is that intelligence has been hamstrung for years, and we've been lacking this human intelligence you'd like to see more of, and that is what has led us to this day.
I intend to support the additional funding very strongly. I happen to think that as we look at the future, intelligence is the heart of what we ought to be doing in the defense area. I think the Congress is going to work in a bipartisan way now to make some significant changes.
I have been in the forefront during the 7 years that I've been on the Intelligence Committee to do something about human intelligence, to do something about NSA. There were naysayers up here said, look, we don't need the CIA. We don't need to beef up the CIA.
Senator,
we don't need the NSA.
Excuse the interruption.
But we do need it.
We're required to pause now for just a moment. Fox stations up and down the line will be dropping away for local news, some of them. Continuing now on Fox News Channel and on some Fox broadcast stations, plus on Fox Sports Net and Fox Family Channel. Senators, you make your points quite eloquently. However, the fact remains that many on Capitol Hill are whispering behind the scenes. This has been going on since the Cold War ended. We got soft. We changed some of the rules. When you get on airplanes now, you can go inside the metal detectors and then buy a Swiss Army knife in the mall inside there. That and the fact that our intelligence seems to have slipped to a point where we really don't know what's going on in many parts of the nation. Today we're hearing from Israeli intelligence about what's going on over there, not from our own.
This has been a total disaster. No one is questioning that. But I think this is not a time now to talk about Democratic fault or Republican fault. This is a time for members of Congress to come together. You've heard Richard Shelby and I make it clear that we're going to work together across the board. And with respect to airport security, it's clear that dramatic changes have to be made there. This is not just going to be a question, for example, about strengthening the way we check in bags. I mean, I think we're going to have a significantly more of trained security specialists in the airports. The folks that are checking those bags when they come through security aren't people with significant expertise. Those are the kind of changes that are going to have to be made.
Senator Shelby, in fact, there have been numerous citations against Boston Logan Airport and others that there's a remarkable failure of security screeners at airports all across the country. You talk about beefing up the CIA, but what about the basic staffers who are working at the metal detectors at every single airport in the United States?
You make an excellent point. A lot of this will come under the Federal Aviation Administration, and they have to fall in line. America is going to be changed. Our attitudes of travel is going to change drastically. We must change. We've got to do security first. Security, security, security. Make no mistake about it.
We've learned a lot today about these cell phone intercepts that have been received. And Senators, I know that you can't give away details of your security briefing and hope that you won't. But is it right and proper to say that this cell phone information is just the tip of the iceberg? Long and short of it, are we darn sure this is Osama bin Laden? Can we be completely sure of it? And then if we can find him, is it time to just go blow him off the planet?
Our security oath prevents us from getting into that with the kind of detail Senator Shelby and I would like. But let's be clear. We've known bin Laden, on the basis of public reports, has been a significant security threat for a long, long time. This is a person who's been giving news media interviews for many, many, many months, and it's very clear that this kind of conduct, the kind of conduct that has raised questions across this country over the next day, is not going to be tolerated.
All right. Well, we want to make it clear, Senator, if I can, I just want to explain to our viewers that the primary focus here is what you're seeing on your screen. It's the rescue workers, it's the heroes who are working in Lower Manhattan literally around the clock, trying desperately to find whoever might be left in the World Trade Center. We're told that as many as 50,000 people were in those two twin towers.
It's a real tragedy.
At the time of the bombing. Senator Shelby, now a question about Afghanistan and maybe Pakistan. Both countries that might have had something to do with harboring Osama bin Laden, if we were able to make it very clear that it was he who masterminded this whole thing. Do you agree that there should be strikes against Afghanistan and Pakistan?
Absolutely, but not just for political reasons. You're going to have resolve. This is going to test this president and this presidency, because this is full time. Our response has got to be measured. It's got to be thought out. and it's got to be executed, and it's not going to be a one-shot deal. This is total war. We've got to win it. Otherwise, we wait for the next strike here, and it will probably be big, if not bigger.
45 seconds, I got to be out.
Senators, thank you both. Senator Shelby, a Republican of Alabama, Senator Wyden, Democrat of Oregon. Good to have you both. We are continuing to watch live pictures now from Lower Manhattan. There are hundreds of people, we are now being told, working 24-hour shifts. New York's police and fire departments were called out 9 o'clock yesterday morning Eastern Time, and many of them have still not left. The National Guard has brought in a number of backups. The United States military sending not one but 2 aircraft carriers to the region. In the New York harbor, soon there will be a medical ship to serve as little more than a floating hospital.
Welcome back to the Fox News Channel's continuing coverage of the day after terror hits America's shores. I'm Linda Vesser along with Shepard Smith. We are going to continue to cover throughout the night what you are seeing on the left-hand side of your screen. Rescue workers from New York City and all over working with cranes, working simply with buckets with their bare hands, trying to move through the rubble and reach those who may be trapped under the rubble of the World Trade Center. Here's the latest as of now. The FBI is investigating Osama bin Laden's relatives and supporters in Boston. We are told by senior correspondent Rita Cosby that they have figured out about at least a dozen people that they are looking at very closely. Now, the feds are also focusing on multiple separate terrorist cells from at least 4 countries. This is very important. That might mean that they have been sponsored by a foreign government. Also this, the White House and Air Force One, we have now learned, were targets of a suicide attack. It's not clear exactly how that was part of it, but it's believed that the plane that went into the Pentagon was intended originally for the White House. There have been heroic efforts this day by passengers. Actually, on Tuesday, there were heroic efforts among those passengers who were on board that plane that ended up crashing nose first in Pennsylvania. It's been revealed that a couple of people on board that plane called their relatives, told them that they were being hijacked and that they were going to do something. Perhaps they were able to get into the cockpit, overpower the hijackers, and then get it into the ground. Most of the nation's airplanes remain grounded as of this night, the FAA not lifting the ground stop as of yet, except for emergency flights. President Bush did visit the Pentagon earlier this evening, and what you now see over the part of the Pentagon that was destroyed by that airplane that crashed into the wall is a gigantic American flag signaling the United States resolve. President Clinton, former President Clinton, is being guarded by security while he is at an Australian resort. Former Vice President Gore is stranded in Austria. He, too, is being watched. Also, the financial markets, they will open on Friday at the very earliest, but it may not be till Monday. And the G7, the wealthiest nations of the world, have agreed that they will come together with all of their monetary reserves to prevent a global recession in reaction to this attack.
Just about 3 hours ago, in the very spot where you were looking, fears began to rumble that not 1 or 2, but 3 more buildings might be ready to collapse in Lower Manhattan. One of them began to rumble, we are told, buckling along the sides, windows blowing out. Police and fire workers immediately evacuated the area. We're talking about a 54-story building just across the street and down from the 2 towers of what was the World Trade Center. Now, 3 of those buildings, it's feared, will in fact collapse. A matter of time, not whether, but when. Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller has been keeping an eye on the situation at the site of the collapse. He was moved back just a couple of hours ago, having to use a mask now as the smoke is thick in Manhattan tonight. David Lee.
Hi there, Shep. That's right. We were just told a few minutes ago by the National Guard to make sure that we use masks like this one. In fact, many of the workers here are using respirators. That's because we just found out that there is a fear that the buildings may have contained asbestos, and there could be asbestos particles in the air, and that, of course, would raise a serious health concern for everyone here exposed to the site of the former World Trade Towers, especially those who are at ground zero. Now, as you mentioned earlier, there was another devastating problem here, a delay in getting to those that were buried underneath the rubble. At about 5:30, we were on the air live. Suddenly, the police approached us, disconnected our camera, unplugged our microphone, and told us we had to leave the area because a number of buildings, we were told, were in danger of collapse, as you mentioned. Apparently, the windows began to pop out and cracks could be seen in the walls of those buildings. And then, almost as fast as they arrived, we saw rescue workers, firemen, EMS, doctors, nurses flooding down Church Street with heavy equipment, moving away from the site of the World Trade Towers. Although we are told a handful of workers remained on the scene, continuing with rescue efforts. Definitely those rescue efforts were slowed down. Now we are told they are picking up speed, and as you can take a look behind me here, you can see a dump truck coming down the street. Let's get a shot of this, Rob. This is one of the trucks containing the debris of the World Trade Center, and what's happening a few blocks from here right now is they are cutting into the skeleton of that building. They are trying desperately, as quickly as possible, to get to those who are buried underneath, and then with their bare hands they are actually lifting up that rubble, hand to hand, putting the debris inside those trucks. It's going to a dump in Upper Manhattan on 59th Street. The FBI keeping an eye on that debris because it could contain evidence such as the black boxes that were aboard those two airplanes. But so far, as best we can tell, the FBI, although they have 3 trucks standing by to be used for transporting evidence, has only collected 3 boxes worth. Now, as for the buildings that were damaged in Lower Manhattan, we are told that one of them is One Liberty Plaza, another is the World Financial Center, the Hilton Millennium Hotel, and also a historic building, 90 West Street, a building that was built in 1907. All those buildings, we are told, suffered serious damage, and authorities are keeping an eye on them because, as you mentioned, there is a fear of further building collapse. As for the workers themselves, as I said, they are donning these masks, they are staying on the job, but they describe it as a very, very gruesome sight. These recovery volunteers, police and fire say in all their careers they have never, ever seen anything like this. Back to you.
David Lee Miller, we will continue to get back to you during the hour. And for our viewers, you may see at moments when this camera shot pulls back and gets a little bit wider, at the bottom of your screen, you may see an American flag that planted among the rescue workers and by the rescue workers to let the world know of the United States' resolve in the face of this attack.
There was yet another collapse late this, and there it is. Goodness. There was another collapse late this afternoon. The South Tower of the World Trade Center, which was the second to go, still had about 5 or 6 stories of building which remained, the last of this 110-story structure. And there began to be fears about it this afternoon. They moved people back a bit, realized it was about to collapse, and sure enough, just about 4 hours ago or so, the last of the World Trade Center collapsed. Now what we have is about 5 stories of rubble. These people are on top of it, and occasionally as the camera moves around, you'll be able to notice that you have to look closely, but inside this rubble, trapped underneath there, fire trucks, police cars, ambulances. It's our understanding that when the building came down, there were as many as 22 fire trucks onto which this building collapsed. Let's go to Derry Alexander, Fox News correspondent at the Pierre Hotel in Lower Manhattan. That's a spot where some of the victims' relatives are being taken. Derry.
You got it. You know, we talk about everybody pulling together. Cantor Fitzgerald, a very important securities firm in Building 1 of the World Trade Center. They had floors from about 101 to 105. They are missing roughly 650 employees out of 900 employees. Well, they set up a little center for employees' families here at the Pierre Hotel where people can come and basically look on the safe list. They've compiled a list together of people who've been accounted for. Roughly 260 people have been accounted for out of 900 people. So basically all evening we've been seeing people walk into this hotel and looking on the list and finding that very grim news, 650, to find out that very grim news that perhaps their relative is not on the list, so they have not been accounted for. I want to introduce somebody who's standing here with me. She's kind of acting as an intermediary for 4 wives whose husbands are missing. They live in New Jersey. They cannot get into the city. I talked to somebody else actually who worked for Fox News who was doing the very same thing for a friend. If you live in the suburbs and you can't get in the city, you have no idea if your spouse is missing, and you can't find out because you can't get in here to look at the list. This is is Lisa. She wants her last name to remain private. Lisa came in here to help out 4 wives in New Jersey. Tell me the names of the husbands who work at Cantor Fitzgerald who are not accounted for.
Well, the most important is Patrick Busey, but it's spelled B-U-H-S-E. So a lot of people call him Bushy.
And
Edward D. Simone, Stephen Strobert, Michael Lafort, L-I-F-O-R-T, and Bill White.
You've spoken to these wives. What's going through their minds right now as they sit home?
It's a feeling of shock. They can't even believe what's happened. They were called as soon as the plane hit, and Susie was called, and her husband said everything's fine. And it's kind of a makeshift emergency center. They're just in shock.
We certainly appreciate you talking to us, and I know they appreciate your efforts. Something else I want to tell you real quick is that the CEO's brother is missing. When they were in the first plane, they were in the first tower when the plane hit, and apparently he picked up his cell phone.
Can I get out?
He said, I don't think I'm going to make it out of here. The CEO of this company came in here and made a speech and said, hey, listen, I'm with you guys. My brother is missing, and we can't find him.
Correspondent Derry Alexander.
Once again.
Derry, thank you very much. We're going to get back to you shortly. We appreciate it. We want to give you more information. This is coming in from the mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani. Apparently, the city has asked federal officials for 6,000 body bags. The toll of the dead is expected to go much, much higher than that. But at least at this point, the mayor of New York City has requested from the federal government 6,000 body bags for the victims of the World Trade Center collapse.
Derry was talking to someone who mirrors so many stories around this city. Our email volume has just become unbelievable, and reading through it, the letters from the 12-year-old, 13-year-old kids with a photograph attached, talking about the 85th floor, the woman in the subway carrying the picture of her husband and weeping with the New York Post in front of her. There are scenes like this all over this city, but it is very strong, has seemed to be very united, and in many corners of Manhattan, life just goes on. Within blocks of that building, there are sidewalk cafes that are open and people are dining right now.
And yet you get a sense that things are so different and so strange. This bustling city that is always so noisy and so jam-packed is almost like a ghost town. On many quiet streets, you see National Guardsmen in their Humvees, in their APCs. They're out on the streets. It is a totally different sense of what this country is like, and some people here are wondering whether this is about to become Fortress America. Again, we want to just keep you abreast of what is happening at the World Trade Center. There you see the workers there. They're working literally around the clock. According to some information, they've been put on shifts of 24 hours on, 24 off, so that they can get some rest. But they're literally working with cranes and often just with shovels and with buckets. You can see a lot of those white buckets at the center of your screen. From what we understand, some of the debris is being carted away in dump trucks, and then it's being sent across the river to New Jersey so that federal authorities can sift through it, hoping that they can find any evidence of those 2 planes that crashed into the towers on Tuesday.
They'd really like to find the black boxes, but imagine what they're dealing with here. These planes became bombs in the middle of the building, eventually the building collapsing like an accordion, and then, like a needle in a haystack, these black boxes. They're hoping to find them. But hope is the best word I can come up with.
Let us now bring into the conversation from Capitol Hill, Republican Congressman J.C. Watts of Oklahoma. Congressman Watts, for your information, serves on the Armed Services Committee, and he's also a member of the House Military Readiness Subcommittee and the Special Oversight Panel on Terrorism. Very lengthy, but he should have some good information. Also with us from D.C. is Democratic Congressman Gary Ackerman of New York. He is a senior member of the House International Relations Committee. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Congressman Watts, I'm going to start with you. Since you serve on the subcommittee that is related to terrorism, what information are you getting about specific links to Osama bin Laden, beyond what we're hearing now about names on the manifest? Do you have anything more than that?
Well, I've actually, I don't serve on a subcommittee on terrorism. I've actually been one of the people that's kind of led the charge to say that we need to create a select committee concerning domestic terrorism to figure out ways to respond and things of that nature. But been on the Armed Services Committee, we have gotten briefings. I've been a part of probably 5 or 6 briefings over the last 36 hours. There are suspicions out there that we all have. All of those suspicions we're trying to confirm those suspicions. We've got all of our eyes and ears in the right places. And I do think, I can't put a time frame on it, but I do think that we're getting very close from the information that I've received, getting very close to, I think, confirming who we might be able to target for this dastardly deed.
Congressman Ackerman, your intelligence that you're getting, does that include not only Afghanistan, but Pakistan as well?
Well, Pakistan is one of the countries that recognizes the Taliban. It's one of 3 countries in the whole world that recognizes that as a legitimate government, and we're very concerned about that. And I think one of the things that we should be doing, being that we believe to a large extent, and waiting for all the dots to be connected, that Osama bin Laden's DNA is all over this kind of a project, because that seems to be his style. And he simultaneously took out several U.S. embassies not too very long ago and has threatened to do this kind of carnage. I think we should be demanding of those countries that give safe harbor to him and to his forces that we put them at risk the same way we will put him at risk if it pans out that he is indeed responsible for this action.
You know, we knew the last time, right after he struck last time, somehow we bombed a medicine factory. I mean, what can we do about this guy? This is the most powerful nation in the world, and he just keeps getting us over and over again.
Well, we're gonna have to beef up our intelligence. We know his general address. He may not be home right now, but we know the places that he hangs out, and I think that we have to make it as difficult as possible for him. And he has to know, and he has to have known this before, that we are going to do everything we can to hunt him down.
Well, we're continuing to look at live pictures from Lower Manhattan as the workers continue to search for anyone who might be in there alive still. They only pulled out 9 people alive today. The hopes are they'll be able to do better. But we're now reporting that a source with the New York Port Authority is telling Fox News that the casualty count expected to be more than 20,000 in the 2 towers of the World Trade Center, and in the mall beneath those structures, some 10,000. Former Police Commissioner Howard Safer is with us here in Studio B. Commissioner, more than 30,000 dead in Lower Manhattan is just, it's unthinkable.
It's staggering, and it's just hard to fathom.
Commissioner, I would imagine that you have an awful lot of friends who are involved in this effort, and perhaps, I don't know, some who may be missing.
There are many of my friends who are missing. Unfortunately, there are a number already confirmed dead, and this is a real tragedy.
How are your friends who are still in the force responding? How are they handling the loss of their colleagues?
Well, what firefighters and police officers do is they deal with the situation, and they'll deal with the loss afterwards. They're going to need a lot of grief counseling. They're going to need a lot of help. But right now, the firefighters and police officers I know are spending all of their energy and efforts on rescuing people.
One police officer I spoke to today said that there has been a tremendous outpouring of support for them down on the scene, right where they are, as our viewers are seeing on the screen. As they work through sift through the rubble, they carry debris out with buckets in their hands. That apparently, as they've just taken breaks to go get food, one police officer said, you know, he just stopped to get some food and get some water, and somebody, total stranger, walks over and just says, "Hey, can I pay for your meal?"
Well, the citizens and the companies and the restaurants in this city have been unbelievable. I just heard coming in that a number of restaurants have just provided unlimited amounts of foods to the rescue workers. But that's what the city is about. When tragedy hits the city, everybody pulls together to make sure that everybody is supported.
Commissioner Safer, Linda, I want to go to our correspondent, Brett Baer, who's gotten some breaking developments for us. I'm embarrassed to say I don't know where Brett Baer is tonight. Brett, you travel more than most men I know. In Washington for us tonight. Good to know. Brett, what have you found out?
Well, Shep, 2 weeks ago, American Airlines released a memo to their employees saying a warning to be on the lookout for imposter pilots after an incident with a crew in Rome, Italy. At that time, a few months ago, we're told, a crew had their rooms broken into in Rome, Italy. The only thing that was taken were uniforms and ID badges. Now, American Airlines is not releasing an official statement on this. We have this from the crews in this incident. Federal law enforcement officials, however, tonight have confirmed that they are looking at this incident very closely, and they are focusing on this, saying it may have something to do with the hijackings of these 2 American Airlines planes. That's federal law enforcement officials say they are looking into this incident. Again, American Airlines releasing a memo a few weeks ago to their employees saying to be on the lookout for imposter pilots after this incident in Rome, Italy. We are getting more details as the day progresses, but we just had that confirmation from federal law enforcement officials that indeed they are looking very closely at this incident of stolen ID badges and also stolen uniforms. We have heard testimony and statements about how perhaps easy it is to get by security with an ID badge from an airline. Perhaps this had something to do with this hijacking, perhaps not, but federal law enforcement officials saying they are looking very closely at it tonight.
Brett Baer, live for us in Washington. We do know the feds were mighty busy today, executed some search warrants in and around the city of Boston, brought a few people into custody, though to say arrested would be too strong a word. Down in Florida, some search warrants executed as well. Some people now who may have been involved with this, who police and federal investigators believe strongly may have been involved with this, may have actually been trained to fly jets at Embry-Riddle University in the state of Florida. Those believed to have carried out the single worst act of terrorism ever on American soil, trained on American soil.
We bring into the conversation now former mayor of New York City, David Dinkins. Mayor Dinkins, this has sort of brought us all into a sort of a neighborly fashion. Every time we meet someone we know, we ask them first, is everyone you know safe?
No, as a matter of fact, I had, aside from the first deputy fire commissioner, Fian, whom I knew, I lost a very good friend in Michael Judge. Father Judge was a dear friend. We traveled to Israel together. I've served food on his food line at St. Francis of Assisi. He drops by my home and leaves messages that are really prayers with great frequency. I will miss him.
Throughout this night, we are showing our viewers the most important part of this entire response, which is what you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen. It is the heroes of this attack. They are in Lower Manhattan, sifting through the rubble, fighting against time, trying to find any survivors. Mr. Mayor, is there anyone you know who is down there, who is working?
Well, no one that I can, whose name I can give you, but I'm confident that given my many years in New York City and some of it in government, there are probably people down there that I know.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, the Port Authority, which owns this building, the landlord of all the people who were there, a source at the Port Authority now telling Fox News more than 30,000 people are believed to be dead inside that building. Well, 20,000 in the towers, 10,000 in the mall. How does a city, even as long and strong and worldly as this one, recover from such a devastating loss?
Well, the mayor has said repeatedly he didn't want to give numbers because it was so great. And while I'm at it, let me commend the mayor and the governor and the president for their response to this effort. I think it's tremendously important we all pull together. And we will survive this. We're a great country, a great city, and we will survive. It will not be easily done, but we will do it.
We hear the senators and the representatives and the mayor and the governor talking about rebuilding and reconstructing World Trade Centers. Can you imagine another set of twin towers in southern Manhattan? Can you imagine that?
Well, whether they determine to rebuild the same kind of structure there or not, I don't know. But I was born in 1927, so I remember Pearl Harbor. I was in the Marine Corps in 1945. Fortunately, didn't see combat. I was mayor when they bombed the World Trade Center in '93. We have seen nothing like what we now face. But I remember during World War II, we put a ship a day in the water. We were building them that fast because we had to. We did a lot of things. For instance, they said that blacks couldn't fly. We didn't have the intelligence and we just couldn't handle it. But the Tuskegee Airmen did such a great job that the whites flying the bombers said, send those black guys with us. They didn't lose a single ship. We are a great country. We are a land of immigrants, and we'll all come together and we will beat this thing.
As we watch the bulldozers that are picking through the rubble, we want to take it back to former Police Commissioner Howard Safir and ask, do we understand correctly that part of the city's emergency response center, ironically, is in the wreckage?
Actually, the Office of Emergency Management's command center was at 7 World Trade Center, and that building collapsed, and with it went the Emergency Command Center.
How fully staffed was it at the time?
It was evacuated. They had realized that the building was going to come down, and as best I can tell, most people were out of it.
From what you know, obviously you spent plenty of time in your work on the force around the World Trade Center buildings, underneath. You've heard the estimate now that we're hearing from the New York Port Authority. There may be as many as 30,000 people dead. Does that sound on target to you? We know the city has certainly requested 6,000 body bags from the federal government.
Well, I hope it's wrong, but on any given day at about that time, there's between 45,000 and 50,000 people in the World Trade Center, so it's certainly possible. I hope we're wrong.
And this mall underneath about which we were speaking is just that, but add in transportation mecca. I believe it's the E line which runs underneath the World Trade Center there. E train, the A train, it's the way we all get around, and at that time of the morning, there can be 50,000 in the building and 50,000 in the mall. We're going to continue to talk about all of this and the rescue efforts that are underway. Right now, some local Fox stations will break away for a quick minute of local news. Mr. Mayor, when we look at all that we see down there, is there the possibility now that when these other buildings collapse, it's going to be even worse? I see them doing this rescue effort here, and I know that this 54-story building about which we've been concerned all night is a block away. Is it safe for them to be out there now, Mr. Commissioner?
Well, they have structural engineers with them. They have the buildings department with them. These people are experts on whether or not a building is going to collapse or not, and they would move out with an abundance of caution, all of the rescue workers, if they believed the buildings were going to collapse.
Do we still have, Congressman Gary Ackerman, I want to ask you a question. It's been brought up that in the recent few days, there's been a tremendous amount of bickering over what is left of the surplus that is designated for Social Security. Does it now appear that that bickering is going to have to end and that any surplus that's available may be used for the United States efforts for rescue and for fighting terrorism? Congressman Ackerman?
Whether or not, let's set the issue of whether or not there's a surplus available aside, because we'll get into petty bickering, and we do not want to do that. It is clear and evident that the cost of this is going to be astronomical, just in financial terms alone, let alone human lives. We will be having an emergency appropriation requested by the administration that will be supported, I believe, by almost everybody in the Congress, that will include not only other emergencies, but will incorporate the initial estimates of the cost of this.
I'm just curious, if it comes to this, would you support the President of the United States reversing the executive order that's been in place since the Ford administration that bans the U.S. from assassinating a foreign leader?
Well, I think that it is not illegal if we can hook up the fact of a foreign leader being responsible for this kind of an action. I do not believe that the law precludes us from going after him and the people that he is associated with in committing this crime. This is not only a foreign leader that we're talking about, and I believe it's a head of government. This is a terrorist. He heads no government. He heads no recognized movement by almost any standard in the world. And in addition to committing an act of terrorism, he has committed a crime. He has committed mass murder as well as crimes against humanity.
Of course, that's the worst of the toll. No question about it. Everything else pales in comparison. But this is a man who... Go ahead, Congressman.
Yeah, I think we also have to be cognizant, because everybody is concentrating, and appropriately so, and what can this count be just by the enormity of this unbelievably horrific occurrence. 6,000 body bags is probably on the very low side. On the other very morbid aspect of it, when you consider that the explosion and fire and heat and inferno that was generated, you had steel that was melting down and concrete that was vaporized into several feet of dust in some places. When you think about the people who were in between those concrete walls with the walls vaporizing, sadly, I'm afraid that many of those bodies will never be accounted for.
Yeah, certainly the very real possibility is that thousands upon thousands of them never will. And Mr. Mayor, that's a scar that's so difficult to heal. I remember in Oklahoma City, families weeks later waiting and praying for anything to bury, and the vast majority of them got just that. It would appear that that won't happen here.
Only I think that's probably true. As I understand it, the reason those buildings collapsed was the heat and the metal, the steel just melting, as it were. But I think of what we did following World War II. It was a massive effort. The war effort itself was magnificent, but then thereafter, we rebuilt Europe. We wouldn't permit Japan and others to have armies, and we poured tons of money into there. I can't conceive of an inability of our country now to come to the fore and raise the funds, whatever the amount necessary for this effort.
Well, it's certainly going to be an astronomical cost, both in people and cash. Still continuing to look live in Lower Manhattan. The rescue effort will continue night and day, nonstop. We have been guaranteed until authorities are 100% proof positive that there is no way anyone else can be found alive. New York's finest and New York's bravest, along with the National Guard and others, working around the clock.
The mood is very grim, but determined. People are working as hard as they possibly can to pull this debris out. There are human chains of people taking piece of rubble by piece of rubble out.
It is 10 p.m. Eastern Time here in New York City. About 36 hours ago, the World Trade Center began collapsing. This is the Fox News Channel special coverage. We continue now with our coverage of the terrorist attacks on the United States. Here is the latest as of this hour. The FBI, according to senior correspondent Rita Cosby, has gotten to at least a dozen people. It's investigating Osama bin Laden, specifically relatives and supporters in Boston, Massachusetts. But not only there, they have federal agents not only in Boston, but also in Rhode Island, in Florida, in Canada, in Portland, Maine. We understand they may also be in Hamburg, Germany, checking out an apartment there. We will be hearing about many more search warrants being executed throughout the night. Also, the feds are focusing now on multiple separate terrorist groups from at least 4 countries, although they are saying that primarily they do believe this was masterminded by Osama bin Laden. The word came out from the White House today that the White House and Air Force One were also targets of this terrorist attack. It was not just the World Trade Center. It was not just the Pentagon. It was apparently intended that the plane that went into the Pentagon was going to the White House instead. At the last minute, there was some change. It veered into the Pentagon and largely destroyed part of the E-ring. We have gotten word now that there were heroic efforts, at least on one of those doomed flights, this by passengers that may have spared lives in that Pennsylvania crash, this aircraft going nose down into the ground 80 miles from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We have gotten word that through a couple of cell phone calls, a couple of male passengers called their families, let them know that the plane was being hijacked, also let them know that they were going to try something. And then apparently they put the phone down. It's believed that they may have tried to get into the cockpit, overpower the hijackers, and that may be why that airplane landed into the ground in Pennsylvania and not at some significant site in Washington, D.C. According to the FAA, most of the nation's airplanes remain grounded at this hour. There is still a full ground stop, except for a couple of mercy flights and emergency flights. President Bush has been to the Pentagon this evening. He went to visit, and just before he arrived, they draped an enormous American flag over the part of the Pentagon that has been destroyed. Former President Clinton is under guard right now. He's at an Australian resort. Former Vice President Gore is in Austria. He, too, is being watched. As for the economic effects, well, it is unclear, frankly, at this hour because the stock markets have remained closed in the United States. There is word that the stock markets may reopen Friday, but that will only be at the earliest. It may happen Monday. But in the meantime, the G7, the world's wealthiest nations, have come together agreeing that they will use all of their monetary reserves to prevent a global recession in the wake of this attack.
Certainly the strength of the dollar, the dollar has weakened greatly over the last couple of years. Money from around the globe seems to be, according to our managing business editor, Neil Cavuto, heading straight into gold and into oil, which traditionally happens when there is a belief, at least, that there's nowhere else to put it. There has been some good news this day, and that good news comes from the Pentagon, where initial reports were the death toll could be as high as 800. We know that that portion of the Pentagon which was struck was largely unoccupied due to renovation, and now it appears the numbers have been reduced significantly. Our correspondent Brian Wilson outside the Pentagon now with a live update. Brian.
Shepard, yesterday we had the Arlington County officials tell us that they thought that it could go as high as 800, and they explained that was a worst-case scenario. They also said it might be as low as 100. Well, today the Defense Department came out and said in their best guess that it should be somewhere around 100 to 150, but they could not say what they thought was an accurate number, and no one really knows. We know there were about 67 people on that flight, and all of those people perished. We understand that they now consider the death toll here to be at 80. But there are more bodies to be recovered, and that death toll number will rise here at the Pentagon. There was a poignant moment this afternoon at the Pentagon that happened as the president came to visit. A large flag was draped over the side of the Pentagon. You see that flag over my shoulder now. It is a poignant reminder of patriotism, and it stands proudly against the backdrop of a badly scarred South facade of the Pentagon building. The president was here and visited with workers on the scene to thank them for their tireless efforts and to ask them to continue the hard work. The president reportedly seemed to be very moved by what he saw here. The cleanup is very tough here. They had a hard time. Even this morning, they were still trying to put out some flames and some hot spots in the building. That is now all under control. They have a serious problem. The building is unstable. Now, since they don't believe that there are any more survivors inside there, they don't believe that anybody could have survived the impact, the smoke, the fire. They're very reluctant to put their rescue workers at risk since they don't believe that anybody survived. So they're trying to figure out how to stabilize this building and then go in for what is not really a rescue effort at this point, sadly, but a recovery effort. Shepard?
Brian Wilson live for us this evening at the Pentagon. Linda?
Perhaps the most important part of what you will see throughout our coverage this night is what you're seeing now on your screen. That is the site at the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. Much of that part of the city has been evacuated. However, you see what you can see some of the T-shirts there. They say NYPD. A lot of police officers there working, even as they evacuate the bodies or they remove the bodies of their colleagues who have been trapped under the rubble. There's a massive rescue effort. Correspondent David Lee Miller is right there in Lower Manhattan. He's been there ever since the first attack on the World Trade Center towers. David?
What a horrific sight, Linda, and today a very serious setback for some of the rescuers. A short time ago at about 5:30 Eastern Time, apparently authorities feared that a number of buildings were close to collapse. As many as 3 buildings, they said, might come tumbling down, one of them as tall as 54 stories. Part of the problem, they said, some of the windows suddenly began to pop out, cracks began to appear in the structure. They were heavily damaged when the Twin Towers were struck and then collapsed. And in response, authorities told all emergency workers to leave the area. Firemen, emergency crews, heavy equipment then headed down this road, Church Street, away from the emergency zone itself, and they stayed away for a number of hours. We were told that a scaled-down rescue effort did remain in place, and a short time ago the workers did begin to return to the location. They say there is no immediate concern that those buildings are in fact going to collapse, but authorities are very closely watching the situation. Now, a short time ago, New York City's Mayor Rudy Giuliani said so far 41 bodies have been pulled from the wreckage of the former Twin Towers. Measure that against the fact, and here is a horrifying statistic. The Port Authority is now saying that as many as 20,000 people were killed. They say that figure could even be higher. And now, in addition to the 50,000 people that worked in those 2 towers, the Port Authority says tens of thousands of commuters were in the mall, often use the mall between the 2 buildings, taking the New York City subway. The mayor of the city of New York has now asked the federal government for an additional 6,000 body bags, that to supplement the number of body bags that the city already has on hand. Now, as we watch the recovery effort at this hour, as it continues, authorities are using dogs, they're using special audio equipment to try and detect survivors who might be tapping, shouting, trying to send out some type of a signal. And then they're removing the wreckage. They're putting it in special dump trucks. Let's see if we can take a quick shot of this one. You can see here what looks like a burned out automobile that is now on its way uptown, possibly to a location on 59th Street or to New Jersey. We are told they are collecting the debris, and then the FBI is going to sort through it in the hope that they will be able to locate evidence such as the black boxes belonging to the two airplanes that struck the Twin Towers. Now, as for the surrounding area, it has resembled a war zone as well. National Guardsmen could be seen on Humvees and armored personnel carriers. A very strong military presence outside the federal building and the courthouse here in Lower Manhattan. Meanwhile, west of the Twin Towers, it is a virtual ghost town. There is still no electricity. The people who live here, for the most part, have been unable to go home. And now, yet another complication. Just a short time ago, we were told that the blast may have released into the air particles of asbestos. And now we were warned that, as much as possible, we are to wear masks like these to filter out the risk of breathing in the asbestos particles. Of course, this is an even more grave concern for the rescue workers who are at this hour at Ground Zero. Lyndon Chepp.
David Lee Miller, live for us in Lower Manhattan. David Lee, thanks.
And as you watch on your screen this non-stop effort, 24 hours a day, to try to reach anyone who might be trapped, we're starting to get more and more stories, some of them heroic, others heartbreaking. This one of an Irish immigrant being reported by the Associated Press. He was working in the North Tower of the World Trade Center when the plane hit. He was able to escape. He called his family back in Ireland, let them know he was okay. But then he had a bad feeling, told his brother back in Ireland something was wrong, and he thought his sister may have been on one of those hijacked planes. It turned out to be true. His sister and his little niece were on the plane that slammed into the other tower of the World Trade Center. Joining us now on the phone is the former director of the FBI, William Sessions, giving us a little more information. Mr. Sessions, have you learned anything more about what the FBI knows some 36 hours after the beginning of this investigation?
Oh, no, Ms. Vester. I don't have any communication with the FBI at all, but I've been listening carefully to much of the developments, and I'm gratified at your coverage.
You'll pardon me if I don't entirely believe you, because I would imagine you still have good friends there in the Bureau, and I would imagine you don't want to give up any information that they're giving.
No. I've had no contact. I wouldn't tell you I had if I hadn't.
Okay. From what you know in your time working for the FBI, what do you know in terms of how far the Osama bin Laden network extends? The reason why I ask is that the federal authorities have identified more than a dozen hijackers of Middle Eastern descent. Now, some of them are not only have documents that show that they're Afghani or from the UAE, but also now it appears some people who are linked to Saudi Arabia and Egypt.
Well, I don't know the answer to that question either. However, we do know, and it's public knowledge, that he has great wealth, probably $1/3 billion, and of course he has a worldwide network, and that's well known. So I think you can just pretty well put it down that there is worldwide capability.
Let me ask you a question about how people are going to view what the FBI is doing right now. And the FBI was in movement. I mean, there are thousands of field agencies from all 52 offices all around the country mobilized with a single phone call, getting everyone moving. Within hours, they were all over the country in certain parts that the FBI had figured were key, among them, say, Florida, where they believe that at least some of the hijackers may have gotten their aviation training. How is it that the FBI could have such a rapid response after the attack?
Well, you'll recall
and
that,
not, sir, before.
This is the FBI's responsibility. It is an investigative agency. It has great capabilities. It has tremendously well-trained people, and of course, everybody was energized by the barbaric nature of this attack, and so I'm sure that it influenced every agency in the world to do its very best, and you'll get the very best, and I'm confident they'll solve it.
You do not think that any of your agents had any information? After all, it was the FBI that worked so heroically in the aftermath of the U.S. Embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania.
Well, you know, when you say they had no information, there is a great deal of information that is gathered over the course of the time in connection with the counterintelligence responsibility and the counterterrorism responsibility of the Bureau. And I'm sure there's a great deal of information. But if you're suggesting that they might have withheld something or not studied it properly, I would say that's highly unlikely. They are a very dedicated group of people, and counterterrorism is extremely important, and they know it.
Former FBI Director William Sessions, we thank you very much for being with us.
Nice to talk with you.
Here in
Good night.
studio with us now, Frank Donahue, who's rushed to the World Trade Center as a member of the National Red Cross Rapid Response Team. Frank's CEO of the Southeastern Pennsylvania chapter of the American Red Cross. I mean, it goes without saying, you guys are all over the place when things like this happen, and normally there's a place where you can go in and help those who have been hurt, and this time people are not coming out alive. It must be an incredibly difficult experience.
Yeah, it's been quite a 34 hours, 36 hours since yesterday morning. I arrived around 11 a.m. From Philadelphia, and just to drive into New York City to come through the Holland Tunnel, literally the only vehicle in the Holland Tunnel yesterday morning at about 11 o'clock. And the first person I came in contact with was a New York City police officer who was crying. And I knew what was ahead for the next 30-some hours was going to be devastating.
I want to get this in here, and I don't want to sound... I just give you this information. The Empire State Building has just been evacuated. That's the extent of the information we have about it. The Empire State Building is one that is a symbol in New York City, is red and green at Christmas, is Yankee blue when the Yanks win World Series year in and year out. You'll forgive me. It changes colors and changes mood with the city. If you're not from here, that may seem a bit strange, but it's a symbol of our night sky that's important to people who live here. It was dark last evening for the first time in quite some time, and this night it has been evacuated in just the last few minutes. I do not know why, but certainly tensions have been high.
Frank, let me ask you about some of your work. I mean, it is remarkable that you're able to sit here and be so calm, considering what you've seen. If you can, just take us through some of the moments of your work in the past 36 hours.
As I said, yesterday I arrived and I helped with our disaster response. The Red Cross in Greater New York had about 8 units of volunteers in the area. Battery Park, below Soho, on the Wall Street area, who were basically the backup for the medical staff and the firefighters that you saw on the television there. People were being evacuated. They were being sent to Red Cross centers and being, directed where to go if people needed medication, whatever they might need. Red Cross volunteers were there to do that. And that's where I spent most of yesterday. But tonight I spent time at what's been called the morgue, Bellevue Hospital, across town, and had an opportunity to see Red Cross mental health workers and talk to them and talk to family members. At that facility alone today, over 3,000 people have passed. And I said to one of our workers, I said, what was the hardest part of the day? To this volunteer, a woman who was a volunteer. And she said, what wasn't? And she just started to fill up. She said, no, I'll tell you what it was. She said, we saw 3,000 people here today, and not one name was on the list of a survivor list that we had from a hospital.
Well, I want to jump in once again. Fox News has confirmed the Empire State Building has been evacuated. There are also reports now that Pennsylvania Station in Manhattan, has been evacuated as well. Penn Station is the spot which leads you everywhere, all over Manhattan and throughout the tri-state. Penn Station, Grand Central Station, if you can get to one of those, you can get to anywhere in the world, pretty much, with a couple of links. And an evacuation of Penn Station could be nothing more than some sort of prank, could be nothing more than high tensions, could be some fool putting in a fake bomb threat, but nobody's taking any chances here. And it's our understanding, we have confirmed that the Empire State Building has been evacuated, and we have reports now that Penn Station has been evacuated as well.
Let us be clear, we do not want to be alarmist. We're simply bringing you the information, but we also want to bring up another point. Chief political correspondent Carl Cameron reported earlier today that congressional leaders had been briefed on Capitol Hill that there was a significant chance of follow-on attacks, something that law enforcement had told them could not be minimized. They said, in their words, follow-on attacks were possible, if not probable. Again, this is early information about the evacuations. We're going to keep you posted as we get more information from law enforcement.
Actually, more information is coming in as we speak. Our New York assignment desk is just putting in confirmations, I now believe, of what we have just been reporting. The significance of this remains to be seen, except I can tell you that Manhattan has had an interesting feel over the last couple of days, and interesting is probably the right word because it takes on so many different tones throughout the day, depending on the specific spot where you are. Sometimes it is tense. Sometimes there are little hostilities within a restaurant or hostilities within another public place like a bar or something. At other times, there are people crying together on the subway stations, as I saw this morning on the way to work. But there are a lot of tensions, and you do see National Guard troops on street corners at times, and it entrances to the park here in Rockefeller Center, where our building is located. 17 buildings in Rockefeller Center, often seen as a potential target for terrorism. The garbage cans have been removed. There are IDs at every door. You can't have a package delivered anywhere inside Rockefeller Center. They don't open the doors that allow the UPS trucks and the FedEx trucks to come in. We're on pretty good lockdown.
Okay, we want to bring in one of our Fox colleagues. He's actually serves as a director here at Fox, Jack Hannock. He's on the phone with us. He apparently is at 34th Street. For those of you who are not from New York, that is very close to Penn Station. Jack, what do you know?
Linda, I am on the corner of 34th and 3rd. What happened about 5 minutes ago is that people came running into our building on Park Avenue and 34th, knocking door to door, saying everyone must evacuate immediately. Everyone started running down the stairwells, and Park Avenue and Lexington Avenue all empty, and there's thousands of people on the street. The police are directing us all to just run to the water on the east side. Do not go west, they're telling us. That's all the information that I have so far.
Okay, I want to give people who are not from Manhattan some perspective on all of this. If you were in Central Park and on the east side of the park in Manhattan, you get to, the first thing there is Fifth Avenue, which is Museum Row for many of you who aren't in New York City. After Fifth Avenue, you have Madison, and then Park Avenue, which is the divided one that you see at Christmas time with the lit up lights in the middle of the street. After that is Lexington, then 3rd Avenue, 2nd Avenue, 1st Avenue, York Avenue, then the East Side Highway. Block after block after block there, and from Jack Hannock's perspective here, they are evacuating buildings up and down Lexington and 3rd Avenue and telling people to walk to the right there, which would be the East River. Jack, have they given you an idea of why?
They just said there was a threat against the Empire State Building. The Empire State Building right now is totally dark. And I asked the police, and that's all they're willing to say.
Jack, how much of how much of law enforcement are you seeing? How many officers are you seeing around you?
There's a huge presence here on every street corner now. The streets are totally blocked off. Traffic is being diverted. I don't hear any ambulances, though, but I would say there are 10 or 15 police directing traffic at each corner right here.
All right. When you say police officers, I mean, how heavily are they uniformed? What kind of weaponry do they have? Do you see any bomb squads or anything like that?
At this point, I don't see any bomb squad. I don't see anything. Right now, they're just, as I said, directing the traffic. There doesn't seem to be... what's happening, which is a little bit unusual, is up the street, there are a lot of people just staring up at the Empire State Building, waiting for something to happen.
Well, Jack,
and then there's a whole other group of people who are just following the directions and moving as fast as they can to get out of the 34th Street area.
I want to tell our
still heading toward the East River right now.
Jack, I want to tell our viewers what they're looking at. If you see the green lights there in the larger box on the right-hand side of your screen, green, blue, whatever that color is there, the brightest light on there, just to the left of that, if you look very closely at the top of your screen, you can see one little light. That's the light at the top of the tower above the Empire State Building. That is the portion which is lit up in many different colors, depending on the season, depending on the holiday. Last night it was dark, and it was our assumption, though I did not read this definitively anywhere, it was our assumption that with the carnage in the southern end of Manhattan, that the Empire State Building would go dark, and certainly it did. These are traffic cameras that are switching around. They are beyond our control. But this is the shot of the Empire State Building now. Buildings around it being evacuated, and people who live in this area being asked to move east toward the East River. This is an area that's sort of mixed. There is some residential, some commercial. The street areas around the Empire State Building, the first and second floors mostly, are businesses, and then people live above them.
Jack, if you would, stay with us on the phone. You are our eyes and ears outside the Empire State Building at Penn Station.
A number of unmarked black police cars just speeding up toward the Empire State Building. But right now, people are just huddled all around the corners here. Everybody's on their cell phones, trying to make contact with their loved ones to tell them they're all okay.
Okay, Jack, stay with us on the phone. Jump in as you get more information. We want to bring in Bill Richardson, former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations and Energy Secretary under Bill Clinton. Mr. Richardson, there had been warnings, apparently, to leaders on Capitol Hill that there might be follow-on attacks. How concerned are you that actually may be happening now?
Well, I've heard the same reports, and I do believe that these are threats that we not take lightly, either at airports or the Empire State Building. We know that the tactics of this terrorist group are quite sophisticated. They penetrated our airports. We definitely need, more than ever, for the Congress to give the President authority to find the funds necessary to improve our human intelligence, to upgrade our counterterrorism capabilities. We most likely need a terrorism czar of cabinet rank that coordinates the FAA, the FBI, the CIA, our entire counterterrorism effort. This is a serious threat, and the tragedy that has hit all of us. I just lost a friend, a close friend in New York Port Authority, Neil Levin. I just found that out today. This touches all of us, and we have to be prepared.
I want to go back to what we were just talking about in this news of the evacuations on Manhattan's East Side. We also mentioned Pennsylvania Station in an area similar to that, but almost due west, in the same place, but on the west side of Manhattan. Penn Station, it is now my understanding, was searched by a bomb-sniffing dog. This sniffing dog had some sort of reaction after searching the facility, so Penn Station was evacuated. However, this is a completely different story with the Empire State Building. There has been some sort of threat on the Empire tonight. Our local stations will break away. Continuing coverage now, Mr. Richardson, this sort of thing, I guess hoaxes happen at times like this, and God knows, let's hope it is.
That's right, Shep. What is happening also is every crank, every would-be assassin terrorist is also stimulated to cause trouble. That has to be taken into account. Nonetheless, I think this is the time when we've got to cooperate with law enforcement, with the police. We've got to put up with a lot of inconveniences when we go to airports. And tomorrow, if airports open up, that it probably will be 2 hours before anybody is given a secure status to board a plane. We've got to take those steps. We've got to find ways to prepare ourselves, but also to send a message to the terrorists that they're not going to alter our way of life, that the economy is going to continue, that our transportation system is going to continue, that we as a nation are behind the president.
Mr. Richardson, though, let me ask you a very blunt question. You've worked at the UN. You know that we don't always get the kind of cooperation we need. At this point, we need the cooperation of the United Nations to help us find out who is responsible and what nations harbored whoever was responsible. How much cooperation do you think we're really going to get at the UN?
Well, today was a good day on that. The United Nations Security Council, which is the superpowers of the world, gave support to the United States today in a resolution basically backing any strong measures that we take. This also happened at NATO, our European allies. What is important, and I think the administration is doing this well, is to marshal international support for what you said is the most valuable tool we can get from our allies.
Yeah,
information.
But, Mr. Richardson, I mean, words are cheap. It's easy to issue a declaration at NATO or at the UN. What it comes down to is actual cooperation from them, and we've not seen great cooperation, sometimes from the countries who are the worst human rights abusers. Sometimes we have been thwarted at the UN, and what gives you any reason to believe that they're really going to help us now?
Well, the full muscle of the United States is behind this effort. We have said that we're going to take decisive military action to quell this threat and to basically take the steps that are needed so this doesn't happen again. But we've got to understand that terrorism doesn't just happen in the United States. It's happening in Colombia, in the Middle East, in Africa. And we've got to get international support because we will be more effective fighting terrorism if 185 nations band together rather than one. Granted, we've changed our policy, and that makes sense, to say to the Afghanistans, to the countries that may be harboring Osama bin Laden, that if you do harbor, you will also be subject to strong retaliation. That has not been our policy in the past. That is a welcome departure that I believe deserves support.
My understanding, we're continuing to look live at the top of the Empire State Building, which on a normal night would be lit up. It's now our understanding NYPD tells residents that a threat has been made to the Empire State Building. We also have information to suggest from our assignment desk downstairs that a bomb-sniffing dog reacted after this threat was made at the Empire State Building, and that this is the reason that this is being considered so serious. Jack Hannock, a director for Fox News who lives in the neighborhood, has just been evacuated. Jack, what is the scene where you are now?
Well, actually, it seems like it's calmed down quite a bit. I mean, the police are moving people slowly toward the East River, away from the Empire State Building. But it's definitely calmed down here quite a bit. We've seen a little bit of police cars moving back and forth, some heading toward the Empire State Building up 34th Street and coming back down. But right now it seems pretty orderly. Everyone is moving sort of toward the East River as requested, but there doesn't seem to be any panic. People are bringing their babies in the carriages. I see some people with luggage, and everyone's on their cell phones, again, looking and letting everyone know that they're okay. So right now there doesn't seem to be any real threat or problem. You see people just up and down 34th Street lined as if they were waiting for a parade of some type, just staring up at the Empire State Building.
Jack, Linda has a question, but I do want to clarify, as this was breaking, it was a bit confusing. We now know that Penn Station was evacuated as a result of this threat on the Empire State Building. We're going to get right back to you, Jack, as we continue to watch the Empire State Building, watching for developments to unfold in downtown Manhattan as well, but some of our stations will be rejoining us now.
This is the Fox News Channel's continuing live coverage of the terrorist attack on America. We want to explain what you're seeing on your screen. On the left-hand side, there you see, on the lower right there's something that says MetLife. But next to that, you see a building that is virtually dark. That is the Empire State Building. We got word from the NYPD, who has told residents nearby that they have to evacuate. Apparently, there has been some sort of threat against the Empire State Building. Apparently, there also has been a search of Penn Station. For those of you not familiar with it, that is a train station that's important for those who commute in and out of New York City. Our Fox colleague, Jack Hannock, is on the street outside the Empire State Building. He was among those people when the call went out to evacuate. Jack, what are you seeing?
Once again, it's very, very calm and quiet here right now. Everyone is just staring up at the Empire State Building, lining 34th Street, which the Empire State Building is on 5th Avenue and 34th Street. I'm about 3 blocks away down on 34th Street. The police are just making sure that everyone is moving as far east as possible, getting away from the Empire State Building.
How much law enforcement are you seeing? You reported earlier that you saw an awful lot of uniformed officers, and then you saw a swarm of unmarked black police cars. What kind of law enforcement are you seeing right now?
Well, as I said, the scene has really calmed down quite a bit. It's very orderly. I don't see any police cars moving back and forth like I did a few moments ago. Traffic is actually moving normal, and the police are actually directing traffic down the avenue, which is quite surprising to me. No one is allowed to go on 34th Street, but the avenue traffic is moving quite normally.
Moving down the avenue on 5th or just there on farther east?
It's moving down 2nd Avenue.
So we're talking about 5 long city blocks.
Let's see, yes, you got Madison, you got Park, you got Lexington, you got 3rd, and then 2nd is moving properly.
Well over, that's a mile, right?
Absolutely.
Avenue blocks are a 1/5 of a mile, I believe.
Jack, before this all happened and everyone was evacuated, was the Empire State Building dark at the time, or has that just happened since everyone was pulled out?
No, it's been dark. It's been dark all night. I actually looked up at it just before I was watching the news channel. I looked up at the Empire State and said, "Oh, it's dark again. I guess this is just another precaution." Then I heard a knock on my door, and it was the super in the building pounding loudly and telling everyone to take the staircase down and to walk toward the East River as fast as possible.
How long ago was this, Jack?
I would say that was about 20 minutes ago.
Well, we do not know how credible this threat is.
Sorry, Chef, I can't hear you too well. You're breaking up.
All right, we'll get back to Jack Hannock. Jack, if we lose you, please reestablish some contact. We don't know how credible this threat is, but I'll bet you dollars to donuts, nobody in the city of New York who wears blue will be taking any chances with the citizens of this city. It has been a rough 36 or so hours, and now an evacuation in and around the Empire State Building at 34th and 5th Avenue. Jack Hannock, who lives 2 long city blocks away, evacuated as well, and thousands of people now lining the avenues near the East River, looking up and watching the top of the Empire State Building.
It is certainly hope that this is only a hoax or some kind of mistake. But we want to remind you of something that Chief Political Correspondent Carl Cameron was reporting earlier in the day. That is that leaders on Capitol Hill had been briefed by law enforcement, the Justice Department, that there was a significant, possible, if not probable, attack, or chance of follow-on attacks. They wanted to make sure that no one in Congress minimized that possibility, that no one totally took for granted everyone's security in these days after the attack on the World Trade Center and then on the Pentagon. Once again, we're going to keep a close eye on this. There is no movement as of now. Jack Hannock, our colleague there outside the Empire State Building, serving as our eyes and ears. But at the same time, there are developments outside the World Trade Center where they are just, it's been learned that the city of New York has actually asked the federal government for 6,000 body bags. There have been some reports from the New York Port Authority that the death toll may go up to 20 or 30,000 by the time this is all over.
The Port Authority suggesting that 20,000 would be the estimate now for the people who died in the 2 towers of the World Trade Center. Another 10,000, they believe, may have died, 10,000 or more in the mall, which is beneath the 2 structures and serves as a subway station and a massive transportation depot, for lack of a better phrase, for people all along the southern tip of the city. We're continuing to look live at what is the top of the Empire State Building, now the tallest building in America's largest city. It went black last night for the first time in my memory, certainly for the first time since John Cardinal O'Connor passed, I believe, as a matter of fact. The Empire State Building has been dark now for a second night, and a threat has been made which has left thousands of Manhattanites who for the last 36 hours have been stunned and shocked and gathered around television sets watching in horror as the southern tip of their island has just been blown off the map, and thousands upon thousands of their good friends and neighbors have been wiped out. Now this threat that's left thousands standing along the East River wondering if in fact this threat against the Empire State Building could be real.
Now, we have been serving throughout the day as sort of the eyes and ears of America. We know that many of you have been glued to your televisions just watching what is happening and perhaps mourning vicariously via the TV and hearing the stories of people who've been witnessing the carnage down at the lower end of Manhattan. One of those who has been a witness to the carnage is Democratic Congressman Jerry Nadler of New York. He's been through the area touring what is left of the World Trade Center. Congressman, thank you for being with us. Without being too maudlin, we want to ask you what you've seen today.
Well, what I saw was carnage. I mean, just devastation, smoldering debris where the World Trade Center had been, damaged buildings and across the street in the World Financial Center, but basically just an awful, awful hole where the Twin Towers should be. And what's buried underneath that, we don't know at this point.
We can see on the left-hand side of your screen an awful lot of rescue workers who are working round the clock, tirelessly, many of them without sleep, often without food, to try to get to anybody who is still in the rubble. Have you been able to talk to them?
Well, only a couple of them, but they're working 12-hour shifts. And I was at the operations planning meeting at the mayor and the governor and a few and others today, and they figure that these people are going to be tiring by Friday, and hopefully by Friday we'll have a lot of federal people from FEMA to replace them and continuing the excavation. And what's going to have to become almost hand-to-hand removal of debris rather than with this heavy equipment as you get to areas where there may be people, perhaps, God willing, still alive or bodies buried.
Continuing to get information about the evacuations taking place at this moment in New York City. You're looking live on the right-hand side of your screen at the top of the Empire State Building, that on Manhattan's east side, barely east, barely east of Center, at 34th Street. Go west on 34th Street, and you will run into Penn Station. Penn Station, it's my understanding, is now being evacuated as well. The head of our daytime booking department is Eric Spinato. He has been trying to get out of Manhattan and get to wherever it is he lives, and it's my understanding, Eric, that Penn Station's being evacuated too. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Shep.
What are you seeing? What are you hearing? What are they telling you?
You get about 50 people quickly walking upstairs to the entrances that lead you to the ground level. They're starting to put yellow tape line, and they're saying that it was a suspicious package at the bottom of the Empire State Building, I guess outside the Empire State Building.
Eric, I'm hearing overhead announcements there. Is that what they're telling you?
No, what they're saying is that they're asking people, calmly just to walk outside, and they're trying to suspend train service on Long Island Railroad, I guess, and of course the subways that goes uptown and downtown in Manhattan.
Well, that would be a paralyzing development if it lasts long at all. The Empire State Building, more than 90 movies have been featured on this building. It was built in 1931, 1,250 feet tall, the tallest building in the world for some 4 decades. 4 decades. William Lamb was the principal architect of the thing. It stands now as the tallest building in the city.
And ironically, the Empire State Building was hit by a plane itself in the 1940s. Back to Eric Spinato, who is our eyes and ears inside Penn Station. Eric, just a sense of how calm or perhaps nervous people are?
Yeah, Linda, it's pretty calm, but I see cops gradually coming downstairs and I guess trying to ask people to go upstairs. There's still people actually trying to purchase train tickets to go home to, I guess, Long Island and New Jersey. No, Long Island.
We've heard that there are sniffer dogs as well, and that wherever this suspicious package may be, that they have been reacting, that the sniffer dogs have reacted to it.
Yeah, I'm downstairs, so I don't see any dog activity. Just
No
like
one's
I
told
said,
you.
calmly, the cops are just asking people to try to evacuate the area, but it's very calmly.
And again, Eric, they're saying that this evacuation of Penn Station is happening because of a threat at Empire State.
True, and it's funny because it is a couple of blocks away, but obviously the impact of any explosion could affect obviously the area.
Well, we're now getting this. The New York police are now saying it is safe to go home from 37th and 5th Avenue, that all of this is apparently winding down.
And it is a relief, but it must also be unsettling for a certain congressman here in our studio who serves this part of New York. Congressman Jerry Nadler, Democrat of New York, who's already toured the devastation area. You see this fear spreading where one report of a suspicious package in the Empire State Building can clear out not only one block around that area, but several blocks, Congressman.
Well, that's inevitable in the aftermath of a tragedy such as what we just saw. I mean, there are a lot of questions about what just happened. The first order of business, obviously, is to rescue people as quickly as possible and to care for the people who have real questions now. A lot of people are missing. I see the Port Authority's estimating 20,000 dead. Today we were thinking more like 2 or 3, maybe. Who knows? A lot of people are wondering where their loved ones are, and we have to help them and get the information and so forth. That's number one. Number two is to fix what obviously was a massive security breach, to allow 3 to 4 people on each of 4 different planes to get on with weapons. We have to fix that so that can't happen again. And finally, we have to deal the kind of retaliation to the terrorist groups that are involved in this so that no one will ever do something like this again. And we have to get very serious about it and tell all our friends abroad that if they insist on doing business with countries that do business with terrorists, they're not friends of the United States.
And one more thing you have to do is heal the sense of vulnerability that now pervades at least New York City. I mean, New Yorkers are known for being brash and aggressive and pretty much fearless, and now that may have changed.
Well, no, I think New Yorkers are also resilient, and this city will, in the end, do fine. Of course, a lot of people will have been hurt, which is a tragedy, but we will recover from this, and we'll come out strongly from this. But the only way you'll stop the fear, not just in New York, but elsewhere in the United States, is to wage a war against the terrorist groups. And that war is a serious... We've been attacked. We are at war, not with a sovereign country, but with terrorist groups. And we have to take it as seriously as we took Pearl Harbor. This is worse than Pearl Harbor. And if the United States responds appropriately, which I believe we will, and we wage war against these groups, it's not a question of of finding a particular person and putting him on trial. It's a question of waging war against those who are waging war on us, and making clear to countries that deal with them or harbor them that they are not friends of the United States and will suffer the consequences. We will eliminate those groups, and we will eliminate this fear eventually.
With us now from Columbus, Mary Schiavo, former Inspector General for the Department of Transportation and author of Flying Blind, Flying Safe. Can we still fly safe?
Actually, we can't. And unfortunately, we haven't really been flying securely or safely for a number of years. We've been flying under a false assumption that we did not have a domestic terrorist risk. That was the stated assumption of the FAA in accepting a very low measure of security for domestic flights. That myth is gone now.
How do we fix it?
Well, we have to fix it. First and foremost, we have to start fixing it by putting into action the measures we have had in place for some time, the laws we have had in place. We are very lax with background security checks on our workers in the airports. Security screening is woefully inadequate of passengers and materials going into the airport. When I was Inspector General, we did a widespread investigation both in 93 and 95, 96, and we could pierce airport security at will in this country. We got knives, guns, deactivated hand grenade, bombs, you name it, through security. We could get onto any airport that we tried, and we really had seen no improvement. That was repeated in 99 and still no improvement. So we have to enforce the laws we have, but we also have to confront the reality that indeed domestic aviation terrorism, counter to what the FAA has told us for a decade, obviously now is very real. So we have to treat domestic aviation like international aviation. We have to have stringent security measures, starting with at least a minimum of the kind of measures on international flights, full checking of passengers. Not just the cursory 2 questions that are now asked by computer. Did you pack your own bag, and does anyone unknown to you give you items to carry on? Anybody can answer those questions. We cannot rely on what we have now.
Mary Schiavo, if you would just hold with us for just a moment. We need to take you back to the scene of the World Trade Center where some firefighters are continuing. You could just see on your screen firefighters, police officers, and other volunteers working around the clock. David Lee Miller speaking with some of them who've been working nonstop. David Lee?
Hi there, Linda. That's right. There are thousands and thousands of rescue workers here, many of them volunteers, some of them from fire districts outside of the New York City area. And joining me now are 2 gentlemen. They are both from Michigan. We have Robert Hudson. He is from Centerline, Michigan, and Mike Johnson, to my immediate left, from St. John's, Michigan. Both of you fellows thought it was important enough to leave your hometown, come here to help out. Yes, describe for us, as best you can, what the scene is a few blocks from where we're now standing.
The best description, it's a war zone. Mass destruction, large losses of life. We don't know how many. It's a absolute all-out affair trying to dig through the rubble to pull out any victims that possibly might still be alive.
At about 5:40, there was fear that there could be a building collapse or a number of buildings that could collapse. What happened?
There was some concern that one of the buildings, they were using some transits to track the potential movement of the buildings, and apparently they felt that one was potentially moving and sounded all clear to get out of the area, and everybody did.
What did you do? Describe for me the scene.
Well, all of a sudden we saw a group of people running and moving away from the buildings, and self-preservation runs in there, and so we joined the herd and got out of the immediate area until they were certain that it was safe to go back in.
One of the other growing concerns I've heard is that there might be the risk of exposure to asbestos particles, and that's why we are all, or we should be anyway, wearing these masks all the time. What were you told in this regard?
Just recently, just before we got up to your location here, we were advised that there is a higher than normal level of asbestos in the air, which would be normal because of the age of the buildings that had the damage to them, and that's airborne particulate, so it would be moving around in the air currents. And we were told to wear masks.
Any second thoughts about being here, knowing that?
Well, we've done it for so many years before we knew of all the hazardous materials that were out there, so it's one of those risks of the job. You try to do the best you can to protect yourself, but you never can do it 100%.
And Mike, one last question for you. Can you describe exactly what the rescue operation entails right now? What is it that you are actually doing to try and find survivors as well as search and recovery?
Well, the key thing right now is our team of 16 personnel we're in, and they were moving hand by hand by a chain effect, very slowly, piece by piece, rubble, using some power cutting tools just to get into the areas that make sure that there isn't anybody's, and it's a very slow process, and our crews were in there for about 4 hours, and we decided to pull them out and put them in a rehab state, and it's going to be a long drilling effect. It's everything from civilians to firefighters from all over the country here, as well as New York City Fire Department here, and with the major loss of the emergency services life also, I think it's amazing how everybody's pulling together.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Why don't you go get some badly needed rest? I know you're going to be back here in just a few hours. And Shep and Linda, I can tell you that authorities have released a figure that we've mentioned on the air a number of times tonight, that as many as 20,000 or more have actually died in the blast of the Twin Towers. Many of the rescue workers here are in absolute disbelief at that figure. They just shake their heads and cannot believe the task that is before them. Back to you.
Correspondent David Lee Miller at the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. We want to bring another voice into our coverage. In Washington, D.C., Republican Congressman Saxby Chambliss of Georgia. He, by the way, is a former firefighter. Mr. Chambliss, I'm sure you've had your own harrowing experiences. How do you feel about seeing some of your colleagues out there trying to help those who may be trapped?
Well, I fought some tough fires in Thomasville, Georgia as a firefighter, but obviously nothing like this. Those gentlemen right there from Pennsylvania, as well as every other firefighter in New York, are real American heroes. You serve on the House Armed Services Committee. The President today has warned the nation that we may be in for a long fight. It may mean more money for the military. It may mean a buildup. It may mean money that was supposed to go to other domestic programs may have to go to the military. Do you think there's going to be that kind of support in Congress?
Well, I think we're going to have that kind of support, because what we're looking at is the next battlefront, that battlefront being terrorism. We've still got to worry about the conventional types of wars that we've had in years past, but in addition to that, we've got to be prepared for these types of terroristic acts. We've got to realize what the threat is, have to be prepared. We have to be prepared to respond just like they've done in New York City. All of that is extremely expensive, and the American citizenry is going to demand that, and we as a federal government have simply got to move in that direction.
You know, people who come here to visit, Congressman, especially some of my friends from Europe and London specifically, they'll come over and go, you have trash cans in train stations and trash cans on the street. This from people who've been dealing with their own set of problems for many years, and often on first visit are astounded by how lax our security is. How has this happened?
Well, yesterday changed the American way of life as we know it. We're going to have more security, whether it's when you board an airplane, board a train, board a bus, whatever it may be. We're going to have to change the way we do business in America. We've got to provide more security, and I don't know that we can afford to eliminate all the trash cans, but we've got to look at serious deficiencies that we've got in our security in this country, and do a better job of it. They do a much better job of checking folks on international flights than we do, on domestic flights, and that's just one of the first steps that undoubtedly we're going to have to take now.
With us also from Columbus, Ohio, former Republican Congressman John Kasich of Ohio. John, as a colleague, it's good to see you tonight. A question about, well, the kind of money that's going to have to be marshaled in Congress. We talked to others about this evening.
Well,
you've presided over major budget battles yourself. Do you think that we're now going to see some bipartisan agreement on the release of money?
Well, I think we're clearly going to have to spend some money, Linda, but at the same time, there's going to have to be some real cultural changes. I served on the Armed Services Committee for 18 years, and I can tell you that there was some resistance in terms of the efforts to try to change the military from the old threat, trying to guide it to meet the new threat. And there's going to have to be cultural changes at the top of our military with the brass. There's going to have to be changes with the politicians, who many times are a lot more interested in pork than they are trying to figure out how to provide for the new threat and to equip the military appropriately. I think the other thing that's going to have to be done, Linda, is I think the administration is going to have to target all of these terrorist groups, whether it's Hezbollah or whether it's Hamas. or whether it's other terrorist cells around the world. And frankly, I think we should issue an ultimatum to the people in Afghanistan, to the Taliban, that we expect bin Laden to be turned over to us, and we ought to give them some deadlines. I think we've got to be firm, we've got to be tough, we've got to spend whatever money we need to, but this will be an ongoing war. Remember, this is the first time in American history where women and men and children have essentially been targeted as military targets. I mean, it's never happened before, and this is really a fight against our very way of life. It's a fight against the civilization. It's a fight against respect for others, and this is going to be ongoing, and it will be at times uncomfortable. We can't permit countries like China to send these kinds of weapons of mass destruction
John,
to
you
these
mentioned,
kind of countries.
John,
Got a lot of things we got to do.
You
Shep.
mentioned China, John. China's president, in a phone call with the United States president tonight, offering his nation's help for rescue efforts and stronger cooperation against terrorism following the attacks in Washington and New York, according to state media. Interesting that that man who held that plane and all of that for so long, and you mentioned an ultimatum
Shep,
for
we
the
ought to take him. We ought to take him up on it, and we also ought to enlist the Russians in terms of trying to get them to cooperate in any kind of military activity we engage in. And we have to be serious about this. And you know, for example, with the Saudis have spent a lot of money helping a lot of these terrorist groups, and we've been largely silent about it. And the time has come to say we will not tolerate this.
John, you said an ultimatum for the Taliban. You said an ultimatum. If you give them one, and if you don't, we're going to do blank, and what is it?
Well, look, you know, I think they're trying to come up with targets, Shep, but the way I look at it, being on the outside and understanding the way they sort of approach this, I mean, clearly all of these terrorist groups, and I've mentioned Hezbollah, I mentioned Hamas, and the Taliban.
John Kasich,
and I think one of the
stand
things
by, John. We're going to pause now so our Fox stations can break for local news. As we continue the Fox News Channel's live special coverage of the aftermath of the terrorism attack on America, we turn to one of our many guests this evening, Congressman Jerry Nadler, and as we continue to speak to our guests about possible responses, how the government should consider what to do when we find who is responsible for this attack. We are also keeping an eye on the personal aspect of this. Pretty much everyone we meet on the street here in our studios, we ask, is everyone you know okay? Is everyone you know okay?
No, there are a couple of people who we're very concerned about.
Can you tell us more?
No, I don't want to tell more. Some close friends.
Everyone has that story. You know, I remember TWA, and it seemed like half the people you know in the tri-state area knew somebody attached in some way to that thing. That was a few hundred. We're talking about tens of thousands here. There's going to be a scar, whether we want to admit it or not, there's going to be a scar that's going to take a lot of ointment to heal.
It's not going to heal so fast. It's going to be a major, major, painful scar for thousands and thousands and thousands of people all over the country, in the New York metropolitan area especially. And we're sending grief counselors and so forth, but grief counselors can only do so much. When you lose a loved one, there's nothing else you can do.
Mary Schiavo, as you are the expert on aviation here and some of the security lapses, Boston Logan Airport, the officials there today were right out there defending their own security procedures. You have the information that shows that Boston may be one of the worst offenders in terms of security lapses. Is that true of Newark Airport and Dulles Airport as well?
Well, when we examined those airports, none of them ended up at the top of the heap. Those particular three were also not the absolute worst, but all have had security lapses. Logan has had some other problems in the past. So on average, they fell in the middle of the pack. None were particularly good at picking up non-traditional weapons other than the FAA test items in the FAA briefcases and the test weapons. So all airports failed miserably on that, as did a lot of airlines have been cited, including American, for lax security procedures. So all are in for a good measure of criticism and taking security very, very lightly in the past.
Well, I want to thank...
Linda and Shep, could I make one point? You know, when you take
Very
a look
quickly, John.
at the EMS activity, it has been amazing how wonderful these people have been. You know, running up a stairwell with a hose when people are evacuating. The federal, state, and local governments have been marvelous in terms of cooperation. We should think about that in terms of airport security. Perhaps we can involve state and local governments working with the FAA and the federal government to beef up security at all these airports.
Mary Schiavo, Jerry Nadler, Congressman Chambliss, John Kasich, thanks to all of you. This is going to be a long night for the folks out there. We're expecting in just a few moments a news conference from St. Vincent's Hospital in Lower Manhattan. We'd been hoping throughout the day to get word of more people who might have been pulled from that building alive. Today, sadly, just a couple of handfuls, Linda.
Let us remind you that as we keep a close eye on the recovery efforts there, the rescue and recovery efforts outside the World Trade Center, that is not the only place where people are doing heroic work tonight. There is also the site of the crash in Pennsylvania, just 80 miles from Pittsburgh, where the FBI, the NTSB, and many others are sifting through the wreckage, trying to find the black box so that they can determine who's responsible for the hijacking of that aircraft. Also at the Pentagon, there are urban search and rescue teams, firefighters, among others, still working to rescue people, to sift evidence out of what remains of the Pentagon.
Our lives have changed here significantly. We have some interesting pictures to show you. This is a before and after of the World Trade Center. In the moments after this happened, there were so many questions. The first one went in, and so many people thought, gosh, what an awful accident, and it didn't look like such a large jet, you know, Linda. And then another, and then the wondering, and a little bomb scare tonight, and this city is certainly on edge.
As there are Army National Guardsmen on the streets of New York City, there is still a sense of total surreal in the city. And you smell, even 3 miles away from the site of the World Trade Center, you smell this bitter, acrid smell. It's the smoke that's coming from the towers, and it's almost spreading all over all of Manhattan. In a way, it's symbolic of the way everyone in New York City is feeling. The fear that started down there has spread to this entire city. Perhaps a sense of security now punctured.
Yeah. We'll have continuing coverage throughout the night and the morning. We're 24 hours a day on Fox News Channel on cable. Hope you'll join me 7 Eastern tomorrow for the Fox Report. On cable, Bill O'Reilly's next. To the rest of you, good night.
Hi, I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thank you for watching this special edition of the O'Reilly Factor. You are looking at live pictures of the rescue efforts in Lower Manhattan, which are now round the clock. So far, 9 people have been pulled out of the rubble alive, and thousands are still missing, including hundreds of firefighters and police. Here's a quick recap of what has happened on the day after the terrible terrorist attack. A supervisor at New York Port Authority tells Fox News on the condition of anonymity that the casualty count is expected to top 20,000 in the World Trade Center towers. Another 10,000 casualties could be discovered in a mall that connects the buildings of the World Trade Center underground. Authorities have now identified most of the terrorists, all of them Arabs, at least one a known Osama bin Laden supporter. So far, at least 5 people have been detained in connection with the terrorism yesterday. The plane that crashed into the Pentagon was aimed at the White House, according to the Attorney General. Mr. Ashcroft also says the planes were hijacked by from 3 to 6 terrorists on each airliner. The men used knives and box cutters. The damage at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon is now estimated at $20 billion. And the United Nations is pulling its personnel out of Afghanistan because that's where Osama bin Laden, the primary suspect, is believed to be living. Some military experts are telling Fox News it's only a matter of time before military action is taken against Afghanistan. Today was another day of intense suffering for thousands of Americans. Here are some sights and sounds.
Everybody's pulling together and everybody's helping each other out. You got the cops, you got the fire department.
Go! Go! I don't care if you leave your stuff, you're gonna leave here now.
Excuse me?
Watch out, watch out.
I got on the phone, Mark, and he said, "Hi, Mom, this is Mark Bingham." Give me his last name. And he said, "I want to let you know that I love you."
She was so dearly loved, and she was such a beautiful woman.
in so many ways. She's just an incredible love for life and such a great sense of humor, and she's irreplaceable.
I think he said, I'm in the air. I'm calling you on the air phone of the airplane.
I'm going to be thinking, you know, she's coming home. You wouldn't believe the feeling that you have inside when you're watching these events take place on television, and then realize that it's somebody that you grew up with.
Four people in my town on Long Island are missing, and I've been getting calls all day from people who have loved ones who have not checked in, and it is just, boy, if you ever knew what true evil is, we're seeing it now. Now, before we get to our first guest, we want to tell you that we are going to take phone calls in the second half hour of The Factor this evening. The phone number to get through to us is 1-888-TEL-FOX, 1-888-TEL-FOX. We will take some calls. We'll have some guests with us. We'll answer all of your questions or try to get as many calls in as possible from the half hour to midnight East Coast time, all right? Joining us now from Boston is Michael Taylor, who served in the elite United States Special Forces and also acted as a security consultant for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey in the aftermath of the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. Did you ever think you were going to see that same building be attacked the way it was? Did you ever think that could be possible?
Yes, actually we did, Bill, and we wrote part of our vulnerability assessment reflecting this type of attack.
When did that paper get written, and what was the reaction to it?
The paper was written actually back in 1993, and a lot of the reaction about anything other than a car bomb, because that's what was hit at the bombing there at the World Trade Center. Anything other than that seemed far-fetched in most people's minds.
Why, though? It does make sense that if you could coordinate this kind of an action, which these terrorists did, that you would go after the Sears Tower, the World Trade Center, or some really symbolic, huge building. So why were they skeptical?
Well, today it's not skeptical. One would think it's not far-fetched today. But back in 1990, some major airlines requested that we conduct vulnerability assessments on some of their spare parts facilities. One of our major concerns were car bombs, and they were looking at us like we had three heads, saying car bombs don't happen here. We tried to explain to them, look, it's just a matter of time before it gets here. It's a common everyday tool, literally everyday tool used in the Middle East. And of course it'll get here. It's just a matter of time.
All right.
And lo and behold, what shows up in 1993 at the World Trade Center.
Now, we've heard in the earlier version of The Factor today, and from you right now, Mr. Taylor, that there had been ample warnings, and in the Americans, not American people, but the American authorities really weren't prepared to take any action because action costs money, it disturbs a lot of people, and then down the line. You yourself spent a lot of time in the Middle East, and you were a terrorist chaser at one point, trying to track these people down. The other question everybody's asking tonight is, how can you let a person like Osama bin Laden be at large for so long when he's already wanted in this country for the bombing of the coal and the bombing of the embassies in Africa? How can that happen?
That's a good question. I've often asked that of many government officials, senior government officials, and field operatives. And everybody has the same question. How can that happen? There's been times where we've had plans in place to go and retrieve certain people that our government has wanted for terrorist acts. But State Department would intervene, want to try some diplomatic initiative. This is after all the plans are set in place, all the reconnaissance have been completed, and the execution of the actual plan is ready to go forward. The last minute, the State Department decides, oh, time out, let's have a diplomatic initiative that we'd like to execute.
Now, can you give me a specific on that? I mean, you're talking in general terms, but can you give me something you were involved in where that happened?
Well, without getting into all the specifics, because some of the people are still at large, it has happened, and it has happened numerous times. One of the incidents that everybody's aware of is the Fozzie Yunus, where our government used a couple operatives, and they weren't perfectly clean people, to help lure him out for the pretext of a drug deal or drug shipment and a bunch of wild girls. They got him out into international waters on a boat, and the FBI linked up with him, picked him up from the boat, brought him to one of the U.S. vessels out in the Mediterranean, flew a magistrate out, had him arraigned, put him in an aircraft, and flew him straight back without having him land in any other country.
And who was this man?
Fozzie Yunus.
And what was he doing?
Fozzie Yunus, I believe, was involved in one of the hijackings and some of the kidnappings of U.S. citizens in Lebanon.
All right. Now, at this juncture, though, the cry is to go in and do violence to Osama bin Laden and his supporters and those who harbor him. Can you picture that happening?
Certainly, certainly. And it should happen. It's long overdue. Our government has not had the intestinal fortitude, especially in the last 8 years, to go after these people. We have numerous indictments on people who have committed terrorist acts, killing and murdering U.S. citizens and U.S. facilities, destruction thereof, and nothing's being done about it.
Now, is it an economic thing? Is it because they don't want to see any kind of disruption like this, like just happened here in America, or a reprisal, is going to disrupt business? It's going to be bad for the economy. It's going to be bad for worldwide tensions. You're going to get people trying to get revenge and reprisals here and there. Is it an economic thing that makes our government reticent to go after these people?
No, I don't think it is, Bill. I think it's a political thing. And there's certain instances where we may not want to go get Mr. X because another government is using him for services. Situations like that more so than economic.
Well, expound on that. I mean, so what do you mean another government is using that person for services? What does that mean?
Well, for example, if Mr. X happens to be a source for the Israelis or the Jordanians or the Syrians, and the Syrians are providing him with protection, they cut a deal with us saying, hey, don't touch this guy. Although we know he's a bad guy, but what is it that we can do for you, but leave this guy alone? Let's cut a deal here. That's what I mean by the politics.
So there are a lot of people at large. Sometimes they do that in organized crime. They'll cut a deal with, you know, an organized crime hitman because he'll inform on other people. Is that what you're saying is going on here?
That's exactly it, but on a much larger and more lethal scale.
Now, in your opinion, see, I know the hysteria right now, and I think that's the accurate word, is Osama bin Laden, Osama bin Laden, Osama bin Laden. I mean, everybody points to that. But I don't think you can discount the fact that there are nations that could have pulled this off. Libya, for one. Syria, for another. Iran, for a third. That have the money, that have the operations within their own countries. Libya, for example, trains terrorists from all over the world. They have camps set up to do that. So are we being foolish to discount that maybe this came from another area?
No, I don't think we're discounting that it potentially came from another area, and I don't think we're being foolish in that regard. I think that the majority of the leads are leading back to Osama bin Laden, and not just the leads that's reported in the media, because we really can't, you know, confirm many reports that are abound right now throughout the media. But the government and the intelligence apparatus and the entire intelligence community, not here just here in the U.S., but with some of our allies and our not-so-close friends, the collective efforts all involved are pointing towards him.
Okay, and I mean that's what we're getting too, and the people picked up today. In just a moment, we're going to talk to a former FBI agent who is going to tell us about what the FBI is doing today. But all of the FBI information today points to Islamic militants, some with ties to bin Laden. The last question I have for you, Mr. Taylor, is that some have so harshly criticized our intelligence agencies, saying that they're almost a joke, totally ineffective, don't have enough people on the ground, can't do the job, and that a total overhaul is needed. Do you concur with that?
No, I don't. I think we are lacking and totally devoid in human intelligence, and that's been since the Carter administration. We've got to spend a lot more money in that area. Without it, we're not going to be able to
But
penetrate.
you're basically saying what I just said, that they don't have enough people on the ground. They don't have the information they need to protect the citizens of the United States.
No, we never have enough information to fully protect the citizens of the United States. But this isn't a fallout or a disaster of our intelligence community.
Are you sure?
I'm
because
positive.
this
I'm
operation
positive.
had to take months, perhaps years to plan, and we didn't have a clue.
No, this is not that sophisticated of an operation. The main aspects to conduct an operation like this are timing. That's all. This is basic reconnaissance in an open society. Anybody can jump on that airplane and travel back and forth to see if what the times have been, how late has it been over a 3-month period of time. Get a ratio of when do you think it's going to take off, and you're within a few minutes of your target. They were within 15 minutes of hitting the first tower and the second tower, or somewhere around there.
I know, but the information that we have now shows that they were training in the U.S. down in Florida, that there was a well-coordinated effort. It seems to me that if they didn't pick up anything, you might have a failure somewhere along the line. One last question that just occurred to me. You're a security expert. I've been very troubled by our open borders and the failure of the INS to supervise undocumented aliens of all kinds from coming in here with narcotics, with all kinds of stuff. I just think that we're just an open border here, that anybody who wants to come in can come in, and that's a security nightmare.
Absolutely, sure it is, and it's a joke about the drug problems and the drug war and all the illegal aliens coming in. But INS has even reported on themselves that they're so backlogged and understaffed and underfunded and so on and so forth, and all the excuses not to do their job. But yes, clearly it's got to be corrected. But I think the real issue here, Bill, is why were 2 aircraft within 60 seconds of each other hijacked from a U.S. airport, which ended up resulting in a net loss of some thousands of people.
I mean, and there's no question the airline security
That's where the
thing.
problem is. It's not a total failure of the intelligence community.
I think there's a combo there, Mr. Taylor, but we respect your opinion and appreciate you joining us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
All right, let's go now to San Francisco, where standing by is former FBI profiler Candace DeLong, who knows how these investigations go down. I was impressed. I've been a critic of the FBI under Louis Freeh. I thought the agency was poorly run. And I laid a lot of that at Mr. Freeh's doorstep and not being an effective leader. But I was very impressed today with the FBI's quick reaction, 36 hours, knocking down a lot of suspects, gathering a lot of information. How did you see it?
I was very proud. I thought it was wonderful. And as a result of how much progress they made today, I believe very strongly they probably will, this investigation will lead to whoever, if there are other people that financed these terrorists yesterday, it will be found out, and probably relatively soon. It's going so well.
All right. Now, when you find people, we have 5 suspects in custody right now. It's a matter of debate whether they've been arrested, but they're been detained. In this kind of an operation, is it usual that these little people, these are the support staff, would know who the big boys are?
Possibly they might, but my guess is, even if they don't, I mean, the FBI needs as much information as they can get from these associates, as it were, as they can on the behavior, the conversations that they had with these people, everything of that nature.
All right,
they may find that there was a bad connection.
All right. Does the let's see how I should put this. The interrogation get a little bit more intense at this level because of the horrendous nature of this crime, these terrorist acts? It seems to me that if I were interrogating these people, I wouldn't take no comment for an answer, if you get my drift here.
I get your drift. And I used to work terrorism in the 80s in Chicago, and despite how Hollywood would perceive us to the public, I mean, there's only so much you can do. We have to abide by the Constitution.
All right, so there isn't any a special effort or a little bit more brutality being used against people like this?
Brutality, I've never witnessed that or heard of it in my 20 years with the FBI.
Is that right?
Yes.
Because I can tell you stories. My grandfather told me he was an NYPD guy, and there was a little bit. Now, when you get a situation where the FBI is thrown into a case that is so wide-reaching, and the press is all over, you know what I mean? I mean, we want to know everything real time when it happens.
Right.
And the FBI has been giving us a lot of information, which doesn't always happen. Is it wise for them to do that?
Well, I think in some cases it is, and I think so. In this case, it is. We've never had anything like this before. Prior to this was Oklahoma City, and we said we never had anything like that before. And I think oftentimes giving the public a certain amount of information can be helpful.
Well, it is psychologically helpful to the public. I mean, they need something to be optimistic about. They need to know, and I know that's why this is being done. But in Oklahoma City, we didn't get all the information, and there were a lot of loose ends that weren't tied up in that investigation, as you know. And it wasn't a pure, clean investigation. There are even things today that people say, look, a lot of these guys who helped these bombers out got away with it, and the FBI wrapped it up nice, but that's not the way it went down. In this case, all information points to this guy, Osama bin Laden, as we were discussing with Mr. Taylor. But I'm not so sure that he's the sole purveyor of this. I just have a feeling there might be more to it than that.
Well, that's why cool heads have to prevail here, and that we don't, there was so much talk yesterday about let's go get him and, bomb the place and, let somebody else sort it out later. But we really can't do that. We have to do a very thorough and complete investigation so that we do get all of the players.
Okay. Now, when the FBI swings into action like this, is it a command center, Washington, D.C., or what happens? I mean, who gets involved and how does it go down?
The FBI has crisis management plans for every field division. They have a rapid deployment computer system and support system for things like this. We practice. Every field division has practice exercises every couple of years. In fact, San Francisco had one planned for yesterday and today when this happened. There's probably a command center in New York City, Washington, and as well as, of course, command center at FBI headquarters.
All right. Now, do you think the FBI is going to take any heat for this after it's done for not preventing it? Because, of course, their charge is to deal with the terrorists. The CIA's overseas, FBI is domestic. They didn't have any idea this was going to go on. Do you think they're going to take some heat?
From some people, of course. These groups are very, very difficult to infiltrate or penetrate. And in fact, and this is going to sound like a FBI cheerleader on my part, we do prevent an awful lot of terrorist acts. And, if you're going to have 100 attempts, unfortunately, one might get through. This was a horrible one. Of course, there will be some critics that will say we should have been more on top of this, we should have known. But when you think about it, Bill, I mean, if a crime is very, very well planned, and this one was well orchestrated, perfectly synchronized, and if this group was, banded together in an ideal that they were doing this, willing to die for it, that's probably the type of group that's going to be successful.
It was too easy to hijack those planes, Mr. Long. That's the thing that sticks in my mind. It was too easy to get those planes. You just can't have that kind of a system. You got to protect Americans better than that.
I agree.
All right, Mr. Long, thanks very much. We appreciate your expertise. All right, now let's go to the social ramifications of the terrorist act. All our lives are going to change. I mean, it's as simple as that. The whole country is going to change, and we're going to be inconvenienced. There are going to be investigations of the investigations. There are going to be finger-pointing. The whole political tone is going to change. We're going to get into this very in-depth tomorrow, but right now I want to bring in Bill Bennett from Washington. He is the co-director of Empower America, and just today, Mr. Bennett and a number of other people call for a declaration of war by President Bush. Against whom, Mr. Bennett?
Well, the militant wing of Islam, the Islamic Jihad, and all their associates. I don't think this is a hard one to figure out.
Would that include Yasser Arafat and the Palestinian nation?
Whoever's linked up with it, and we'll see what the investigation says. But, with Osama, we already know that he's taken credit, or at least not denied, responsibility for the actions in Africa and the USS Cole. We got plenty of grounds to bring him in and to go after him. And I'm sure our people know who else was involved. Or if they don't, they'll know soon. Could I comment on that, Bill? Because these two guests are, I think, illustrative of the point I'd want to make. There's nothing wrong with our operatives. We probably need more people. We probably should spend more money. When I was director of drug policy, I didn't have any problem getting information from the great DEA guys in Colombia and in Mexico. Our operatives were great. They told us what was going on. The problem was inaction at the bureaucratic level. You had people who just didn't want the trouble. It's easier to explain if you don't take action.
All right, give me an example.
We
We've had tantalizing accusations from you and Mr. Taylor now. Give me an example, because you were there in this seat. You're America's drug czar. You know who these thugs are who are importing all of this heroin and cocaine. All right, you want to take action against them. Give me a specific example of what happened. Walk us right through it.
All right, I'll give you an example. We knew where all the cocaine processing labs were in Colombia. It was a finite number of processing labs. We knew where they were. We knew we could take them out. We knew if we took them out, the Colombian government would not praise us, but they wouldn't condemn us. They'd be neutral. We knew we could do it in a night. We could do it from the time the sun went down and get it done before the sun came up. We could essentially disrupt cocaine, the trafficking in cocaine, for a year. Could they rebuild the cocaine processing plants? Yes, they could. It would take them a year. It would cost them a lot of money, and then we could do it again because they had no way to stop us. You know why? Because we're the United States of America, and when we decide to do something, we can get it done. At the level where the decisions were made in discussions at the cabinet and sub-cabinet level, that's where this recommendation went down. I'm not going to give you the specific names of the people who opposed me, but some of them have been on TV taking a very hard line. About.
Well, this was
Osama
under
bin Laden.
this is at the Reagan administration. Right?
No, this is in Bush administration.
The first
Secretary of Education in Bush administration.
Right,
those drugs are in Bush 1.
Okay.
So the question isn't, you know, do we have clarity at the moment? We do. I think everybody's got clarity.
But let me follow up on this, though. All right, I know you don't want to.
That's the word I want is follow up.
You don't want to harpoon.
These guys.
All right, you don't want to harpoon you guys in Washington who you work with.
They know who they are.
They know who they are. I'd like to know who they are, and maybe you'll tell me someday. I'll squeeze it out of you. But anyway, their rationale for not wanting to do what you just said you wanted to do was what? It's not worth the trouble. You just said Colombia wouldn't have done anything about it.
I'll give you the quote. We don't want another Vietnam. So
what does that mean? I mean, you go in, you blow these things up, and
it's trouble, Bill. It's trouble.
Is it the New York Times editorializing? What kind of trouble is it?
It's partly that. It's partly you have to explain yourself. It's partly you have to go into a long defense. It's partly you have to make a lot more trips, a lot more work. You know, an analogy from the world of education. If you got a student who brings a knife and slashes somebody up and you throw them out of school, you got to deal with lawyers, you got to deal with Civil Liberties Union, you got to deal with the newspapers. If you just give them counseling, you don't have to deal with anything.
All right. So, I mean, it makes me angry, and I'm sure most people watching today are just absolutely furious because you can take that tenet of the drugs that you just described very, very explicitly to us and bring it over to the terrorist action. We don't want to go into Afghanistan to get Osama bin Laden because then the Taliban government wouldn't like us, and we'd have to deal with France condemning us and some other people editorializing. So let's just let it go. And in the meantime, now we have more than 10,000 people dead, and that's what it all comes to, right?
Well, yeah, you know, I noticed in your last segment you talked about economic reasons. I think they're there. By the way, you've heard all the statements, Mr. O'Reilly, about not just the terrorists, but the countries that sponsor them and support them.
Right.
Supposing we find out that a sponsoring country is China. Supposing
I got
China.
it. Now, listen, I want to hold you over. We got to break now, so some of our Fox stations can go to their local news. But Mr. Bennett will sit tight. We'll get to him right after this.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're back. So if I know what you're saying. There's a kind of a bureaucratic paralysis in Washington that most regular Americans are not aware of. They hear the rhetoric. We hear the rhetoric. And we feel that once these people get into power, into office, that they're actually going to solve problems. But I don't think there are that many problem solvers, Mr. Bennett, in high positions of power in this country. Am I wrong?
There are some, and I don't indulge in the notion that, you know, as soon as people come to Washington, they become corrupt. There are honorable people in this town. You know, there's a conservative assumption, which is that the people are right and the people in government tend to be wrong. I don't buy that. I think a lot of people, when they get here, they are more worried about reviews in the New York Times and whether they get invited to the Kennedy Center than doing the right thing. But I don't buy the notion that the people are infallible either. I learned that during the Clinton administration, if you will, if at no other time. There's a big question before both the leadership and the people, Bill, in this incident, which is the posturing last night and the remarks last night of many people were fine. The moment of moral clarity is here. But this is going to be a tough road to hoe. This could take some time. This could cost some money. And if we go after these guys, and I mean all of these guys, and go after them seriously, they may fight back. They may hit us again. Now, I've heard some people in the street, most Americans, I think, are pretty clear on this, at least today. What happens when it starts causing a lot of inconvenience? What happens when it starts causing more money? What happens when we get another attack? I did hear a couple of people today say, depressingly, well, you know, maybe we should just get out of this whole Israel thing, stop supporting Israel. If we didn't support Israel, maybe these guys wouldn't come after us. So they're tests for all of us. They're tests for the leadership, and they're tests for the American people. But I would insist the major problem isn't economic. The major problem is moral. It's a moral confusion. I was on a show earlier tonight with a journalist, a well-known journalist, and I said, well, at least we know what's right and wrong, and at least we know good from evil from this. And this guy said, well, to us, we're right. To them, they're right. Now, if that's as far as you can go, if that's as far as your moral, vocabulary goes or your moral depth goes, we're finished. Because if you can't see that that's evil and that we have to be so clear, so unambiguous, so decisive about defeating that kind of evil, we're not in the game.
All right. Well, that's a very good point. I wrote my column on that, which is going to come out tonight, on the exact same thing, that evil is well-defined. It's well-defined. It's causing pain and destruction, and you can rationalize it any which way you want. Now, we have become a nation of rationalizers and excuse makers, have we not?
Yeah, and I think probably the worst thing is this notion of moral equivalence. Well, they have their beliefs. I mean, I've heard this today. Well, they have their beliefs and we have ours. Well, no, it doesn't work like that. We believe in the rule of law. We believe in the sanctity of human life. We believe in due process. We believe in civilization. They do not. They are haters. They are killers. They are animals. And they are not to be accorded the same, their beliefs and views are not to be accorded the same merit as the beliefs of decent and free societies like the United States and Israel. And this is fundamental. And if we don't get this, if we can't stand for the proposition that the things in which we believe and the institutions and principles which animate our institutions aren't better than these institutions of hate that these people construct solely for the purpose of hurting and destroying the great Satan, which is the United States, we're not in the game.
All right. Well, we saw the same mirror 50 years ago with Germany, the Axis powers in Europe, and Japan. We saw the exact same thing. It was aggression. It was slaughtering innocent people for the sake of the fatherland, and for Japan, the sake of the emperor. It was exactly the same. There was no difference between Hitler and Osama bin Laden. They're the same person. Now, we rose up then, and we defeated them.
Right.
Are we going to do it now?
Again, today, Bill, maybe. The language I heard today was these guys have to be brought to justice. We need to bring them to court and so on. When we rose up in response to Pearl Harbor, the President of the United States, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, did not say we will bring them into the International
And that's
Court of
why
Justice.
You want the war declaration.
We
so
will
that
bring
we can
them
go
to
in.
their knees.
All right. All right.
But see, we have become so tied up. But
Mr. Bennett, let me just stop you there. Let me stop you. We're going to hold you over, and that concludes the first half of the Factor. We're back. We have to do that. I want to tell Bill Bennett and the audience, Bill Bennett in Washington, the audience, we have to do that because the Fox broadcast stations are taking the Fox News Channel feed all across the country, and some of them go in and out for news coverage, and that's why we have to have the animation and to break back and forth. Sure. So we are talking to Bill Bennett about the nation and how the nation's going to change, and all kinds of moral imperatives that are now in our laps. They're not theory anymore. They're here. And they're here with a suddenness that is frightening and also painful because of all the people who are suffering, because of people who were killed in the terroristic bombing. I want to bring in Colonel Robert McGinnis, who's also in Washington. He's with the Family Research Council and a security and military expert. So we have Bill Bennett in Washington. We have Colonel McGinnis in Washington. And we are now going to take your calls. So you can start to call now and ask us anything you want. want. You can ask me a question, or Mr. Bennett, or Colonel McGinnis. And if you just want to make a general statement, then we'll bat that around. All right, gentlemen, you're ready for the callers? We have full phone banks, and there's the number on the screen there. We hope you can get through. All right, Jason from Iowa, what say you tonight?
We're now beginning to have conversations about the appropriateness of target and intensity of attack. Given that thousands of civilian Americans have been murdered, coupled with our knowledge of confirmed countries that are currently promulgating, either through training and asylum, terrorist activities, why is anyone expecting, or are we anticipating to give, a rational response? Indeed, why are they not simply expecting the worst?
Well, why are they, the countries that are harboring these people, expecting the worst, or why aren't we expecting the worst?
I think the question functions and is important for both of us, but immediately, why aren't the countries harboring them? Those suspected terrorists, confirmed terrorists, promulgated countries.
Mr. Colonel McGinnis, why don't you take that one? I mean, it's a good question from Jason. Certainly the Taliban government in Afghanistan's got to know that their hours are ticking down here. They've got to know that, and Osama bin Laden had to know that this was going to come, that his life is on the line, too. They don't care, or what?
Well, clearly, Bill, we have a host of nations, Iran, Iraq, Libya, you've mentioned others, perhaps Syria, have these training camps. They've been doing this in our face. We've known it for years. So has virtually anyone else that's been alive for the last 20, 30 years. So they should be preparing this evening, quite frankly, as far as I'm concerned, for some sort of U.S. action. Now, whether that action should be to go after the Taliban until we know a little more conclusively. But as your profiler said, we're beginning to gather some pretty compelling evidence here. And bin Laden's DNA is all over this operation.
All right.
And we do have at least 20,000 lives in New York.
Yeah, somebody's going to pay.
Buried.
Somebody's bin Laden had to know that it's going to be his head. I mean, his days are numbered. I know.
Well, but there are others also as well that we ought to be attentive to. There are hundreds of groups, and in many cases, bin Laden recruits them for his nefarious activities all over the world.
Peter in Missouri, what say you this evening?
This has been an attack on our freedom. We shouldn't have to change our way of life with new laws and regulations on our freedoms. We need to be proactive, not reactive. We need to just eliminate the threat. Next time they won't use airplanes, they'll use some other form. They just need to be eliminated.
All right, but Peter, are you against tightening up the airline regulations and security, and that's going to cause everybody a lot of inconvenience?
Yes, I am, because that's exactly what they want.
All right, Bill Bennett, what do you think about that?
Well, I'm for regulations that aren't mindless. I mean, there's two questions you get asked every time you go up to the ticket counter. I'm not sure what good that does. I'm sure anybody can answer those. I don't know that, by cutting off the curbside check-in, you get much. I don't know why we can't arm our pilots. Most of them are former military. I don't see why we can't arm them. I don't see why we can't have uniformed or non-uniformed plainclothes marshals.
Yeah, I mean, I'm for the Sky Marshal thing. That's going to be introduced in Congress tomorrow. I'm for Sky Marshals, and I'm also for security so that nobody could get into the cockpit. I mean, how difficult is that?
Right, lock the cockpit and also train the flight attendants.
Right, but
we're also all on warning. I mean, American citizens are on warning, and I would hope that, I think there was probably some incredible heroism in the skies over Pennsylvania.
Oh, sure. I mean, there's no question that flight was headed someplace else and didn't make it. But Peter has a point in the sense that, I mean, if they're going to ban all carry-ons and punish the American people, that doesn't seem to be right.
The only difference I have with Peter is I don't think you can do it all at once. I think we should be strong. I think it should be disproportionate. I think they should know. They should be in fear of this, and we should knock their heads off.
All right.
But I don't think that ends it. I don't think that ends it.
No, Peter wants to knock he wants to knock their heads off, too. Let's go to Renee in Texas. Renee, you're on The Factor this evening.
Yes, my comments directed to all the criticism yesterday about where the president was when he left Florida. I didn't want to know where he was, because then most likely nobody else could find him either.
Well, I'm with you, Renee. I thought that criticism was foolish and dumb. And if I'm the president, I'm going to listen to the security experts. Colonel McGinnis, I mean, come on, all right? You got to listen to your security guys. This isn't a macho display, is it?
Yeah, Bill, It was terrible when we had cameras following the president into a bunker in Omaha the other day. You know, we have secret facilities all over this country in which we can place our officials, protect them from these type of activities. Let's be a little more respective of our leaders, of the situation, give our authorities the opportunity to do their important job.
I mean,
they'll protect
absolutely.
our interests.
Yeah, I think that the politics now goes away for a while. I mean, I'm not going to criticize the president. I'm going to watch and see what he does, why he does it. I'm not going to criticize his speech, his tone, where he goes, what he does. I'm going to give the guy a break.
Bill, can I dissent a little bit?
Sure.
Just because I was quoted in the New York Times somewhat inaccurately on this early in the day, I thought, you know, I didn't like the idea of the president being run all over the country. It looked a little scattered to me. We find out about these threats, and it's obviously very serious. I think the president should listen to what the Secret Service says about in the assessment of the threat, but I don't think they decide. He decides. And from everything I heard today, Bill, the president went against the advice of some of the Secret Service.
Yeah, and he came back. They wanted to put him in NORAD. They wanted to take him to Colorado.
That's right. Their job is to protect him.
Right.
His job is larger than protecting himself.
He's got to lead the nation. But
and what he did was great.
So far, all of the people involved, from the mayor of New York to the president of the United States, I'm fine with it. Bill from Michigan, what say you tonight?
Bill, I'd like to know how come we aren't rounding up all the Arabic people and detaining them and trying to figure out whether they're part of it or whether they're true Americans.
No, that would be terrible.
As they did in World War II.
Bill, that would be terrible. I'm sure you gentlemen would be against any roundup of...
The way we look at it, this is a different war. This is fought a different way. This is a terrorist act, and it's going to continue. We should know who lives within our borders.
Well,
go ahead,
Bill.
Colonel.
There is an important issue here. We ought to know who lives in our borders.
That's for sure.
You know, INS is broken down. Our borders are wide open in many cases, and we do have terrorists, obviously, running around our cities. So, you know, there needs to be far more accountability. But certainly, we wouldn't want to go as far as what's being recommended here.
No, I mean, rounding up Americans who are Americans, whether they're of Arabic descent, is insane. I'm not. If you want to review green cards and visas of people who are here, I'm for that. And if you want to put the military on the border, as they should have been on the border for the last 5 years to stop all the chaos, I've been saying that for a year. Allison from California, you're on The Factor.
When we find out who and where the perpetrator of this attack is, do you think President Bush will declare war or what?
What do you think, Mr. Bennett?
I think he will. I hope he does before that. I hope Congress will before that. You can declare war against the Islamic Jihad. You can declare war against radical and militant Islam and all their associates. So you can wait. You know, wait a week, wait 2 weeks. As long as he acts in a way that makes it unequivocally clear that we are not putting up with this. This is what we have not had in the past and what we very much need to have in the future. I was checking the history books. It's interesting. It took us 55 days to get from Pearl Harbor to the Marshall Islands. You know, that's a fair amount of time. I don't think we need 55 days to act on this one. My guess is we'll know a lot sooner than that and be able to act sooner than that. Yeah, he needs to act. People need to pay the price. These leaders need to be killed, destroyed. These bases need to be wiped out. It needs to be a disproportionate response. And that, by the way, is not an irrational response. That's a rational response. That's what civilization does in its defense.
All right. Colonel, do you concur with that? Would you make a declaration of war in a broad area against Islamic terrorists?
Well, Billy doesn't need a declaration of war, but I think for the culture, it would send a very clear message that this isn't kids' play. We have to get serious. It's something we see long term. You know, the president, within his own authority, can bomb, you know, say the Taliban, should he decide to, and he can send in the Delta Force and take out a couple of camps. But the bigger issue here, obviously, is do we send a clear message across all the nations of the world that the U.S. will not tolerate this heinous act, and if anyone else out there wants to follow and copycat, they too will wreak the results that we are perhaps going to do in Afghanistan.
All right. Bill Bennett, if the president declares war on Islamic terrorists, does that mean he has to declare war on Libya, Iran, Syria, and perhaps some of the other Arab countries along the Gulf where we know training facilities for these Islamic terrorists exist? Do he have to declare war on those countries?
He certainly, I think, then is within bounds once he does that to take action against those countries. Whether he wants to take action against those countries completely or just against those facilities is a matter then of judgment. And I think we can make those judgments. There are places in the countries you mentioned that we should go after and go after now, and there's no reason we should hesitate. I don't think we have to go in and take out the whole country. I don't think that's necessary. I don't think that's what the situation requires. But I think all these guys should be on notice that they are enemies of the United States because of their support and harboring of this kind of terrorism. The larger the general consternation here among our enemies, I think the better it is. We have a credibility gap. You know, we've talked about a credibility gap at home in the past. We have a credibility gap abroad. I don't know. Well, of course, all your viewers saw people smiling and celebrating at the destruction in the United States. They think we're kind of a soft giant who cannot act. Mm-hmm. They need to learn.
Yeah, there's a perception that we're a lot of talk and no action,
yeah,
even though
right.
we did bring Milosevic to his knees, and that there is still that perception. Frank from Pennsylvania, what say you this evening?
Good evening, Bill. First, I wanted to thank you for your coverage on this because it's been right on target. Good evening, Mr. Bennett and Colonel McGinnis. I would like to know, do we still have military hardware stored in Saudi Arabia, and if we need to use it, are we going to have any problems accessing it due to one of the richest men in Saudi Arabia being the father of...
Yeah, Colonel McGinnis knows a lot about that. Colonel, why don't you take that question?
Yeah, well, clearly bin Laden's father is a wealthy man, and probably through one of his brothers, he's funneling money to him. Diego Garcia, we have a lot of munitions stored. We do have active Air Force and Navy facilities there and Army facilities in Kuwait. So we have a capability and a special operations capability in the 7th Fleet. So, you know, we can quickly strike if the president tells us to do that. I would be very surprised that as soon as this happened, those commanders weren't looking at all their contingencies and planning how to insert our special ops people. As we speak, they may very well be there.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will never give permission to strike from their country to another Islamic country. That will never happen.
Well, then I'll tell you what. Can I get in on this?
Sure.
Because it's not just a matter of strikes. Then we say to Saudi Arabia, and we say to Egypt, we give a lot of money to, Saudi Arabia we give a lot of protection to, you give us access. Or you can even say, as I think would be reasonable to say, you help us find these people and turn them over, or our protection is gone. You know, you guys have been taking advantage of our protection. We saved your behinds from Saddam Hussein, and now you're telling us there's no way you'll let us have access. This is part of being serious about foreign policy. There's all this multilateral stuff, and it's fine. You know, if these other countries want to go with us, fine. I think it's great, you know, the model of the Gulf War. But we are the United States of America. If something's going to happen in the world, it's going to be because of the United States.
Yeah, but you know, Mr. Bennett, the one Achilles heel that we have, and you can thank the Clinton administration for a lot of this, is that we're dependent on the Arabs for oil. 60% of oil comes from there, and they can destroy our economy by putting up an oil embargo. So we can rattle the saber, but in the reality, they have a very, very big sword right over our neck.
Yeah, but Bill,
Go ahead,
consider
Colonel.
the fact that the Saudi royal family has to depend upon the U.S. Osama bin Laden is far more popular amongst the Saudi people than the royal family. There's great hatred there. They hate the Saudi royal family because the U.S. is operating out of there. What benefit would it be for them to say, no, you can't go after our worst enemy? No, they're going to let us do that if there's not another ingredient here. And there may be. But, you know, I think in time we'll soon see.
Yeah, I don't think we need to use that as a staging platform. I think we can do it, as you pointed out earlier on Early Factor, Colonel, we can go through Russia to get to Afghanistan.
And we probably will, Bill. We have
I mean, Putin's already on board. They sent a signal today that Putin's fine with it. We want to level Kabul. He'll say, hey, thanks. Well, they gave us a hard time anyway. Cindy from Alabama, what say you this evening?
Well, first I want to honor everybody in Washington, D.C., and New York City, and in Pennsylvania for all the efforts that they are doing on the ground there. But I am appalled that I do not see wall-to-wall American flags throughout the cities, throughout the nation, to support everything that is being done and for our belief and our patriotism and all of the wonderful freedoms that we have here in the United States. And I think that that would show any of our enemies that we are not going to tolerate any of this, and that the people of the United States are behind our government, and we are a power to be reckoned with.
All right. Well, that's a good idea. I said that earlier on the factor that it would be great to display the flag.